How's it going? Nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you too. Yeah, I can't figure out how to turn my video on, but I look kind of rough anyway, so.
Does it pop up now?
Yeah, now I just have to look rough to everyone, thanks.
It's all right. We all look rough. We all have
Need
our
to wash my
days.
hair. Huh?
Um, so, um, I'm Pookie. That's
Hi,
Angel, of
Pookie.
course. Um,
I'm Angel, not wearing my glasses right now, but they
we
broke.
usually start with
That's okay. I can see you fine.
what are you taking? When were you
Oh,
diagnosed? And when was your last
okay. I'm
seizure?
not. I'm a mum.
Oh, okay. Okay. When was the child diagnosed? When was the
Okay.
last
So
seizure? And what
okay.
are they taking?
He's 22. He was diagnosed aged 19. He's on 600 milligrams of Tegretol daily, 250 of Briviaset, I think, um,
Cardiac.
daily, and 10 milligrams of Clobazam. His last seizure was probably about 2 months ago.
Okay.
He has full tonic clonics for hours. We always end up in hospital. It's fun.
That's what
Hours.
we all say. Don't
Yeah.
mind us. We all have
I've seen your
epilepsy.
post. I've seen
We
your
make a
post,
lot of
Pookie.
epilepsy jokes here, so just
Yeah.
excuse us. We come across a lot of
No,
we laugh. You gotta
no, we're
laugh to
good.
cope.
I've
That's our
got
way to
three
cope.
sons. I got three sons, and the other two sons are always making jokes with him. That's how we do it. It's all cool.
Yeah, that's how we cope. We laugh together. We
Yeah.
make jokes, and
I have a very dark sense of humor. I'm gonna fit right in, mate.
nobody has good
What?
memory, so we'll forget what we're talking about and start over a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're here for the fun.
Yeah, we're all family
Um,
here.
yeah, I'm kind of here to just hear it from other, from your sides, because me and my son are very close, but obviously he's 22. He doesn't always tell me everything.
Yeah.
So the more insight I can get, the better. So I'm
Oh,
just here to listen, man.
you're gonna get a lot of insight.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You don't have to
it's
have your
hard
camera on
to.
because you don't have epilepsy. Like I'll ask you a question every now and then if you don't want to be on camera. But one second, I gotta get ice because I'll be here for 10 hours. Hey Mark.
Mate, my
Mark.
son's the same.
Yeah, I'm Angel, and
Hi, Angel.
my last seizure, I my last official seizure, I think, was in May, and um, I was diagnosed in 1997. Um,
Okay.
I was 14, and I'm on the titration pack of Excapri. I just started the. I'm on the 50 milligrams right now. I'm on
Mm-hmm.
clonazepam and Vim, not Vimpad, lacosamide. Well, they're the same, but one's the generic.
Yeah.
Um, and mifsuxamide, and if you want to count it, it's an SSRI of Lexapro.
And how's that working for you?
Um,
Look at his eyes.
it, I'm tired.
Mate, I don't know if he's high. My son uses weed. That's part of his medication.
Me
Nah,
too. Most of us do.
Even though it's
yeah,
highly illegal in the UK, it's like, fuck
Oh,
you,
it's
mate.
still
Do you know what I
illegal?
mean? It's still fucking illegal, Pookie, mate.
Oh
I can
shit.
remember at 15 sitting and talking to my friends and going, do you know what? By the time we're adults, though, this shit's going to be legal, surely. I'm 51 now and it's still not legal.
Yeah,
It's
it's legal here.
insanity.
I'm in California, so it's legal here, but not in every state.
Yeah,
No, it's crazy.
it's not legal. They're talking about making it legal in where my state, but not legal yet.
It's
You
not
can
legal
get
in Pennsylvania yet.
no, you can get
Oh, wow.
prescription though.
Wow.
You can go to New Jersey though and just like you know how close Philly is to New Jersey.
Yeah, been there.
So you can just go over there and just walk around and do that anyway. It's legal in New Jersey.
Yeah,
I mean, they've just recently made it legal for very certain medical issues in the UK, but my son's epilepsy isn't one of them. So,
yeah. The medication, since you're a mom,
mhm.
you might not know, it messes with our appetite. So I smoke, well, recreationally, of course, but it helps me eat. It helps me fall
Yeah,
asleep because the medication also causes insomnia. So weed helps me
yeah, for
sleep
sure.
and it helps me
Mate, I,
eat.
I, I smoke myself for other reasons. I have CPTSD and epilepsy as a younger person. And so, yeah, I get it. I have no issue with him smoking weed. No issue at all.
Okay. Hey,
Where
Mark, how
are
you
my
doing?
glasses? Marky Mark and the
Yeah.
Funky Bunch.
Okay, I wasn't sure if I heard my name or not. Hey, how you guys doing?
Hi,
All
Mark.
right.
We're
Pretty good.
good.
So far, so
I'm
good.
looking for my
Yeah.
glasses.
Um,
I'm
Uh-oh.
always looking for my glasses, Angel.
Mark, the icebreaker today is we're going to start from the beginning like we usually do with new people, but we're going to start with everybody. When was your last seizure? What are you taking? And when were you diagnosed? Me, I was diagnosed in 2005. I was 16 years old, 20 years ago. I take lamotrigine, which is my third medication. I started with Dilantin, and my last seizure was Sunday. Last Sunday. Wait, was it last Sunday or the Sunday before that? You guys know better than me. I can't
I think
remember.
it was last
Yeah,
Sunday, wasn't it?
it was
Yeah, I
um
gotta see your post again.
Okay,
yeah,
yeah, I think it was
it was
last
about
Sunday.
a week ago, I think, or a little bit.
I don't know. You're always looking for
Around
attention, man.
Mark, what about
It's
you?
all the way over there.
okay, so um I was diagnosed December 2014, but um I had been having panic attacks for well over a decade before that were being treated with clonazepam. But those panic attacks we learned were focal seizures after uh, I started getting tonic-clonics. Um, but even before those panic attacks, way back as far as when I was 15, they were investigating me for seizures. They did uh, an MRI and one EEG, and they assured me that I did not have epilepsy and sent me on my way. So uh, now I know that would not nearly be enough. I don't know if I was actually having seizures then at the time, so it's kind of a vague answer, I guess, but it could go back as far as uh, 2004. Um, but I am currently taking um, uh, lamotrigine, generic Vimpat, and pregabalin. Um, uh, Vimpat twice daily, pregabalin 3 times daily. clonazepam as needed for auras, and Nasolam spray as a rescue med.
Yeah, too. I
And
think we all have that.
I'm sorry?
I said I think we all have that as a rescue medicine.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Well, and that kind of comes around the final question. My last seizure was Saturday night. Um, so like 3 days ago. Um,
How you doing? Forgot to ask.
Yeah,
uh, still recovering.
Understandable.
that
But
you were aware for that one. You said,
yeah, I was aware through the whole thing, and
Are
it
you
was
normally
weird.
aware? Sorry,
Um,
Mark. Are you normally aware?
for the focals, I'm normally aware, but typically it's been a tingling sensation that gets like straight down the middle of my body, and it's either one side or the other side, and that happens to varying degrees and with kind of a varying degree of like an alteration in my consciousness, and kind of things are not the same anymore, um, up to like an actual dread panic and
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of like a sinking in the pit of the stomach sensation, like going over the drop of a roller coaster, but only one side of the body is on the roller coaster. And then sometimes they've just like cut to black and wake up post-ictal, people asking me, do you
Yeah.
know what state you're in? I'm like, yeah, I know what state I'm in. Of course I
So
do.
you have quite changeable seizures then.
Well, these have been up to this last seizure, they've all been pretty kind of consistently that focal aware to
Oh, okay. So they've
generalized
changed
tonic.
recently.
But this last one, it started
Yeah.
with I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, nystagmus. The like jittering in my eyes. They were
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
jumping
That's
up and
so mad.
down.
I read about that literally yesterday. Yeah, so
Yeah,
that's something new that I've learnt about that you're now
yeah,
mentioning now. That's crazy.
that's really crazy. I didn't know, I've
Yeah.
had it before. I never knew it could be a seizure thing. I'd read about it as
Mm,
a possible medication side effect for something a
yeah.
while ago, and it was like, that sounds bizarre. But I've only had it to like a very slight degree, and I've always just assumed it was like I'm so tired I can't see
Yeah,
straight
yeah,
sort
for
of
sure.
thing. It just, whatever, I just need to go to bed. But this time it kept building and building bigger and bigger to the
Yeah.
point where I
So now
couldn't
you
really
recognize
make
it as
out
a,
anything in
yeah.
in my visual field, and I couldn't really think clearly, and it built to the point where I couldn't keep eating the meal. I couldn't see what I was doing, and um, it became a clonic seizure where I was
Oh, shit, man.
jerking, and I
So
could
that's
kind of
clearly a
control
partial focal that you were having. Yeah.
I could kind of control where I was moving, but it was only very vaguely what I was trying to do, but I managed to get up and grab onto a door frame and
That
call
must
my
have been
dad
so
for help.
scary, man.
It
It is.
sucked.
it
It
is.
sucked. Yeah.
I know.
But
This is
my
a
dad
place where
gave
you
me my
hear a lot of
first
men
ever.
say, I was scared.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my son, I know that he doesn't want to watch the videos back that I've taken. He doesn't even really like hearing about stuff that he's done when he's not aware, and I totally get that.
Mhm.
It must be so freaky to hear about things that you've done that you don't even remember, you know? It's complete
Yeah.
disassociation. It's insane.
Yeah, I
I would
recently
rather
found
have
out.
lost consciousness, honestly, this last seizure. If I was to choose, I would have. It felt at a couple points like I could just close my eyes and just go right to sleep. Like I was just that tired, I could go right into unconsciousness. So I'm not sure what would have happened if I had done that, but I was fighting it that whole time because I really wanted to eat my buffalo chicken wings. Yeah, so I got the
I
extra
love
hot
that.
ones
I
When
love
I
that,
went
Mark.
through mine,
it was like a
aware, Mark,
special occasion. Yeah,
it wouldn't let me sleep.
they
The
wouldn't.
seizure wouldn't let me sleep.
Oh, it wouldn't. It
Juno.
kept you
Yeah,
awake.
Right. Sorry,
yeah.
my dog's
I
got
was
herself stuck. Give me a minute.
I was
Doing.
chronicling too much,
That
and it wouldn't let me go to sleep.
that sucks. 6 hours of that, I
Yeah,
cannot imagine.
that
I
was
had
my
about
first ever cluster.
Yeah, I had about 10 minutes of that one. Maybe it could have been, well, if you include the nystagmus, it was about an hour or so total for that seizure from like start until my first ever taste of Nasalam. It tastes bad, but it worked. So yeah, I'm very fortunate. My dad was just straight shot down the hall.
Yeah,
Did
the
you call your
stories that
neurologist? Oh, sorry, Pookie.
the story I had like a similar story to you, to where like I was like blacking in and out, but I wasn't exactly dizzy like you. I kind of felt like I was having a regular day, and I just kept going in and out of it. Like I showered that day, I got ready, I cleaned my room and all that. I got dressed like I was going somewhere, and I never like had plans of going nowhere that day. And where I blacked out was as soon as I left outside the door. I remember leaving outside the door, and I think I remember getting to the curb, and then I don't remember the rest. But um, weeks later, I explained to one of my friends that, well, not my friend, the guy who runs the smoke shop, got pretty close to him. I told him, I had this phase to where I've been wandering off lately, and I've been doing weird shit. And I explained the whole story to him. You guys know the other story. Um, and he was like, I think you did that here. Um, and he was like, you were just kind of wandering around in a circle, walking around like the clothes and everything that's in the middle of the store and looking at the bongs and stuff. And then he eventually said, I said, hey, what you doing? And you said, shut up, and walked out. So I was just reminded about that. I remember bits and pieces of that day. I remember bits of walking back home because it's like 2 blocks away. So, like you, Mark, I was fighting it. I was trying to. I was just like, let me get back home. Let me get back home. And then I black out and I'm closer to home. And then I black out again. I'm on the stairs, almost home. Then I
That's
black out
in
and
and out, in and
yeah,
out of seizures, isn't it?
yeah. So then I'm black out and I'm sitting at the edge of my bed then. And I don't remember all the situation that was past the curb. When I got to the curb, I only remember the walk back. That's how I remember the story he was telling me. I was just like, okay, I remember that day. He told me what I was wearing and everything. Hey, Raven. Um, the icebreaker today was, oh, when was your last seizure? What are you taking? And when were you diagnosed?
Hi. Okay. I was diagnosed in May, so very recent.
Fairly new.
Yeah.
It's so recent.
Yeah.
How old are you, Raven?
I'm 38. I've been having seizures for about 2 years. Let's see if I can get my.
You look 18.
Oh, that's really nice. Thank you. No, I'm almost 40.
Me too.
So, uh, Yeah, I thought we were similar in age. So yeah,
I'm over 40.
I take 125 milligrams of Depakote in the morning, 250 milligrams at night, and I take 100 milligrams of Vimpat twice a day, but they just increase it to 150 twice a day. I just haven't actually started the new dose yet. And my most recent seizure was last night. So
Oh,
it was
How you
like
doing?
my first one that I've ever had where the trigger was just being upset. I was like crying, and then
stress.
all of a sudden my bottom dropped out of my stomach and my brain blacked out. So
Oh, mate, how you feeling? You all right?
yeah, I got a really good night's rest. I took a little bit of lorazepam and slept for like 10 hours, and I feel better. Thanks.
Good.
I'm sorry.
That's really scary, though, man.
Yeah, well, thankfully I haven't had a tonic-clonic yet, so they're like not as scary as they could be.
Yeah, we always hang on to that, don't they? We always hang on to it's not as bad as it could be.
That's all you can do.
Yeah.
So Raven, we got our first parent here.
Yeah.
Sassy Amnesia is actually not
Say that again?
epileptic. She's a parent.
Yeah, I'm a mama.
Oh,
So
Am
she's
I in the
here.
wrong
Awesome.
meeting? Am I in the
that's
wrong
awesome.
meeting?
You're in the right meeting.
Oh,
She's here to get a fix for what we really got going on so she can understand more. I
I
love
just wanted
that.
to
I
chat, man.
love it when people actually want to learn more about this. And
Yeah.
not many people, certain people in my circle don't even want to know what's going on. They don't even want to talk to me about my seizures because
Yeah, well, I say my son was diagnosed at 19. He was in a really good college for his guitar playing. He had like a scholarship, and he had to leave a year into it because of these seizures, which, funnily enough, Mark, through lockdown, his doctors just kept telling him that it was panic attacks, that he wasn't having anything else apart from panic attacks. And it was actually Reddit, the epilepsy page on Reddit, that I went to, and they reassured me that I wasn't being an overdramatic mum and that he probably was having partial focals. And then shortly after that, he had a tonic-clonic. But yeah, I mean, we're really close. He lives at home, but it's not the same as talking to other people. He doesn't talk to anyone else who has epilepsy, and I can't seem to persuade him to get involved with these chats. So I thought if I came in and kind of met all of you, that maybe I would be able to persuade him to get involved and talk to other people. That was kind of my plan anyway. So I'm just hijacking on y'all.
Yeah, I could see how he kind of like you said, kind of stays at home, kind of away from people.
Mm-hmm. His friends have just dropped him, man.
Same thing.
yeah.
It's like eventually they just you notice they're not coming around once.
Yeah, it's
once
fucking
you
heartbreaking.
can. I notice I'm going to them more than they're coming to me, and that's when you notice you really don't have those friends.
Well, it's a
But he's got a
true
very
test
close
of
family.
friendship.
Sorry, Mark. Yeah, sorry.
I'm just saying it's a true test of friendship.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
the people who stick with you when you've got something like that. I'm very fortunate. My best friend has been staying with me and has been very supportive through all of this. So
Yeah, same with my friends.
Yeah, my best friend, I don't exactly blame him. He had a family, started a family, moved away from the general area we were raised in. So I don't exactly blame him, but I don't hear from him. And that part is the only part. I'm like, okay, you can't come around. I understand, but I don't hear from him now.
Just check in, you know?
Right. You don't know how I'm doing the past year. You don't know how my kids are doing. We were really close.
I mean, David's friends just stopped. They have like a group chat, but his mates just stopped inviting him to stuff. There's like 2 friends that have really stuck by him, and I fucking love them for it. But luckily, we have a really close family, so you know we do stuff. But it's shit, man. People are fucking assholes, really, aren't they?
Yes, 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 yes.
Aren't
It's
they, Pookie?
it's like when they telling people that the panic attacks for years, they'll tell people you're having panic attacks, and then all of a sudden, oh, you're having actual seizure. It's not actually a panic attack. We just figured that out.
Yeah, well, I mean, what am I panicking about? First off,
Yeah.
panicking
about
about the
seizures.
panicking itself isn't a like that doesn't make sense as a start of everything. Why would I just out of the blue start panicking while
Mm.
sitting and watching a nature documentary? No.
Right.
Yeah,
I
my
think you know
seizure,
yourself, don't you?
my
Sorry,
my first
Angel.
seizure happened walking to school. I was just walking, and a lot of my seizures happen when I'm just walking around out somewhere. So there's
But that
nothing I'm
first time it
panicking.
happened, did you have any idea what was happening?
No, I just woke up in the ER.
Oh, mate, how old were
Wow.
you?
I was 14 the first time, barely 14. I was going to be 14.
Holy shit.
So, Sassy, there's also people who have epilepsy and they don't even know why they don't have epilepsy. Like Angel, you just had a seizure, and yeah, there's a few
Yeah, I
people.
mean, my
Same.
son was diagnosed at 19, but I recognize now that he was probably having partial focals way back to maybe even his like junior school. I don't know what you call it in America. What's junior school?
Junior.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry.
Junior
Middle
high
school.
or middle school.
Yeah, when he was like
It goes.
sort of
Did he have
eight,
like a
9 years old.
history of injuries or anything?
Say that again.
Sorry.
Raven.
I just wondered if he had a history of injuries or anything. Yeah.
Oh, what, my son?
Is it not working? Yeah,
can hear you.
sorry. My computer's being weird. Yeah, I just wondered if he
Um,
had a history of any like childhood
Yeah,
injuries.
do you know what? We kind of looked back on it and analysed everything that had ever happened to him from his birth onwards. And there's a couple of things that maybe, I mean, when he was born, the cord was wrapped around his neck and we had a bit of a panic with that. And then he got knocked off his bike a couple of times. You know, you just sort of think of anything, don't you, that might have caused it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. And even if we knew, would it change anything? Probably not.
Right.
No, probably not.
Mine.
It doesn't change anything.
Yeah.
Mine doesn't change anything. I
No.
posted the article, so I don't know if you guys seen the article, but yeah, mine was from
that
a
was
car
hard to
accident.
read.
So, yeah, I just have it. They have what you call encephalomalacia, soft brain tissue on the right side. So mine is just basically brain damage. I can't pass it on. It's not in my genes or none of that.
No, I think I read about your story. You were hit by a car, weren't you?
Yeah, I was drugged 40 Carlins.
Mate, that's fucking insane.
Yeah, what
Thank
saved
God you're
me?
alive.
Yeah, what saved me was my back didn't get broken because my mother put my backpack under my jacket and then put my jacket on.
Oh,
So
bless your mother.
me getting drugged, my back didn't break. That's what saved me. But my legs were over with.
I don't understand how somebody could hit you and not know that they hit you.
Oh, they knew. Obviously, they knew.
There was like people that were like hanging out in front of the store, like drug dealers and stuff. I guess somebody got in the car and chased her down and then like pulled in front of her. It was like, hey, you stop. And
Jeez.
otherwise she probably would have made it to work.
So that other
Wow.
person also kind of saved your life.
Say that again.
That's crazy. The person who chased her down and made her stop driving saved your life too.
Yeah, never thought of that, but yeah, that's also a factor in that. I don't even know who it is, to be honest. I was just told someone. Yeah. But yeah, otherwise she was going to keep going. Like I said, she was probably going to make it to work if no one chased her. But there was someone holding my hand. I was the smallest. I was in the back. There was someone holding my hand, and yeah, I was basically ripped from her hand. And she was like 12 years old. I was 5. So
Oh man.
she was mostly traumatized, I believe. On the way to
I'm
school.
sure.
Like on the way to school, like 7 in the morning. So everybody wasn't exactly woke. When I woke up, I thought I was late for school.
Oh.
Yeah, come to find out, I was 33 days late because I was in a coma.
Oh.
Oh, jeez. Wait,
So I
was it
believe
a
they
medically induced one?
Yeah, I believe they put me in a coma because I started having seizures. And it was basically from the brain trauma. So they put me in a coma and I came out of it 33 days later. You know, I'm still a kid. Like, what the hell's going on? Let's snatch this thing out of my throat. And yeah, I'm here now. Yeah. Sucks. But I feel like sometimes I feel like everybody else has like these worse stories than me. Like, I don't remember. I didn't go through the pain and all that like everyone else did. I don't even remember mine. So you guys had to go through the worst part of remembering the trauma of it.
I don't even know how I got epilepsy. I just one day had a seizure. Was taking a nap. I woke up
I don't
having
even
a seizure.
remember.
And I walked
I don't
out
remember
and told my
waking up
boyfriend,
that morning.
I think I just had a seizure. God.
Yeah, some of us don't even remember how we got epilepsy. It's just once you have it, there's no going back, basically.
Right.
You got it for life.
Okay, I actually have a question about that. I saw somebody online recently talking about their doctor told them that if they randomly developed epilepsy as an adult, they could randomly outgrow it. And I was under the impression that epilepsy means that you're predisposed to having seizures and you can't like just outgrow that. You might stop having seizures because of meds, but like that's kind of it. Am I wrong?
You can
I
go
honestly don't know.
free.
Yeah,
You
I
can go
mean,
seizure free for a couple of years, but
Yeah, I thought you could
as
only really outgrow it from like juvenile epilepsy.
yeah,
That's what
that
I
was
thought.
my understanding.
I can't believe. Oh my God, sorry, that's my dog.
It's all right. Can't
She's
hear her.
defending me.
Mhm.
You know, stop. She's defending me. We're very at risk here.
It's a very good dog.
as
She's a
a
very
few of
good
us
dog. She is.
learn, those seizures, like even if you go seizure free for a long time, sometimes they like to come back and bite you when you least expect.
Yeah, like you would still be
Sorry, carry on,
epileptic,
Raven.
right? Oh, I'm sorry.
It's
It's hard when we're like all in separate rooms and we can't see when someone opens their mouth.
I know. And I'm also miles away, so.
Yes.
Go ahead, Raven.
I don't even know anymore. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I'm so sorry. I totally distracted
No,
you.
it's not important. It's not important.
Totally understand, you know, because I don't remember what you said either. So
No, me neither. And I don't even have epilepsy. Well, blame my dog.
Yes.
all right, I got something here. It says, did weed cause me to have a seizure? For context, I'm in my early 20s. I live in the UK, so weed isn't regulated. And I have been a pretty regular smoker for the last year or so, 3 to 5 times a week, and have never experienced anything like this. I was smoking a Zoot with my friend, no more than usual, and vaping nicotine. At the same time, I sat forward and felt the feeling you get when you're leading up to passing out and lost consciousness. When I woke up, I thought I had passed out, although I had pissed myself. My friend then told me my eyes had rolled back and I had started shaking, no foam at the mouth, and it lasted about 10 to 15 seconds before I came to. I had no brain fog and my muscles felt weak, but not sore afterwards. I had been taking mirtazapine. These medications are very hard to pronounce, you guys, so sometimes
Is
I'll
it
just say it as I think it says.
mirtazapine?
MIRTAZAPINE.
Mirtazapine. Yeah, mirtazapine. It's an antidepressant.
Oh, okay.
I've been on that one.
Well done,
I've
Mark.
been on so many meds, like basically all of the SSRIs and a whole bunch of other like non-SSRI antidepressants. I'm just,
You're
I
just a
don't know.
walking encyclopedia.
Well, I mean, only about specific subjects.
Seriously.
That'll do.
Oh,
That
that's
works for us.
Remeron?
So,
Yeah,
because go
I
ahead.
was always on the generic version of it though, so I just knew it as mirtazapine.
Oh, so wow. I forgot what I read so far, so excuse me, you guys. You know, I gotta go back. It says, for context, I'm in my early 20s. I live in the UK, so weed isn't regulated. And I've been a pretty regular smoker for the last year or so, 3 to 5 times a week, and I've never experienced anything like this. I was smoking a Zoot with my friend, no more than usual, and vaping nicotine at the same time. I sat forward and felt the feeling you get when you're leading up to passing out and lost consciousness. When I woke up, I thought I had passed out, although I had pissed myself. My friend then told me my eyes had rolled back and I started shaking, no foam at the mouth, and it lasted about 10 to 15 seconds before I came to. I had no brain fog and my muscles felt weak, but not sore afterwards. I had been taking mirtazapine for around 5 days leading up to it and stopped taking it instantly post event. I have been to the GP and my bloods and ECG came back normal. They're referring me to neurology, but I do not know how long this will take as the NHS is shit. And I think I need some peace of mind. Was it the nicotine, the weed, or the mirtazapine, or a mix of the two, or all three that likely caused this? I think I had low blood pressure my whole life, and every now and then again, get the feeling that when you stand up too fast but have never passed out from it before, I find weed to really help me with my anxiety and depression, but I am scared to smoke again before seeing neurology, but I feel like I'm losing all my progress. Side note, my anxiety affects my sleep and my eating, but not both enough. Both not enough. I would appreciate all the insight if anyone could help me that's a smoker. Well, I'm a smoker and
I'm a smoker.
I've never had a seizure while smoking.
No. That sounds like a nicotine rush thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never really had a seizure while smoking, but yeah. And I stopped smoking nicotine because I stopped smoking nicotine just because, you know, I'm here. I have to be an example, you know. I can't tell you guys you shouldn't take stimulants, and then I'm over here smoking stimulants. So now I just smoke papers, and yeah, it's cool. So far, so good.
I'm back.
Hey, we got a parent here.
Oh, hi.
Okay. So I'm at this dog park in Jersey, and made a new friend here, acquaintance who, go figure, has epilepsy.
Oh.
No way.
Yes.
Oh my God, they're everywhere.
There you go. There's everybody. All right. There's everybody. Okay. So today is you know, this special event, and I wanted to invite. Oh, bro, what was your name again? Adrian. Okay, thank you. All right, so we got Adrian here, and he's been warned of the icebreaker question. So go ahead and let him know, when was your last seizure and like what are you taking?
last seizure, it was end of June, so fairly recent. My girlfriend actually called me in it, and it usually happens when I go to bed. Not quite sure why. Other two were kind of they said it was due to drug use, and then since it happened like back to back, when it happened, and when I was in my bed, and then it happened at the ER. So since it was back to back, then I got diagnosed with epilepsy. So it was this year, and then they had me on Keppra. I think it's not quite sure how many milligrams. I think it's 50.
Oh,
What are
okay.
you
So that's
taking?
What was that?
What are you
Yeah.
taking?
Oh, Keppra.
Oh,
Yeah.
you like that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it works. I have to take twice a day, one in the morning, one at night. And I had stopped for a little bit since seizures it's a new thing, and I guess it's pretty life changing. I guess you guys will all know. That I thought maybe since I didn't have it for quite a while, I could have just stopped in a sense. Not stopped, but like only take it,
No.
and then it happened again.
Yeah.
That's a bad no-no.
With Keppra, I don't suggest stopping. I don't suggest stopping any of these medications cold turkey, but especially Keppra. Have you ever experienced Keppra rage yet?
I have not, no, which is shocking because they just wanted they were more surprised that I wasn't feeling any type of aggression. But it actually kind of helped in a sense.
You haven't had like any small spurts of anger?
Yeah, small spurts, but then I've also been working on my anger because I've also like had anger issues quite a while back, but I don't want that to be proven on my character anymore.
The Keppra will increase it. Trust me. Even for those that never got anger bursts or angry issues.
My
Personalities change.
my son was put on. Sorry, Pookie. My son was put on Keppra, and he found it so difficult to manage his emotions and his rage and his anger. Oh my God. You would not believe how angry this English boy got about Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, honestly. And his neurologist actually put him onto, I'm going to say it wrong, Briviact,
Briviact.
Yeah.
Brivracetam, which is basically Keppra without a lot of the side effects.
Oh, you're talking about I can't pronounce it either.
Brivaracetam.
Isn't that the generic?
Yeah, it's a generic Keppra.
That's generic.
Levetiracetam?
Briviact.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, levetiracetam is generic Keppra.
No, not Levera. It's Brivetra. It's, I think the generic one that we've got is called Briviact.
Yeah.
It's
No,
Brivaracetam or something, but yeah.
Regular one, and Brivaracetam is the general.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Brivaracetam. I would say Brivaracetam on that one, but I'm probably saying.
I think it's probably a lot more. You probably have a lot more of these drugs available to you in the US than we do in the UK. So it's quite a new one in the UK.
Carbatrol. Have you ever had Carbatrol explained to you or anything? Because that's one that's only available as a brand name here. So switching private, privates back to the Medicare here, lost access to that. Because that's still
crazy, isn't it?
Nice meeting you, man. Have a good one.
Yeah, so I'm on my third medication. I started with Dilantin. It was all right. I was still having a bunch of seizures. I kind of ignored it. I was running the streets and gang banging with my friends. So I would tell my friends, don't tell my mom. And I was having a bunch of seizures without telling her. Mom, I love you. She's going to see this and she's going to join soon. So, yeah, there's seizures I was having, Mom, that I was telling
you're
people.
going to get your ass whooped, Pookie.
Right. So, yeah, so now I went to Keppra for like 5 to 6 years, and I've been on lamotrigine for around 6 to 7. So, yeah, and lamotrigine, it wasn't the best at first, but I don't think it was the pills exactly. I think I was just kind of living reckless and just being a little careless. But these last 5 to 8 years, I've kind of just started paying attention to my health, especially within the past 5 to 3. And I've gotten it down to 3 to 5 seizures a year. So I think that's progress for me because I was having so many on other medications. Stop smoking tobacco. Yeah, no nicotine. Started taking B12. That's giving me way more energy than I usually have. Not sleeping as much on these medications.
What was that, man?
Do you have tonic-clonics or like what kind of seizures do you have?
They haven't actually diagnosed me yet with it. They said that it was since the first two were drug induced, and then the other two that I had was due to lack of sleep and
Oh, that's right. We
from
were
medication.
talking about EEGs.
Yeah, they haven't found anything yet. I only went on the EEG for about what was it? Like maybe a day and a half, so like 18 hours.
Yeah.
And then they couldn't find anything, so now they're gonna send me with an EKG back home, I believe. I believe it's like on early October, for like around 2 days afterward.
So that's like ambulatory, they call it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So have you picked up on any trigger since this is so early in your journey here? You don't know and have any idea what
No
caused it?
idea. I mean, I guess just kind of like lack of sleep in a sense.
Okay.
That's what I.
Did dehydration ever you think play a role?
No, and then also smoking has a lot to do with this. Since I was a big smoker
Tobacco?
prior to this, marijuana, and
But what
No,
were you getting? I
but-
mean, were you getting something from a dispensary or just?
no, it's just out on the street. That's why I thought maybe it was just like me getting laced at first, and then
That's what I would think.
Yeah, that's what they had assumed
Mhm.
since I wasn't of age.
So anything come positive when they tested you? At any
No,
of these
no,
ERs,
they didn't test me at all.
They didn't even run lab work.
No, they didn't.
Damn.
Yeah, and this is valid actually, so I would
Okay.
assume that they've done a lot, but I didn't do much.
That's how the point where a lot of us feel kind of written off in a sense. Can you guys agree when you know that they could have done more at the time to figure out why this was happening?
Yeah.
Anybody else agree? Been in that situation?
Yeah, you can't let them tell
Yeah.
you what's wrong with your body. You got to know your body. They will just tell you anything. They're not going to tell you the side effects of the medication that you're taking because they don't know. They just know it's supposed to help seizures. They never even look at the side effects. I asked someone.
Yeah.
So you gotta know your body, know what bothers you, know your triggers and all that. They're not gonna ask. They're just assuming you're having seizures because you're doing something wrong. Yeah. So
And the
you
medical
gotta
care will
advocate for yourself.
advocate.
Um,
That's a big recurring theme here.
Keep a journal for everything that happens especially on the days you have the seizures. Keep a journal, see what you were doing, see what happened with the meds, if anything mixed in, how you were feeling, anything pretty much, and always have that journal with you when you go to it. A camera footage is also advisable for going to the doctor,
Seriously.
What was that,
because
man?
then they can't refute it.
He was saying to bring your journal when you go to the doctor. So if you can keep track of, how much you drank, how much sleep you got on the day of, what time it hit. Because you were saying like they mostly happen at night, but maybe that's just when they were getting noticed, or maybe that's only when the tonic-clonic ones happen. Have you been told about like focal seizures, absent seizures, partial, something like that? So there's another kind of seizure out there that doesn't involve all the convulsions. And that's when you just fade out, essentially. A lot of people describe it as a zoning out or looking, getting kind of a zombie look. And I mean, mine typically happen 3 times a month, for less than a minute, but then it takes me a good 5 or 10 to come back. I'll ask the same question over and over or something.
Is it like dissociating in a sense?
Dissociating, yeah, I would say I'm kind of not there for the couple seconds it's happening. Sometimes they describe, eye twitching, but those are the ones that would most easily go unnoticed. If somebody wasn't around, I have this this RNS implant now that picks up on it, because they put essentially these electrodes down in where they think the seizures are coming from. The RNS picks up on it, and it, you know, supposed to zap it to stop it from spreading, generalizing, and turning into the convulsive seizure. And, you know, so far it's taken them 5 years to get the settings, but I'm actually working off of meds. Now I'm not on 16, so 15 years, give or take. Yeah, about that. But that's again when it was diagnosed. So chances are the seizures were happening longer, but I sure as hell wasn't going to admit it, and definitely not do all the EEGs that it takes to get it on record. So that's another recurring theme here is again advocating for yourself and kind of working through that like denial stage, because I think I could have gotten a lot done a lot sooner if I would have admitted it and kind of done my own research. So you gotten all your treatment and everything up here in Jersey?
Yeah, I haven't gone anywhere else. I mean, I've heard of places like NYU. They take it seriously.
Yeah.
There was this guy that some person on my job he suggested me to. He got like a little chunk of his brain kind of taken out.
Oh yeah.
And
ablation, I think they call that one.
I have no idea, but then
Something like that.
it helped him. He has been seizure free for now about 6 years.
That's amazing.
He said he was having the shakes about like 12 times a year.
Okay.
So like I guess every month. So
Yeah, that makes sense.
yeah, I'm just very happy that it's not really as serious as people say,
Yeah.
or as people experience.
It's so individual. It really is like unique to everybody. So I mean, the doctors up here, what other, you know, kind of support have they even told you about? Like, you know, if you feel like you're having side effects,
sleep
Oh, wow.
apnea test, and then that's pretty much it.
so call the doctor if you're having problems, talk to the pharmacist if you think it's something with the meds, and
if you were
good luck.
to get a seizure, call an ambulance and go to the hospital.
that's their first instinct is to tell you that if you're having a seizure, call an ambulance.
Yeah.
Wow. How's family adapting? Is
My mom's very
parents still
serious
around?
about it. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Mom's very serious about it. I still live at home. I'm only about to be 12,
How-
so.
Okay.
How's it been keeping friends?
Oh, I mean, realistically, I don't really have much anymore. It's due to college. I go away, and then I try not to make as many personal friends because of it, because I don't want to like burden them with them. But then I have my girlfriend. She's very supportive of it. So that's pretty much all.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna leave you with the link to this. You guys can both hop in anytime you have a question.
Oh, you guys are on like.
These are the people that can actually get you not just answers, but personal experience with it. Yeah, this has been by far more helpful than any medical resources. There we go.
Hey, what are you doing?
Yeah, you can give him the link to the YouTube channel so he can understand what we're going through and see.
Yeah, I told him about in season, and I'll get you a link or whatever. Let me do that before I forget.
Get on to the
That's
Reddit.
another thing. He's forgetting.
Join the family.
Oh yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
Dakota High.
we went far off topic. Basically, someone was asking, is it the weed the reason they're having seizures? You guys mind if I go back through it, Mark and Angel and Raven? All right.
Go ahead.
Luckily, this was the first one.
Go
You
for
just
it.
got here, and it happened to be something about weed, and you thought it was weed. I doubt it. But let me get started. It said, did weed cause me to have a seizure? For context, in my early 20s, I live in the UK, so weed isn't regulated, and I had been pretty regular smoker for the last year or so for 3 to 5 times per week, and have never experienced anything like this. I was smoking a Zoot with a friend, no more than usual, and vaping nicotine at the same time. I sat forward and felt the feeling you get when you're leading up to passing out and lost consciousness. When I woke up, I thought I had passed out, although I had pissed myself. My friend then told me my eyes had rolled back and I had started shaking, no foam at the mouth, and it lasted about 10 to 15 seconds before I came to. I had no brain fog and had been taking my mirtazapine,
Mirtazapine.
mirtazapine, for around 5 days leading up to it, and stopped taking it instantly post event. I have been to the GP, and all my bloods and ECG came back normal. They are referring me to neurology, but I do not know how long this will take, as the NHS is shit. And I need some peace of mind. Was it the nicotine? Was it the weed, the mirtazapine, or a mix of all three? That likely caused it. I think I have had low blood pressure my whole life, and every now and then again get the feeling that when you stand up too fast, but really have when you stand up too fast, but have never passed out from it before. I find weed to help me with anxiety and depression, but I am scared to smoke again because seeing neurology before seeing neurology again, but I feel like I'm losing all my progress. Side note, my anxiety affects my sleep and my eating, both not enough. I would appreciate any insight. And you came as soon as we started that. Yeah, I doubt it's me. I doubt it's the weed, but that's a personal thing because I smoke more than on a regular. He does 3 times at 5 a week. I'm kind of daily. So yeah, can't put the numbers together right now, but yeah. Anyhow, I doubt it's the weed. Weed I've never had a seizure when I was high. I've always smoked after a seizure, like thought that, but that made me feel better. It helped my headache and helped me sleep afterwards. Other than that, it's never been a problem for me personally, but everyone's body is different. You got to know your body. Anybody else got some advice on that for this person?
I do not think it's the weed either. It might have been something else, but it's not the weed. The weed, uh, it helps with seizures. You know,
I've been told.
a lot of us used it to help with seizures
And pain.
and pain. So I know I personally had a medical marijuana card too. So
Yeah. So, Mark, you have something? Oh, go ahead. I'm cutting people off. Let me stop.
Sorry.
Raven, what were you
Was
saying?
Mark trying to talk?
No, I think you were trying to talk first, Raven.
Oh, okay. I just don't think that they had a seizure. They're saying that they have had episodes. Sorry, I keep going. I must be lagging really badly. In the past, they've had episodes and this time seizure like event, but like that's POTS. So I actually think that it's possible they didn't even have a seizure. I think they had a syncope episode because it can look almost exactly like one, but what they described feeling beforehand sounds a lot more like POTS, which I also have. So, but I've never had a syncope episode.
What is POTS?
I think
If
it's
you
like
don't mind me asking.
fainting episodes and stuff like that, where you just kind of fall down.
Oh, sorry. Postural. Oh, there we go.
It's like positional. Oh, I forget what the O, T, and the S is syncope. It's like a fainting or looks like fainting, rapid drop in blood pressure that occurs when there's a change in position, I think. I think maybe I should just look this up rather than just, that would be more responsible, wouldn't it?
Let's see.
Postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome.
Oh, you know how to read so good. I couldn't respond. I couldn't read the tachycardia.
Yeah,
Orthostatic, I could have said, but yeah, that's
postural. So based on your posture, the way you're positioned, orthostatic. So when you've been sitting or in that position for a long time, tachycardia is a change in your heart rhythm, and syndrome. We all know what syndromes are, right?
mhm.
So condition where the autonomic nervous system doesn't properly regulate blood pressure and heart rate, leading to a host of symptoms,
Oh, yay, I'm back.
abnormally high heart rate, increase upon standing. It's a form of dysautonomia, meaning it affects the involuntary functions. So, let me see. I'm sorry. Oh, not Amazon Music. Okay. Okay. Raven's back.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry, my computer is being awful. I turned off my video and I hope that helps.
You sound much clearer now, that's for sure. I just read the definition of POTS. I don't know what, I don't know. I hope I got the right thing.
Postural
Postural
orthostatic
orthostatic.
tachycardia syndrome. It's basically that you don't have enough blood volume for your body, and so your heart is working overtime trying to pump your blood, which is pooling in your lower extremities. So doing something like standing up suddenly can make you very lightheaded, and it can make you pass out, and it can also make it look like you're having a seizure. Like your eyes can roll back in your head, you can shake, you can be like totally out of it when you come to. You might vomit afterward, you might be confused, but it's actually your heart, not your brain, that is freaking out.
Okay.
So just because they said that they had experienced that multiple times before, and like even though you can have seizures on their new SSRI, it's really rare. I personally, if I was this person, would be asking my doctor to look into POTS and not just seizures.
How would they test for POTS? Is that something they
Um,
can even test for?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they do a couple of different things. It's not fun. Basically, there's a tilt table test. They can put you on a table and then they just measure your blood pressure and your heart rate as they tilt you upside down, and a little bit at a time, and kind
That
of
sounds like a medieval torture device.
literally everybody says that. And I'm sure it feels like one. For me, I was diagnosed because just standing up within a period of a couple of minutes, my heart rate would go over 30 beats per minute more from going from seated or lying into standing. And that's like the diagnostic criteria. Something about that. So yeah, it basically your heart rate just like skyrockets when you stand up, and then your body can't handle it and you faint.
Does not sound fun.
No, it's not, but I don't think it, and I could be wrong, but I don't think that it's as likely to leave you with brain damage as epilepsy because it's like messing up with your heart, not your brain. So, like a silver lining, I guess, if we can say that.
Yeah, you got that right. So silver lining. But
Something.
Mark, you had something else when the topic of was it the weed?
You're on mute, Mark.
Thank you, Angel. I just wanted to point out that maybe a lot of our answers are being given based on our experiences in the American cannabis markets. And as we had just heard earlier in this Zoom meeting, cannabis is illegal, like flat out over in Britain. So if they're smoking weed, then they're getting it from a black market source. And I don't know what the United Kingdom's black market for cannabis is, if we can make any sort of assumptions about the quality of the product that they're using,
That's a really good point.
So, yeah, you gotta know your body. Perfect timing, Jeff.
How are you?
We've been going through something where a guy said he had
Hi.
seizures when he was wondering if it was the weed. We all said no, it's not the weed, but personal experiences can be different.
Weed
Well,
is
Well, hey,
good.
talking about a personal experience here. Adrian?
Yes.
Good God. Okay. Adrian here just told me about how he was actually going to training to be a correctional officer, but they found out. Take over.
Yeah. So I kind of kept it a secret from them from like medical reasons, even though they had my chart. They just didn't they thought maybe it was like a lot in my past that I wasn't experiencing anymore. That's why I didn't mention it. But then since I did mention it to one of our supervisors at the camp, he was like, okay, now you got to go to medical again. I thought I was comfortable talking to him, but it really wasn't. And then they kicked me out ultimately due to the fact that I didn't release that information to them. And they were like, we can't take that risk, you being in the boot camp, to due to seizures in a sense. And I was like, okay, I get it. But then I just wasted $1,000 for nothing. Because they make you buy your own equipment and all that stuff. I was 3 months in, only needed 2 more months to finish, and they took me out as soon as they found out. It sucks. That's why I'm continuing school now.
I'm sorry to
Hey,
hear
I'm proud of you for continuing though. You decided to go with cybersecurity, said?
Yes, ma'am.
That's impressive.
Right.
Are the classes, I mean, have you noticed anything changing in like how you learn, basically?
No, not necessarily. I'm just pretty good at math in a sense. But my speech is really bad. I'm not
Okay.
really able to get out the right words I want to say.
Oh yeah.
And then especially on essays, I just have like a really rough time, like kind of writing down. I'm a big, what's that word?
Storyteller?
No. I use ChatGPT a lot, so I can
Okay.
get formal writing.
There you go.
But then I can't really make it myself, and it's frustrating because I never was like that before. And now I use ums and ands a lot, and it's really
Fill in the gap type.
exactly.
Yes.
I feel
Mhm.
like I just can't. I
Yeah.
stutter more. It's really frustrating. But what can you do?
Well, what we do is work with it. I mean, prepare basically. If you know you have assignments coming up, if you know you have like interviews coming up or something, think about exactly what they're going to tell you and I personally find it easier to do stuff out loud. You know, when I know I have to talk to guidance counselor or something about you know, the high school curriculum coming up, I just do the research, you know, try to know what to expect and just do more preparation basically is what it comes down to for me, because I was kind of the opposite. I was always really, my strengths were the English and math. I had to always like double and triple check everything. But yeah, learning style is definitely something that changes over time. And everybody here, you know, has told their own anecdotes of, you know, careers that they had or career changes that had to be made unintentionally. And that's another amazing thing about how we have to adapt to literally learning differently. And I mean, your brain doesn't even stop developing until, you know, for like another 5 years or something, like mid-20s for sure.
That's I believe.
Mark, you all right?
Yeah,
Oh, just checking.
yeah. Thank you. Sorry.
It's
Seizures
all
are
right.
fun too, right? I had a seizure on here one time.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. I think they said I just like faded out and slipped out of the chair or something.
So far, we've had 3 people have seizures on camera. Me, Kate, and AJ.
And is that why you record him?
It actually doesn't record unless the person is talking. We just seen it, and it's not gonna be when I post it. It's not gonna be there because
No,
the person isn't talking.
But it does help on knowing who to check in on for sure. You know,
Yeah.
it's to help to see, like when AJ had hers last week, we saw, you know, somebody come in a certain amount of time. So, you know, that was just checking in a couple hours later. They knew, you know, I hear when mine happened, I think daughter or somebody was around, and it's, you know, it's useful for sure. And then watching
Yeah.
them back, it always feels like a new episode. I don't remember being there. So watching
I
everybody's
always
stories, hearing the subjects, yeah.
I always keep it on so I can see everyone on. That way I can see if anybody's going into some type of seizure or anything and let them know.
Yeah.
Jeff is up in this area too. He's been enjoying all the pictures of like these scenic roads on 80 and all
Yeah,
those
it's
on the way up.
beautiful.
Yep,
It's
knows where we're at.
yeah.
He's saying the same thing about the taxes and whatnot, helping talk us in the right direction.
Yeah.
Only
So
because
Members from all over the country.
Jeff, the icebreaker today was, what are you taking? When were you diagnosed? And when was your last seizure?
I'm taking see, I can never remember what I'm taking. I'm taking Fycompa 12 milligrams and lacosamide 100 twice a day. I was diagnosed, I guess, according to my wife, who knows, it was last year. And my last seizure was last night.
How you doing?
I'm coming around. This morning was kind of foggy, but my seizures run like 2 or 3 nights in a row, and then I have a couple of clear nights. And this is the first I've had since I started on the B12. So that's been a long time for me.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm happy with that. And I'll have, you know, I'll either have one later tonight or I won't. It'll be 2 days instead of 3, but they always come like that.
I'm sorry, Jeff. I'm sorry you had a seizure.
And, you know, Angela, it's kind of what we all have. We're all born with, you know, we're not born with it, but we all have it. And, you know,
I know.
it's bad.
But
It's bad when any of us go through it.
We're here to support you, so.
Well, thanks. And, you know, angels are always good in your life.
Right. Angels are good to keep around.
That's right.
I'm gonna go through the comments of this post, and the post, it said the guy basically was smoking nicotine, taking some pills, taking his pills, and smoking weed at the same time. He basically said he was smoking weed, and then he would hit the vape pen with nicotine, and he was wondering if it was the weed. the nicotine, the pills, or the combination of two or both or three. So in the comments, someone said, I highly doubt it's weed alone is the main root cause of the seizure. You probably have something completely differently going on. I'm diagnosed with epilepsy and a chronic smoker of a dope pre-diagnosis and post. And I have no troubles and have been seizure free for 3 years, but hey, I guess everyone's different. Hopefully it's just a fluke and doesn't end up turning into a diagnosis, right? Another comment says THC and nicotine both lower your seizure threshold, thus making it easier for your brain to go into a seizure. It's entirely possible that THC also decreases REM sleep, making it harder for your brain to get fully restorative sleep. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but like all of my left side jumped, including my eye twitch. But yeah. So we've come to a conclusion that we don't think it's weed. Ann, how you doing today? We had a parent here. You missed it.
I missed it. Sorry, guys.
The first parent we had on, she was in the UK, and her son has it, and she loved it from what the time she was here. She loved it.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad.
That's great.
Yeah. I am ex-cope retired. Yeah. I literally, I know, I knew that as soon as I started getting some sleep at night, I'd feel like this anyway, without the ex-copry, but wow, yeah. And I'm just in the second week, so I don't know about this. I don't know, but I'm doing okay. Otherwise, just tired, crazy tired.
Good to hear. Well, good to hear that you're okay.
Yeah, I'm okay.
For the icebreaker, we went back to the OG questions. When were you diagnosed? What are you taking? And when was your last seizure?
My original diagnosis was in 1968. My clinical diagnosis was in 2007. Right now I am taking glucosamide, Xcopri, and Valium, diazepam. Oh, and then there's the tizanidine for the spasticity. And my last seizure, it's been a couple of weeks. I literally have to look at my calendar. Because it's been, yeah, the 11th, July 11th. So almost 2 weeks.
Yeah, mine was July 13th. So twinsies.
Yeah, we're all twinsies here. I'm
Right.
telling you, this is, yeah. But yeah, I mean, that was just focal complex. It wasn't TC. If I went into a TC, I probably wouldn't be here. But yeah, I can say that the medicine is doing that part. It's saving me from those, what they used to call secondary generalized tonic-clonic. But the focals seem to be going away. You know, that it's like a buzz. I don't know how else to describe it. It's like that thin threshold feeling. And that seems to be going away. But I can tell you I could probably easily sleep for 3 days. Yeah, I mean, other than that, we're gonna fix my shoulder. That will help me sleep. You can see in my nanny cam, I'm tossing and turning because my arm is coming out of the socket. So we're gonna fix that, and that should help. But I don't know, guys, this Xcopri, if this is what it's going to be like, I'm a little worried. I see you smiling there, Angel. All right, Reese, that's it. But yeah, I'm already worried. I mean, this is just my first week, and I'm like, I could be sleeping right now. I'd be happy.
I
But
still
Can't
have to
lose any.
titrate up to 200 milligrams.
Yeah, I believe Angel said he's on his second week titrating up, right?
I'm on my 4th week, I think.
Oh, okay.
so you're at 50? Yeah, that puts
Well,
you at
5th
50
week,
milligrams.
5th week. Yeah, because next week I try titrate up again. But yeah,
Okay.
I still gotta go up to 200 milligrams. They got me
You don't
going
have
up every
to.
2 weeks.
Yeah, we're gonna hold off at 50 and see how it goes, and then come back with the Vimpat. Titrate off the Vimpat. But my doctor said he's seen people perfectly fine at 50 milligrams, and he doesn't like to use more of this than he has to. So he said, yeah, it's going to make you sleep. But he didn't say all day long. Okay. He forgot to say that part.
How's the B12 going? You started some B12 yet?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm taking the B12. For all I know, that's what's getting rid of that real, like, weird feeling. But I started the B12 before I started the Xcopri. So I did notice even then that it was a little bit, things were a little better, not just for my seizures, but I mean, I have all those other nerves that are being pressed in my spinal cord and all that, and it did help with that. But yeah, right now I'm too tired to figure it out.
Angel's fighting that Xcopri too. So
I know he is. I know we're twins. It's like I know we're texting back and forth. It's like, yo, I think I'm melting, you know.
so Melissa and Sia. Hey Sia, how you doing?
Hi.
So for the icebreaker, we just went back to the OG original question that we usually ask the new people. What are you taking? When were you diagnosed? And when was your last seizure? Melissa, Sia?
Oh, are we doing the question again?
Yeah, we've done it already.
Okay. I am taking 750 milligrams Keppra 2 times a day. And my rescue med is Nasalam. And then what was the other question?
When were you diagnosed? What are you taking? And when was your last seizure?
I was diagnosed in May, and I was diagnosed with RTLE. And I've already forgotten again. Oh, the last seizure I had, that was 2 days ago, I think.
How's it going? How you doing?
Doing okay. Coming off of ovulation, hopefully in a couple of days. It's gonna be a little downhill slide while I come back to like regular levels of everything. But I am doing better today, so that's good.
Okay, good to hear. Yes, that's very good to hear. Melissa, how you doing?
Hey, good.
Nice to see you.
I guess for the questions, I'm taking Keppra, max dose, whatever it is, and Lamictal twice a day, and Xcopri 50 milligrams. Diagnosed 2007, and my seizure was almost 2 months ago. So I'm excited
Congrats on
about
that.
that. That's exciting. But
Celebrate
that's it.
that.
That's something to clap for. So, Brandon,
Hi,
hello
Brandon.
there. The icebreaker today is the original question. We start with new people. You guys missed it. We had a parent come from the UK. Someone who actually cared about epilepsy who doesn't have it. It was really exciting for a little bit. But anyhow, Brandon, the question is.
I think that they commented, like there was a post on the page from them, and we told them to come. It might have been the same person. Anyway, sorry.
Okay. Yeah. The question was, what are you taking? When were you diagnosed? And when was your last seizure?
What I'm taking, I'm on 750 milligrams of Keppra twice a day, and I was diagnosed in 2022. And my last seizure was was it Wednesday? Last Wednesday. Yeah. After an 8-month streak, I will say.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I haven't been able to go 8 months in a long time.
I was really, really pumped. And that's why I made that post being like, hey, everyone, just don't forget, what you've accomplished, with how long you've gone. If it happens, it's not a slight on you, you're doing great with any amount of time you're not seizing. It's
Yeah. We're here for you, Brandon. We're here. We're here whenever you need us.
Well, I told Pokey, I did my text to my boss because I was like, yeah, not coming in today. I texted my girlfriend so she knew, and that I was gonna be okay. And then the third text that I sent was to the mod, like our mod chat. I was like, I need my folks to know because,
Yeah. It's the best support. Someone asked, could it be weed? The reason they had a seizure. You missed that question. But you're here now. So we'll move to the next one, which I kind of fell a little bit far from. But the next one was.
The last question was about weed causing a seizure.
Yeah, but he was also smoking weed, and then he would like hit his nicotine vape pen, and he was wondering if it was combination of the two or the medication he was taking, a combination.
No, I feel like we've already had other people ask very similar questions, and we've sort of covered that, like combining different things, and especially when tobacco is an up and weed is a down. So, yeah, okay. I'm sure that got covered.
Yeah, he was in the UK and he was wondering if it was the seizures. If it was the weed. You never know. But I say it wasn't the weed. All the comments say, it wasn't the weed. Everyone here kind of said it wasn't the weed. So, yeah, know your body. To each his own.
Well,
you gotta know your body.
I said we don't know what the UK cannabis market is like. I didn't say not the weed. So resident contrarian here. Just want to be clear.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot. Yeah,
I didn't even think it was a seizure also. So
Oh yeah, I forgot about that part too. Oh my. Yeah, she said it could be POTS. If you guys don't know what POTS was, we had a long talk about that. But yeah, we're gonna move forward. Something here says, do you ever feel your age? I don't even know how to word this or if it's a stupid question, but the older epilepsy people on this subreddit, do you ever feel your age? I'm in my early 20s in my first full-time job applying for grad school, and I just don't feel like I should be doing this. I feel weird and wrong, like an imposter. I really don't see myself as my age. It's hard to feel motivated to do anything, any of this, or anything at all when it feels like I'm not mentally at that age to do so. Will this ever get better? I have to repeat to myself how old I am and that I'm supposed to be getting a move on with my life and doing things. But even saying my age honestly makes me disassociate. I don't even feel like that is me. I can't imagine how hard it is or how hard it will be to convince myself that I'm 40. I hope you all understand, but I was just wondering if it's just me. No, my brain never feels 35, 36. I feel like my learning ability, the ability to retain information, like I could read a book and someone could be like, tell me the book. And I'd be like, hold on, let me read this or send it to Chat GPT because I don't remember any of it. It was a good book that I remember, but I don't remember what it was about. I just remember it being good. Stuff like that. Just retaining info for me is over. My short term is over. So, you guys, do you feel your age? Does your brain feel your age, basically, is what the person is saying.
No way. No way.
I have to agree because I'm only 24, about to turn 25 though next month, but I have never really felt my age. Never got along with people my age. Never took part in any of the things that other people my age did, other than when I was a stupid teenager. And especially now, after like all of the medications and the seizures and everything, I feel more like I am in my 80s than in my 20s. Everything hurts all the time. My joints ache. My bones feel like they're about to snap 24/7. And my memory is in the trash. So, yeah, I would say I don't feel my age either.
Yeah, I agree with Sia. My body definitely feels like it's like 80, 90, and I'm tired all the time. It's definitely not feeling my age.
I mean, thing to think about is what are you supposed to feel like when you're that age? Because I'm 47. Sometimes I feel like I'm in my 70s. Sometimes I feel like I'm in my 20s. I mean, I don't know how you're supposed to feel. Like, what is it that makes a 40-year-old a 40-year-old? Yeah, I can't have a job right now, and that sucks, but I don't really attribute that to like making me feel a certain age or not, and sometimes like when I can't drive, that's the most annoying. Is like when I'm can't drive. Um, but then like I'm so forgetful that I feel like an old person, and like I have no coordination and I'm falling all over the place and I don't know.
Have you had any surgeries before?
Uh, not for the brain, but other surgery, but um, I don't know.
So I'm going to go through these comments. Someone said imposter syndrome is especially prevalent in epileptic adults. It's totally normal. Someone said, I always feel like some kind of adolescence, though I'm going to be 30 in just some years. Everything about me, even my jobs, I work from home as a freelancer illustration and go to conventions several times a year as merch artist. My appearance, way of walking and talking, etc., just not match my real age. I'm afraid of aging too because like I cannot accept myself to be an adult, but well, there's nothing I could actually do. Someone else said, I finally feel 30. I'm in my mid 40s. Nice. Someone said, I feel 19. I'll be 24 this week. So it isn't just us, you guys. We're not in this alone. So someone says, epilepsy has ruined my life. I'm 22, and I feel like epilepsy has ruined my entire life. I started having focal aware seizures at 15, but I didn't know what they were, and I wasn't diagnosed until last year at 21. I've already tried 3 different medications, and none of them have worked. Currently on topiramate. And did I say that right? Okay. It says currently on topiramate, and it works about half the time. The only time I can function like a normal human being is when I take my rescue med, lorazepam. I'm in college, but I don't really have any friends. A big part of that is because I don't drive anymore, and I don't really know how to explain it to my potential friends or dates without scaring them off or feeling embarrassed. So I usually just make up some kind of random excuse. Like I've definitely not reached the acceptance stage of having epilepsy. I have my family members drive me around everywhere, which I'm lucky to have, right? But it still makes me feel like a 16-year-old, like such a burden. Plus, they don't really understand epilepsy and think it's mostly something I can have the willpower to get over. Everyone else my age is starting their lives, and I can't do the same because of epilepsy is holding me back. I feel hopeless, like my life is over, and no one in my life really understands. Am I alone here? Don't feel alone. You're not alone. We got some people here to talk to you about why you shouldn't feel alone.
They should be here right now, honestly.
Yeah. Come join the Epilepsy Universe and the In Season podcast.
You guys ever felt like it ruined a piece of you? Maybe not my life, but I feel like there's a lot of phases I think I would have loved if I didn't have epilepsy, like the driving and going places alone and things of that such nature.
I still manage to try to go to places alone, but I got a GPS on me so they can know. But yeah, I would have loved to fly a plane.
Oh yeah, that sounds nice.
I never thought that would be something I'd want to do until like it sucks because it had the thought after I was like, oh shit, I can't do this anymore. Fuck. I wish I could have done that.
Yeah, I
Okay,
got
we need a
diagnosed
pilot.
at
We need a
14,
pilot.
Brandon.
We need a pilot for the homestead. We can
Oh
get
yeah.
Angel to fly the helicopter.
Yeah, I'm gonna have an epileptic homestead, you guys, and we're gonna have a landing strip for a helicopter for the ambulance.
Discount. Free for all people
I'm
in the
sorry to eat
Epilepsy
stuff.
Universe.
Right, name it the Epileptic Universe. Yeah, we got to keep a lot of nasalium around. So we'll go through the comments of this. Someone said, I totally feel you. I felt the exact same way for so long. Felt like a little kid who had to get his mom to take me everywhere. Just thought with friends, dates, it's not your fault. You have epilepsy, and if they don't understand that, then they weren't meant to be your friends anyways. Nobody has ever given me a hard time about not being able to drive. Just offer up gas money or something in exchange since you're not driving anymore. I know how it feels to look at every age. I know how it feels to look at everyone your age when they're in different places in their lives and it seems like they've got it all figured out, but you don't. took me a long time to stop caring where other people my age are at and comparing it to my situation. Epilepsy sucks and it's hard to come to terms with, but you're not alone in this. You can always DM me if you want to chat. That's a nice person. Someone else said, we understand. I felt exactly what you're going through. Shit, I still feel the same way sometimes. The one thing that no one tells you about epilepsy is how fucking resilient we are. We're more attentively have to look after ourselves, trigger dependent, I guess. I completely understand the lack of hope. It's depressing being epileptic, but you can still achieve so much, do so much. You may think you might not be able to right now, but you can. We all have our dark times. I'm happy you have your family to support you. If you ever need to reach out, I'm here. It ain't over till it's over, champ. You got this. Such great people out there. Most of them have epilepsy. This person says, I need some real big advice or someone to talk to right now. I'm reaching out because I'm at my end point. The war inside my head is winning. Don't give up. I'm sure my friends have something for you.
Yeah, that's really the only thing you can say in that situation, because it's like, we don't know their like them personally, but in any situation where someone is, like feeling that way, you just have to tell them, like, stay strong and just keep your head up, try and think positive, try and find people to talk to you or that you can talk to. And if it a lot of times, you feel this way because of your medication, and it's not really what you feel, but you definitely feel it in that moment. So
Yeah, like Brandon just said, I think it's hard to talk to someone who's feeling like that because any suggestions that you might make may not seem like probable solutions that would work, And saying stay positive even sometimes can also be difficult because it's hard to see the positives sometimes. But that's
yeah,
why something like this is so important, having a community of people who understand you. Sometimes it's not even just like you need to complain or you need to rant. You just need someone to know what you're feeling isn't wrong and that you will be okay eventually. There are people who have made it through. So for this person, you got to come here. You got to come here, join the team, join the family, and talk about what is making you feel so down. Because whatever it is, I promise you, there's someone here that will help you find a way out.
Yeah, I felt that when Sia said, you don't exactly want to hear, it's going to be all right. And I said that without even thinking about it. Because I know a lot of times people are like, it's going to be okay. I do not want to hear that because you do not know. But being that we have epilepsy and I do kind of know, I can say it gets better with time. It's not going to be easy now. It gets better with time. Just got to hang in there. And I was going to say hope for the best, but that isn't even a good way to put it. Yeah, you just got to fight it out. It's going to
And
get worse
also,
before it gets better. So prepare for the
also
worst.
too, you gotta listen out for the people who have found victory, like Kevin, for example, with the implant that he has. I can't remember everything off of the top of my head, but he's found a lot of success with that. And yes, you look it up on Google, how probable is success for me? And yeah, it's not a great outlook, but there is always a way. There's always the option to keep going, keep fighting, and keep hoping. And hope is very important in this situation with epilepsy, because without hope, you don't know. If you give up right now, you might see a brighter day one day. Like right now, I'm feeling a brighter day. So, and I never expected this to ever come, but it's here. And it may not be about my physical situation, but mentally, I feel really great. So it is, there are ways.
We've got Adrian sat here, and we were just discussing, you know, just any general concerns with new diagnosis and everything. And he brought up being curious about the opinion of everybody else on where is the best treatment in the country. You know, basically, where's the best treatment that you've ever received? Any generalizations of, like, you know, bigger cities, bigger hospitals, or do you swear by like a Cleveland Clinic type of certain practice? What do you guys think?
I go in Philadelphia. I think the best treatment I receive is actually right now in Jefferson Health. It's also an epilepsy center, so you know, like they're looking for everything beyond the epilepsy too for me. Like they're the ones that spotted my liver enzymes being so high and notified me before my PCP could, you know? And they're all on the same page. So
Okay, thank you, Angel. That's great info. What about you, Mark?
I would suggest just generally if you could find a hospital that is associated with or attached to a university, particularly like a tier one research university, that's where you're going to find the most skilled doctors and the highest level of technology and research into new treatments, new medications. In my area, we have University of Central Florida, and I see advertisements for uh, research uh, research groups studying new medications where they would provide the medication and transport to and from for free. And it's all associated with that university right there. So it's not a single location that I would recommend, but broadly look for universities.
Okay, great, Mark. That's a big help. All right, and I saw Annie's comment there about Baltimore. So yeah, we're up in Jersey now. It's good to know about anything in this area. So the teaching hospitals are definitely a great resource. And we've just been talking about patient advocacy, you know, self advocating for yourself and making sure that the doctors are focused on the right parts of the case and actually getting to the bottom of it. Anything you guys want to add to that?
I had
Like
a really
Angel,
good
I go to Penn.
Go ahead.
I go to Philly to Penn. And I don't know if it's the best I've ever had because it's the only one I've ever had. And I mean, maybe Angel gets much better care than I do. I really have no idea. It's probably time for me to go somewhere else just to get an idea if they're any good.
Yeah, second opinions are never a waste.
I was just gonna say my best doctor that I've ever seen, we're military, we move around a lot, and so I've seen lots of different doctors. But the best one I would say was in Biloxi, Mississippi. was on a military base, which that's not open to everybody. But it was just a random doctor. He wasn't like like a specialist. He just happened to be smart. I think there can just be random smart doctors out there. Like it doesn't have to be a big city. It can be in small towns. And then I also think that if you are suspicious of your doctor, like not being quite so knowledgeable of epilepsy, and you have a neurologist, to trust your gut and look for a different one, and don't be afraid to change your doctor. Because that's what I'm doing right now. I got a new doctor. I'm excited. They're up. I can't see her until October because she's really booked up, but she's the only one in town that I've found that has like extra training in epilepsy. So I'm excited about that.
Excellent. Yeah, Melissa, that's something that we've been talking about pretty frequently. About just making sure, like what Annie said, everybody's on the same page. And hey, I'm excited for your appointment. Now you'll go in there prepared, knowing what you expect to get done. That's a big help. Anybody else remember how you kind of broke it to your family after appointments? What you guys helped or did to help your family understand what it actually felt like, and what kind of helped you after?
I'm sorry, I just zoned back in and I heard you, but it just went away.
Yeah, no problem. I was just asking, for Adrian, take care. What do you guys remember how you kind of broke it to your family? You know, how to handle a seizure afterwards, what it felt like to you. Does everybody get those wicked headaches and always confused for longer than 15 minutes, or kind of how do you guys handle it with explaining it to your family?
They don't exactly take my explanation. They just kind of handle it the way they feel like it should be handled. That's how I feel about the situation personally, but I'm not there when it happens. But I think, yeah, I think if I'd be like, oh, you got to do it like this, do this and don't do this, they might be like, oh, no, you're not here to handle that, you know? You're supposed to do like this and this and that. And I can't argue and tell you what to do because you're not going to do what I'm asking you to do when you already told me what you're supposed to do. You know what I mean? You see what I'm getting at? Yeah. So each family has their own quirks, I guess. How do your family go about that? How do you go about telling someone how to handle it when you have a seizure? Because
Well, I think this is just proving basically that I don't feel good, that, I am sore for 3 days after at least. And, I won't use it as an excuse not to do laundry or something, but it doesn't feel good and it will take longer. Chores will definitely take longer after the fact. Headaches, for at least a good 2 hours after, and using that information to make progress on the seizures. I know if I have a headache from more than 3 hours after that, it was probably a little longer. It was probably a longer than 2 minutes of convulsions. And until we got the camera to prove that, essentially, that's something that I only had notes to go on. So that was another big help of taking notes and getting the camera on top of that, just to have proof, to be able to kind of connect the dots on our own. That's what helped me with, help my family understand, is connecting the dots with them of like what the symptoms meant for seizure.
since I'm back, go ahead, Mark.
Well, I had a tonic-clonic seizure in front of my family. That's what kind of helped them. And honestly, at that point, I had only like subjectively experienced them. I'd been told by a friend that I had a seizure, but I had never really felt more than just the sore muscles and stuff. So they got to see the big dramatic convulsions before I did. Um, they were the ones who, brought me to the emergency room and first started getting it documented. So, in my case, my family was really, in some ways, I think they understood some aspects of my epilepsy before I even did. But certainly, I think with the tonic-clonics, where I'm unconscious, I think it's more traumatic for them to see it, to see me in that state. Um, Subjectively, I'm just sore afterwards. So, yeah.
Adrian, how about you?
Myself, honestly, I haven't found out too many kind of traits about myself. Me getting diagnosed with epilepsy was this year. So, and my seizure started last year. I think it was last April it happened. And so far, nothing really, nothing really I could say. I don't know too much about epilepsy. Honestly, they just told me I had it. They didn't tell me what type. I didn't even know there were types. I apologize for that. I wish I could come to you guys for more information, but with me coming to more of these meetings, I feel like it'll help me a lot more know about what I have and stuff. So thank you guys.
Yeah, so I understand what you're saying. This group will help you because I've been having focals and myoclonics for 10 years and I didn't know those were seizures. I thought those were like the precursors. And when those happen, I'll be like, okay, I need to lay down because a seizure might come. Come to find out that was an actual seizure. Then yeah. Ended up talking to my doctor and he was disappointed. He was like, you've been going through this for 10 years and this is how you found out from people on Reddit. And I was just like, oh, hold on. You're retiring in a week. So
yeah, you didn't really help me find out.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, so I didn't take that to heart or get mad because I was like, I won't see him again anyway. But I had him for 20 years. My neurologist had him for 20 years and he retired. So I'm waiting on another one that I'll see in a couple weeks. So other than that, I just hope this new one doesn't decide, oh, well, I think you should change meds. And I'm going to tell him no. So it's not going to have any options. I refuse because I feel like I've come so far. I feel like maybe titrate up a little bit on this lamotrigine, but I don't feel like going to something else is going to change anything at the moment. I'm cool with 3 to 5 a year, and that sounds horrible. I'm cool with what from where I've came from. I'm to a comfortable point now, is what I should say. I'm happy without 12 and 15 and all that stuff a year. I'm happy with 3 to 5. Is that a good way to put it? Because it does not sound good when I say I'm happy with seizures. Go ahead, Sia.
Could this be a good opportunity for us to all go through what we understand as what we experience with our seizures? Some of us have multiple types. Some of us have a specific type. Could it be? I don't know. Idea?
Yeah. Anybody want to start?
I can start. When I was diagnosed as complex partial seizures, which is focal impaired awareness. And they start on my left side and go bilateral to my right side. I experience tonic-clonics, which are grand mals, which is what I only thought were the only type of seizures before. But I also have absent seizures, and me and my neurologist have been going through with this. He thinks this has been going on for a long time, so he thinks it's juvenile absence seizures. And absence seizures are pretty much, they can look no more different than daydreaming sometimes, or staring, basically, just, and they won't last long. But when my wife reported it to my neurologist at the time, she said she could look into my eyes and she could tell I wasn't there. And then I also experienced cluster aware seizures, and those were new to me because I was never aware for a seizure in my entire lifespan until they started. And that one was like tonic-clonic type, and it was freaky, like scary. And I also get them at nighttime, so I guess like my seizures happen anytime, so they can be nocturnal or any time of day. And that's me.
Oh, the comments to the person saying they reached their endpoint, we can go through those. Someone said, hang on there, amigo. Anything you want to talk about? I just got through a week of TCs that really did a number on my brain. I'm here for you. Someone else said, could you be pre or postical? That is how I sound and feel when it is about to hit me, the fan, when it's about to hit the fan or already has. Another person said, I will say you shouldn't do anything, but I'm in the same spot and it's annoying as fuck. And when people say that because if I'm going to do something, those words won't change much. That out of the way, yeah, existing is just pain at this point. And I don't know, I just wish I could be erased from everything and just live in nature for the rest of my days. How about you? What would you do if society didn't exist anymore and all this BS and the annoying shit in the world just went away? I swear, people with epilepsy are the funnest people. They're so nice in the comments, at least. I got something here. It says, partner, 33, had 2 seizures years apart, trying to understand if it's epilepsy and how to safely move forward. I'm hoping to get some insight or support from people with experience dealing with seizures or epilepsy. My partner's 33, had his first known seizure about 5 years ago as he was leaving a sports arena. He has no memory of it. Then last spring, he had a second one while exiting the car and walking up to the house. He was carrying a large bag of clothes on his back, kind of like Santa, and a food bag in the other hand. He had a feeling very sick in the days leading up to the second seizure, but doesn't remember anything from the actual day. The seizure itself was grand mal, tonic-clonic, lasting 5 to 7 minutes. Afterward, he got up abruptly and was shouting, confused, and very combative. One side of his face was drooping, and I initially feared it might have been a stroke because he looked so terrible. It took about an hour for him to fully regain awareness, and he doesn't remember being in the ER at all. When we saw the neurologist shortly after, the doctor said it was probably epilepsy. However, none of the testing, including an EEG and imaging, showed any epileptic activity. The one finding was a cyst on the back of his brain, which they mentioned could sometimes occur in people with epilepsy. But they didn't really go further into that. He's been on a seizure medication twice a day since, and since then and has been seizure-free for over a year. We have a long-awaited follow-up neurology appointment scheduled for September, but in the meantime, we feel kind of stuck. His life has been on pause, and I've been doing all the driving. While I don't mind supporting him at all, it's been very draining and tough at times. He wants to take the load off of me and start to drive again, but we're both scared. My parents are also pushing him to start driving again, which adds pressure. We want to move forward, but only if it's truly safe. We're trying to be cautious, especially since he has no warning signs or auras before a seizure. I work with adults with disabilities and I'm around seizures regularly, so I was able to respond appropriately when it happened. But this situation is still scary when it's someone you love. Has anyone been in a similar situation? Do you or a loved one have epilepsy but had normal testing? Did you end up driving again? If so, how did you make that decision? Any insight would be truly appreciated. We want to make the best choices for his health, for the public safety, and feel kind of alone in navigating this right now. Thanks for the advice in advance.
Definitely
So
shouldn't
much.
drive.
Say that again?
He definitely shouldn't drive. There's no question about it. It's not safe. Why should he do it?
Right. It's the same reason I don't drive. I don't want to put anyone else's life in danger.
Right. That's why I stopped.
Yeah, it seems like if you're at a point where you need to ask if you're safe to drive or not, you're probably not safe to drive. Um, I don't know. I don't think there's any unringing that bell once it happens.
Yeah.
As
I think,
someone who, oh, sorry, go ahead.
sorry, I thought I saw Annie had her hand up.
Oh,
Go
yeah.
ahead, Annie.
Yeah, I was going to say, just like Mark said, the answer is in the question. Yeah, if you have to ask yourself, I mean, I did the same thing. It was before I was clinically diagnosed. And I say that only because that was the diagnosis in the hospital, with the EEG, all of that. But, you know, before that, I mean, I had seizures my entire life and I didn't know. I was driving around, driving my kids around, and it wasn't until closer to that clinical diagnosis where I started noticing, you know, more going on. And I don't know about you guys if you remember or ever had the opportunity to get, you know, to drive in rush hour traffic. It becomes a repetitive thing. And it's almost you can almost do it on autopilot. But when I was going from near Niagara Falls to Buffalo, and I ended up in Rochester, an hour and 90 minutes away. And I did that once. I ended up halfway, like missing, like Pookie, missing the exit or missing the bus stop. I've just been driving. And then I exited and I didn't know where I was, and only to discover I was a half hour away from home. And it takes 20 minutes to get home, kind of, you know, I'm like way off in the wrong direction. So I made that decision for myself, you know, plus just driving up on somebody's lawn, and I put the car in park. And I was just there with my head on the steering wheel. So I'm like, okay, here, take the keys, drive me home. But, you know, that's one of those things. It's like the answer is in the question. If you have to ask yourself that, you're asking yourself that. And that's enough to say, yeah, do the right thing. You know, I hate to see somebody have to carry that burden of taking a life or altering somebody else's life because they made that choice. So I didn't want to be that person, so I said no. But yeah.
Yeah, Yeah, I don't want to be that person either. I couldn't imagine how I would feel or the things I would have to go through mentally after hurting someone. Um, yeah, I'm glad when I did get in a car accident with people in the car, it was didn't hurt anybody besides myself in the car.
Yeah,
Melissa,
I
did you have something?
definitely. Sorry, I was gonna say I definitely miss driving. You know, I made a little bit of money doing things that I could, you know, deliver or go pick up or, you know, have those, you know, a lot of the things I used to do that I don't because I don't drive. Can't do them now because, you know, the epilepsy did enough of it changed enough, you know. But I do miss driving. I really do.
I was just gonna ask, did he say when his last seizure was? And then,
I think she said a few years ago, right? It's real fuzzy for me because I read it and I was just reading it out, hoping you guys, because it was very long. I was hoping you guys were listening.
yeah, and I wasn't
That's it.
focusing very well. But if it's been a few years and he feels comfortable, legally he's allowed to drive, right? But I mean, it's up to him to decide. If nobody else can decide for him. And if he doesn't feel comfortable with it, then nobody around him should make him. Because it's his life and his
Well,
actions.
is it really just his life, though? That's
Yeah,
really
that's
the
true.
question. He would be
That's
making that
100%.
decision for anybody on the road around him anytime he gets behind the wheel.
That's 100% true. In the post, it sounded like people were forcing him to drive, though.
Oh,
Like
oh,
his
really? I
in-laws wanted him to
forgot that
drive.
there was even a post that we were
Yeah.
talking about.
Yeah. I forgot to, but yeah, I think she said her in-laws, his in-laws, or she said her parents were pressuring him to drive as well. So yeah, that part sucks too.
Yeah, they need to think that there's more than one person involved, and you know, it's annoying to have to drive people around all the time, but I mean,
Yeah. Sia, did you have something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, regarding the post that you read, as someone who originally only had clear text and was told that it was just all in my head at first. So they didn't even tell me that it was epilepsy at first. They didn't tell me to stop driving, just that it might not be safe to do. So for the first while, I was continuing to drive, because you know I have kids. We needed to get places, going to parents' houses, picking stuff up, and all that. And the first time that I had a seizure while driving was in November of 2024, and I drove myself to a cardiologist appointment. And I got there, and literally within minutes after walking out of the car and locking it, I had a seizure. Ended up in the ER. But they told me again that it was just PNES, all in my head, and that it wasn't anything to take too seriously. So I continued driving. And then in February of 2025, this year, I was driving my children. They were in the back seat, and my husband was in the passenger seat. And it was late at night, and I was feeling very off. And I had a TC while driving on a main road with a bunch of cars. And my husband thankfully was very quick to grab the wheel and pull the emergency brake, and was able to, you know, drag me into the passenger side so that he could get us home safely. So we didn't wreck, but fact of the matter is that I could have killed us all. There were cars driving directly towards us. There were cars directly behind us. I could have. And that was just me thinking that I had to do the things that I needed to do as a mom, and my family was pushing me to do more. His family was, and I felt that pressure, and the doctors still hadn't said, it's you can continue driving. They hadn't told me that I should stop. And so I just figured, well, it'll be fine. I won't have a seizure. I'll know. But no, I didn't know. I had been a month and a half free of any TCs at that point. I wasn't even on medication, so I thought it was just gone. And it came back, and it came back hard. And so yeah, it's whether you have test results or not, if they say anything about epilepsy or that you have had any seizures, whether it's PNES or epilepsy, or any other types of causes, you are at risk for more seizures. And so, no matter how long it's been, it's safer, I think, for you, your family, and the people all around you on the road to not drive. I'm never going to again. I miss driving, but I would never do that again. That scared me so bad.
Yeah, so Sailor Mom, a while back, she was telling us about the chamomile not being good for epileptics, basically. And we were all trying to dissect why and all that stuff. But I was looking at this tea and I was like, okay, it doesn't have chamomile in it, it's caffeine free. And then there's a warning on the back: consult a healthcare provider prior to use if you have a medical condition. Never noticed that. I don't think I've ever read the box of tea. I just was like, okay, there's some tea. I know how to make it. Put it in water, heat the water, and so on. But that caught my attention. I never noticed the box said consult a healthcare provider, just if you have a medical condition. And I probably would have did that years ago. But Mark, you got something?
Hold on. I was just a lot of different different herbs can interact with liver enzymes that might be responsible for some epilepsy medications. So that might be a consideration. I know that I don't know about herbs, but I know that grapefruit juice can cause problems with a lot of meds. I was just trying to look up the chamomile, and I don't see anything specific except that it's sedative, and that sedative effect might increase the effect of already sedating medications that epileptic people are put on. So that makes a lot of sense. Anything that might potentially lead to drowsiness, you should consider before consuming if you're on already on epilepsy medications. Just because that stacking isn't necessarily like a linear one-to-one kind of thing. Sometimes those interactions can be, greater than the sum of their parts. So, yeah, I don't know. I would be interested to hear Sailor Mom explain more specifically what she means. I kind of
Yeah, I
It
forgot
seemed
what
like
she
she had something specific in mind. So
Yeah, I was seeing that when I was editing the video. I was like, okay, there's something I have to tell Mark because Mark said it might not be that. So yeah, but yeah, there was something about chamomile that she believes is, or she said she read somewhere. She can't remember where she read it, but I got something else here. It says, how did you get disability? I'm barely able to work 10 hours a week due to constant focal aware clusters where I lose my speech and ability to function effectively, but I'm not able to get disability. How did you get disability? I'm on my third appeal. I haven't been able to get it. Anybody get disability?
I'm still fighting.
Yeah.
I got it, but not for epilepsy.
I think it might be harder for people with epilepsy. I heard someone else say, but
I'm sure it is.
yeah, they don't think a seizure is going to stop you from working. You can get up
Especially
and go back to work.
now, nowadays, it's impossible. They don't even look at us as, having a disease.
Right. So many people think, oh, you just had a seizure. You can get back up. You just need a little nap. You can get back up and put this IKEA table together.
Oh, sorry. I meant I was talking government.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't. So
I couldn't even figure out how to play with the cat after my seizure on Saturday night. Yeah, that was too much for me. What IKEA table, forget about it.
I didn't even remember who the president was, but I was told that IKEA table needs to be put together soon. So yeah. I guess it doesn't matter. But hey, yeah, we'll move forward. I get over it. Some of the comments said, my neurologist agrees it's too risky for me to drive. Agrees it's too risky for me to work on any consistent basis. But she also says that I'm not disabled enough for disability payments. I also asked her, how am I supposed to live without work or driving if I can't get disability, if I can't get any disability payments? Her response was that I'd have to get used to having seizures at work or be prepared to lose a job over it. Yes, at 25, there's nothing more fun than playing around with my health. I'm sorry, that was a well-needed rant. And that was a response. Someone else said, I tried and tried through the state social worker and zero success. Acquired a lawyer who represented the exact same information and was approved immediately. Nice. Someone here, oh, Toaster says, I'm fighting for it. I'm in a unique situation right now. I don't work. I live with my parents and my son. My parents are getting up there in years. We have a symbolic relationship. If you know, you know. That makes sense. Take care of them and the things they can't do, cooking and cleaning. They take care of me and my son, transporting and memory management, and pay for everything. You know, the dad look. I get that if I even try to pay for it. Someone else said, I got a good lawyer. That's all I can say to you. So moving forward, it says, this seems inexcusable to me. Am I overreacting? My doctor sent me 3 months worth of Keppra refills that I've already paid for and bought home, but they're the wrong dose. I would be going from 3,000 milligrams daily to 4,000 milligrams daily. We never discussed upping my dose. I don't want to up my dose as I don't tolerate it well. I pointed out to his nurse and the doctor himself that my dosage was incorrect in my chart every time. I've been to their office. I've been told over and over they fix it, but never have. I messaged my doc to tell him what was going on with the meds, and he just told me to cut the pills into quarters and take 3/4. This just doesn't seem right to me. Am I overreacting? The first comment says, go get a new neurologist. This is simply because of sloppy internal organizations. But from you guys, does she seem to be overreacting?
1,000% no. My neurologist straight up told me, like, because when my dosage got up, she was like, okay, so don't use those like pills anymore. Don't cut them. And because I went from 500 to 750, so in my mind, I was like, oh, I can use those and just cut them in half. Like, no. The chemicals are different. Like as you go through the pill, it's not just all one thing, So that's a horrible idea, and they should get a new neurologist.
I assumed all the pills are just like made in a pot, just some powder, and then they stamp a pill and a bunch of pills, but that's not it. They make them separately.
Well, it's like you have two sides to the pill, so that's why they're meant to be taken as a whole. Especially when you have like if you have the long term or the slow release ones.
Extended release.
Yeah. Like, sorry, I pointed this way because on my screen you're to my right. Yeah, like you can't mess with your pills like that. That's why, I know I got questions about like I've been dissolving mine, but I'm drinking the entirety of the pill at once, not taking,
Yeah, I remember you said that. Drink it instead of take it. I thought about it, but I just never got to it.
Yeah, I don't know. I started doing hot water for it. It helps the pill dissolve faster. It basically just like falls apart in the water. And when you have a big pill and you're like, I don't know, trying to do your morning thing, like get ready for the
I
day.
think you're frozen, Brandon. Or am I frozen?
You're not.
Oh.
Am I good?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but like I would go to like take my pill as I'm like trying to like run out the door for work. And just it's a big pill. I try and take it. It gets like it doesn't go down right. And then all of a sudden I'm like puking it up when I have like 2 minutes to leave for work. And it was really annoying. Yeah. Also,
So
I've
the
noticed
hot
when I
water,
do, huh?
did the hot water work? Were you able to get it down with that? Could you like
Oh yeah, hot and cold.
put a
It just
bag of
dissolves
tea in it
faster.
or something and like essentially like roofie yourself with your morning medication kind of thing? And
And I wouldn't want to add the flavor. When you
oh,
dissolve the
ooh, yeah.
pill to the hot water, it just kind of tastes like, I don't know, like bitter
Pill.
water.
Yeah.
It's not great, but it's not like I don't know. When we were all of us when we were kids, we drank water from a hose once or twice, right? Yeah. It's just like bad tasting water, but it's fine. I do like the pill water and then like juice. So I boom, boom.
The good chaser.
Yeah, it's chaser some orange juice or something,
Yeah. Anyone else advice to this person? Are they overreacting? How do you feel about that?
No, but I have a question for Brandon. Brandon, you said that Mark was on the right on your screen.
Oh yeah, for me it's Pookie top left, me top middle, Mark top right, Melissa underneath Pookie, Angel, Jeff and Liz, Annie and Saya down bottom.
Well, my screen is totally different. I didn't realize
Yep.
Mine too.
it can work like that.
Mine's all over the place. You guys aren't where he said.
Yeah,
Do they
I'm not.
stay in the same position on your
No,
screen, Brandon?
No,
no, occasionally, yeah, we've all noticed that people will kind of bump around sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pookie, you
Okay.
don't control that.
It's the
No.
Brady Bunch.
You guys are moving on point, and you're not like skipping or doing anything that you're not doing on other people's screen. But yeah, you're in different places.
And then
I'd
it's like the
really
Brady
like if they
Bunch.
could just stay in the same spot.
Right.
Know where the person is, know where to look when they start talking, rather
It
than
gets
having to find
confusing.
them in the, yeah,
Eh, I mean, we're all just doing this like looking at a laptop, so our eyes are going like from here to here to here to
On a
here.
phone.
You know, it doesn't really
yeah.
matter.
So, about that person, I don't say they're overreacting. I wouldn't say go get another doctor, but talk to that doctor and yeah, talk to
Help
them
that
I'm
about
doctor
it.
thinking
be
they
better.
should get I think they should get another doctor. Because if they can't even figure out how much medicine this guy needs, what else are they not figuring out? It's like the whole, and they said they've been doing this for months now. That's just ridiculous, in my view. I would, I would try to get a new doctor.
I would get a new
It's not,
doctor and also inform the doctor before getting a new doctor why you're getting a new doctor, because they need to be better at their job and they need to know that like they're losing patients over this, and that's not a good look for any doctor. But also, like, I don't know where they're from, but if they're like in a smaller town area or something, like, and their doctor's getting that review, it's not gonna look good.
One
Yeah,
of the
but
Don't you
comments
think
is
also?
if they're in a smaller town though, not everybody has the luxury to shop around for a doctor, and even when they do, it's not necessarily a guarantee that they would find somebody better than they already have. Um, there's always the bell curve, and there's always going to be somebody to the right of you. Well, there's going to be someone to the right and to the left of you, wherever you are, always. So, you know.
I guess we could take the expression "old boss always sucks until you meet the new one" and say "old doctor always sucks until you meet the new one." So
The other
Yeah.
thing is, we're hearing, only their perspective, and maybe they didn't hear what they wanted to from the doctor.
yeah.
And
I was
not
thinking
really
that.
what happened.
I thought that same thing. Maybe we're hearing one side of the story. And sometimes we tell one side, I know how that goes. Someone here says cut the pill in quarters. Not a doctor, but cutting them in half, maybe if you needed 2,000 milligrams. But quarters seems bound for errors in the dose. I'd never accept that from my doctors. I'd vote not overreacting.
Yeah.
Someone else said, it's so hard to find a good epilepsy doc. I would hesitate to jump ship. First thing, I would ask the pharmacist if it's okay to cut the pills into quarters to get the right dose. Next thing, I would ask the office manager to help you get the dose error changed on your chart once and for all. Thirdly, I might ask for a different anti-seizure med if you don't tolerate Keppra well. If the doc can't work with you or finding a better med, it may be time to jump ship. I was told earlier to avoid doc hopping if at all possible. I did have to eventually, but have learned a few tricks of the trade along the way. Good luck. Hang in there. Never give up. LT, LE, Excopri, lamotrigine, and cannabinoids. Okay. There's another one.
That's a
Definitely
really
time
good point that they made with the asking the doctor or double checking, confirming anything that the doctor, any directions that the doctor gives them about the pill, like confirming it with the pharmacist, especially like when it's splitting, quartering, stuff like that. Um, it just goes to, what Brandon had said, that a lot of times these medications are made with like a time release mechanism that depends on the pill being intact as it goes through the digestive system. Um, and a pharmacist would know that about whatever given pill that they're taking. So if they have doubts about the doctor and his competency, the pill could be a good test. If the pharmacist confirms that splitting that pill is not safe, is not a good way to get the result that the doctor wanted, then that's definitely a proof that the doctor you know, needs some educating. I don't know. There's probably a better word out there for it, but I'm gonna stay with educating.
I guess it annoys me also that when the doctor's saying, oh, cut a quarter of it off, it's like, okay, now you're asking this person to then the next day cut the next pill in half, take two, like, tiny halves, or like one quarter piece and a half, and then the following day they have to cut a quarter off, and it's just this like weird, like, why are you making us do the math when you could just do your friggin' job right?
Right.
And
Love
the
Brandon.
dissolving that you do, though, that you said is a good solution, though. If you've dissolved your pill into, a cup of water, you can easily measure out 3/4 of a cup and, set that other quarter aside
I
until
don't know.
dissolving next days.
I guess I wouldn't trust that because you don't really know how much of how it's still there's still sediment in there,
Yeah, the pill
so
filler binding or
yeah, so you
binder.
don't know like how much of the actual medication you're getting, based on just like if you took one sip of it, you don't know how much of the meds are in there. That's why you got to drink the whole thing. Um, so I wouldn't want to like measure it out in the hopes, if you were to actually like cut and then dissolve, then that's different. But I don't know. That's just getting way too technical for just getting the correct medication.
Yeah, the doctor should just provide the correct
And
information and
yeah, exactly.
medication from the start. So,
Yeah, we might have a mother coming in soon. I believe she said she has a child who has epilepsy. I think his name is Pookie. Anyhow.
And she call him Sunshine.
Angel?
Whoa, another Pookie? This is wild.
Only she can call me Sunshine. Anyhow. I got some questions for her. Good one. Ready. So next question would be, never been diagnosed with epilepsy. Had second seizure of my life yesterday. Question related to driving. I'm a 29-year-old male. I had my second seizure of my life yesterday. What happened is I was sitting in the back of the work truck. My boss was driving. His wife was in the passenger, and all of a sudden, I get a wave of anxiety. My neck tightens. Apparently, my body stiffened up and started making growling noises. But my brain went offline. I didn't remember doing any of that. Anyway, when I was being released from the hospital yesterday, the doctor mentioned that I shouldn't be driving for 6 months. That is what I'm most bummed out about. How am I going to efficiently get to work, go to the gym, get groceries? I just feel like completely disadvantaged now. What would happen if the police pulled me over? As far as I know, my license is not suspended. So this seems to be legal gray area. I'm in the city of Alberta, Canada, with awful public transportation too. If anyone has been going through anything similar or has any thoughts, let me know. This was a few days ago, so this person sounds like they might be new to epilepsy, and I don't suggest driving if you're watching this. I don't suggest it. I say you listen to that doctor. Yeah, if the doctor says don't drive, I wouldn't second. Well, I was going to say I wouldn't second what the doctor says, but some of the things you got to second. But driving, he says doesn't drive. He probably has a good reason.
Yeah, there's a whole legal framework behind the doctor saying that it's not just for, kicks and giggles.
Yeah, if the doctor said don't, you should. And yeah, it it might cause a ripple in your time hole, you know, but think of the other side. What might it do to other people on the road if you have a seizure on the road while driving?
Also, public transportation might be better than they think it is if they haven't used it a lot. It might not be quite as bad. You know what I'm saying?
I was
It might,
thinking of saying that. How much have you actually taken it? Because
yeah. Because it might not be as bad as they think it is, or they just have to adjust to like having to wait instead of just getting in your car and going.
yeah, because out near where my mother is, there is public transportation, but she is out there too. So there's public transportation. You might be able to get to where you need to get, but being on those buses, a bunch of smokers and tweakers sleeping on the buses for the whole route and stuff, I didn't like it. I'd say they had good transportation. I can say that, but the experience on that transportation, you'll get there, but that's what you're dealing with. So
Yeah, transportation isn't fun. But if I was forced one of these days to have to take it, I would much rather do that than drive.
right. Yeah, see you know what I'm talking about. Those buses are horrible. They're dirty. We'll not talk about those dirty buses. Got another one here. We'll go through the comments. This one said, "What would happen if the police pull you over?" I'm scratching my head with this one. Don't you mean to be asking what would happen if you had another seizure while driving? If the ethics of it aren't troubling you, then you can consider the fact that your insurance would no longer cover you. It says that clearly in the comments. Someone else said, fellow Canadian here. First one was kind of a scare. They did all the tests and it looked fine. So they said could happen to anyone and I shouldn't worry. 6 months go by and I have a second. Right on spot, my license was taken away, as well as I was unable to work as I do a high risk job. They put me on meds that worked thankfully. And after 7 months with no issues and more tests, I was given back my license and was able to get back to work. Someone else says, I'm confused. How is it a little gray area? Yeah, right. Someone else says, I live in the city of Alberta. I'm also not allowed to drive for a while. I have a valid license. I could drive if I wanted to, and it would be legal. A cop wouldn't arrest me if I got pulled over anyway, but it would be careless and selfish of me to get on the road until my neuro is confident that my medication is working. You will get used to it. It would be a huge dick move for you to drive right now. I'm all for that. Another one says, what up? This is a new post. Says, I got fired because of my epilepsy. Everything in the title. Everything is in the title. I got a job in January, right after I was diagnosed, and 2 weeks after I started work, I had a seizure at work during my 4-month probation. Then they fired me saying that I was too risky for them to keep me because of my epilepsy, and I think it's unfair. I cannot do anything like getting a lawyer because during my probation in France, they can fire you at any time. Now I'm afraid to find another job because of it. The first comment says, find a job where you don't have a probation period, I guess. But I still assume there are anti-discrimination laws in place to stop things like this. Then again, I don't know what France's laws are like. I stopped working. Personally, that was family. That was just like, you got to stop working. But yeah, I don't know if you think your body can take work and do what you got to do, but I don't suggest it. Anybody else? And I don't suggest driving. So,
Well, you injured yourself at work, so it was clearly a need to stop.
Yeah, that part too. Yeah. If you don't know, I put my arm in a deep fryer and it was about elbow deep. And we got this, if you can see it. So the doctor said I shouldn't work, and then my family suggested I shouldn't work, but then disability, they decide, yeah, you're not bad enough to not work. That's what disability says. Hello, Jocelyn. How are you today?
Hi, I'm good.
The icebreaker today is, when was your last seizure? What medication you were on? And when were you diagnosed?
My last seizure was June 6th. I was on topiramate, 50 milligrams, and I was diagnosed like in May, I think. Yeah.
You
And
scared me when you came in because I seen the J and my
I'm
mother.
sorry, I think I'm logged in under my work Zoom.
No, when I seen the J, my mom's name started with the J, so I was like, oh shit, there she is.
I'm definitely not your mom.
Thank you. But sorry I cut you off.
Oh, that's okay. No, I think that's it. I've now been double dosed on the topiramate, and they gave me the emergency medicine of Klonopin.
Okay.
So.
Hey, Toaster, how you doing? The icebreaker today is, when was your last seizure? When were you diagnosed and where are you taken?
Well, okay. Easy one first. What am I taking? Right now, I am on Depakote and Xcopri for the seizures, Ambien and Seroquel for just sleeping in general, which the Xcopri helps with. I love that part. And then just the vitamins with the B12, I guess. I'm still taking the B12. I had my last seizure was not yesterday, but the day before. And it was just the focal. I haven't had a tonic-clonic in, I don't know, I'd have to check my seizure diary for that one.
It's all right. So I gotta go back.
Oh, when was I diagnosed? Now that's the story. You see, I started having my seizures in high school, but they weren't diagnosed as such. They were diagnosed as panic attacks.
Well, nice. That sucks.
Yeah, I about 10-ish years ago, I went out to Nevada. I had a stint in Vegas, and those are just stories in of themselves. And I got pregnant. And then in the waiting, or not the waiting room, in labor, I had a seizure. And then I had another seizure during labor. And the doctors were like, she has epilepsy. And that's what started the medications for it. So that's how I got diagnosed. I'm feeling mortality. Oh no, Ozzy. Moment of silence for Ozzy.
Oh, wow.
I know. Sorry, guys. First, it was. Yeah, I mean, it was hard enough yesterday finding out about Theo. Help me out. Yes.
Malcolm Jamal.
Yeah. And now this. I'm like, okay, now I'm feeling old. Okay, now I feel old.
Everybody is dropping like flies.
I made.
And I
Well,
haven't
was-
even flown around yet.
I made a comment on an Instagram post I think it was like a month and a half ago. It was a video of someone pranking a guy, by telling him that Ozzy was dead.
No.
And he was an older guy, and he was like, "World's fucking over. It's done. Everything. There's no fucking point anymore." And I commented on it being like, Ozzy's never gonna die because he has enough drugs in his system to keep his dead body moving past death.
No, that's Keith Richardson. That's Keith Richardson.
That's Keith.
But they said that
Keith
about
Richards.
Iggy Pop.
Yeah, Keith Richards is holding that now. No.
I can't say that Ozzy was my favorite, but I do know what it's like to lose a favorite musician. Jimmy Buffett is about 2-3 years gone now. And when that hit, it hit like, oh my God. One of his last songs is called Bubbles Up. And Bubbles Up is honestly, you can tell it was his goodbye to the world.
My
I
great
remember where. Sorry, guys. I remember where I was when they announced Chris Cobain. I was on my way to school. I had to pull over. I showed up at school, and we're all sitting in lecture, looking at each other. Our professor shows up, and she's like, "All right, a moment of silence isn't enough for this. I'm going to give you all the day off because
good one.
His music meant so much to so many people, and for the deeper philosophical mind, it meant even more, but that's the nature of music. But yeah, Kurt Cobain.
My great aunt said that one of the only times that she's ever seen my grandfather cry was the day that he found out that John Lennon died. I was like, okay, well,
enjoy the bats.
He wasn't the only one.
So, yeah. So I got another one here. We can all give an answer to this, and it's very long, so you guys kind of listen to it. It's somebody asking how to support their significant other. It says, "Hi, I'm new to this. I joined this because my partner of 6 years has epilepsy, and I really want to understand it more deeply than just the doctor Google presents me to. Everyone is so different. It's so different, and reading all the varying experiences allows me to get out of a black and white thinking spiral, and maybe share anecdotes with my partner to support him as well, so he doesn't spiral either. The past Wednesday, he had 2 grand mal seizures after being 4 years seizure free. One I witnessed in the hospital and one earlier that day that nobody witnessed, presumably in his bed. He spent Wednesday asleep in the hospital basically and Thursday at home in a fog. Friday, he described feeling more numb and still weak. He was still a little forgetful, but not nearly as much Thursday. His appetite has been very slowly coming back, but his energy and motivation is still low. Saturday and yesterday, he was experiencing a lot of anger, anxiety, and depression. I'm under the impression, based on pretty basic research I've done this week, that all of this is very normal and to be expected after such a huge stress on his body and brain. He's back to work today. The reason he had breakthrough seizures is because he hasn't been totally consistent with his meds. He's feeling angry at himself for not being consistent, anxious about having another seizure, and depressed about being dealt this card. Why was I born this way? Type sentiments. I told him if he stays consistent now with his dose, he doesn't have to worry about the seizure, and that I've seen him have seizures now. I know what it looks like and what to expect, so I won't be as panicked as I was seeing it in the hospital. I have a plan for if and when it happens in the future and we're together, but I really want to be able to help and support him as much as I can, aside from being there with him in his silences and when he needs to cry, or doing my best to assure him that it's just recovering and he'll feel himself. Try again. His body is back to baseline. Is there anything I can say or do to help him more? Thanks in advance. The one part I was thinking that she said, I wouldn't say taking his meds is going to stop him from taking seizures. So don't say that. That's one thing you do not say. Medication is not going to stop you from having seizures. I took my medication for weeks in a row, and I've had 3 seizures this year. I don't think I've missed a dose. If anything, I've double dosed because I thought about if I undosed, whatever the case. But you guys, how would you tell her to handle this man, this young man? I don't even know if he's young.
I would say props for trying to look out for your partner, and trying to continue to understand it and everything and trying to look for the best for them. So, good job on that. Secondly, with the meds, some meds come with different surprise jacks in the box, and you gotta be ready for it.
That's you, June.
You gotta be ready for those surprises, and some might be you're always sleepy or tired or anything. And one of the other things that they have to be ready for is memory issues.
Another thing I had to say is you gotta expect. You don't know what to expect these days, but
guys, Toaster is dying here. I'm so sorry. Toaster is literally about to have an aneurysm. Like, let's.
Oh,
I can see it on your face.
What is going on? What are you doing?
Doing?
She's
I'm
been
pacing my
raising her
room because
hand for like 5 minutes.
hyperactive right now.
I'm sorry, Toaster. You're kind of at the bottom, and I was just throwing that in there. I'm sorry.
I'll have what she's having.
Go ahead, Toaster.
You want to know what I'm having? Okay. Sorry. I went off on a tangent a little bit earlier. This is what I'm having.
Oh, nice. Share the wealth.
Place near me sells them for $25 for 15. And that, if you know gummies, you know that's a good damn price. And they're high dose.
Yeah, I see. 25. Nice.
Now, what I want to say is actually something that Angel brought up a while ago. You are never going to know when that volcano is going to blow. Yes, I'm paraphrasing with Jimmy Buffett too, but you're never going to know when it's going to happen. And having one is not a failure. So she needs to know that it's not a failure on her part, and it's not a failure on their part either. And yes, definitely the memory issues. We are pretend that you have a walking, talking goldfish. Yeah. And now my bubble is burst.
With me, I'm sorry for cutting you off because I forget so much that I have my laptop here. I just type everything so I go when everyone's done. And I have all my stuff down. So someone else want to go? My only thing is I was gonna say, yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, I found out about like the random pains once everyone told me that their shoulders are coming out of place and stuff, and I've been having that. So I think I went through that most recently. Everyone's talking about the shoulders coming out, and every day I've been going like this, and it pops back in, and then a few hours later it's again, and over and over.
Have you ever fallen asleep and then woke up with your shoulder out of place?
And I woke up at the hospital with it like that, and a bunch of those
Yes.
sticky things all over my chest. But so far, that's the first time, and it surprised me. And I was like, "Oh, I know what this is." I learned
Yeah.
everything. I learned a lot from you guys. So yeah. So now I knew what that was. I
The
was looking
nanny
like,
cam. Man, I got it. I'm sorry, Pookie. I got it. The nanny cam helped me get my shoulder surgery date because I was sound asleep, literally sound asleep, and my shoulder popped out. It's called subluxation, not dislocation. And I'm like, oh, download. And I'm like, okay, hey, Dr. Stanton, what does this? And he went, oh, fuck. And yeah, I mean, to hear a doctor, I love it. I'm like, yeah, right. Can we fix this?
oh yeah. There's gonna come random pains with it. He's gonna cry. I did a lot of crying. Still do a lot of crying. Shit happens. Yeah, it's gonna be a rough one.
I just wanted to say that I hope that he can just be kinder to himself and like, because it just sounded like there's a lot of frustration coming out of the poor guy, you know, and like there's like, I know that he was born, you know, we're all born with these things. Like I was born with a hole in my skull, and like, there's nothing you can do about it. Like, you know, and I just hope that he can just forgive him, you know, like I don't know if it's forgiveness or what, but like be kind to himself and learn the patience or whatever it is. Like it seems like all of us have gone through the whatever it takes to get to this place of acceptance, you know, and I hope that he can get there. That's it.
Okay. Mark, you got something for us? I love Mark's answers.
I am very sorry. I mean, especially after you saying that, but there was a cat fight standoff like actively happening right here next to me while you were reading this. So I have no idea at all what this question is, what you're asking about.
Yeah.
And I'd hate to make you reread it all just for me. So
If everyone else doesn't mind, I don't
I'm gonna
mind.
try to sit it out, you know, hide over here. But you saw I was still here. I don't know.
I don't think everyone minds if I read it again because we got Kate now, we got Raven, and Mark who didn't hear it. Basically, someone asking how to support their partner. She said, I'm new to this. I joined this because my partner of 6 years has epilepsy and really want to understand it more deeply than just what Dr. Google presented me. Everyone is so different, and reading all the varying experiences allows me to get out of the black and white thinking spiral and maybe share anecdotes with my partner and support him as well, so he doesn't spiral either. This past Wednesday, he had 2 grand mal seizures after being 4 years seizure free. One I witnessed in the hospital and one earlier that day that nobody witnessed, presumably in his bed. He spent Wednesday asleep and in the hospital basically. And Thursday at home in a fog. Friday, he described feeling more numb and still weak. He was still a little forgetful, but not nearly as much as Thursday. His appetite has been very slowly coming back, and his energy and motivation is still low. Saturday and yesterday, he was experiencing a lot of anger, anxiety, and depression. I'm under the impression, based on the pretty basic research I've done this week, that all this is very normal and expected after such a huge stress on his body and brain. He's back at work today. And the reason he had a breakthrough seizure is because he hasn't been totally consistent with his meds. He's feeling angry at himself for not being consistent, anxious about having another seizure, and depressed about being dealt this card. Why was I born this way? Type sentiment. I told him if he stays consistent now with his new dose, he doesn't have to worry about a seizure, and that I've seen him have a seizure now. I know what it looks like and what to expect, so I won't be as panicked as when I seen one at the hospital. I have a plan if and when he has one again in the future, and we're together. But I really want to be able to understand and support him much as I can. Aside from being there with him in his silences and when he needs to cry, or do my best to assure him that he's just recovering and he'll feel like this again once his body is back to baseline. Is there anything I can say or do to help him more?
Wow, they want to do more than than what they're already doing. That good on them. That's pretty
Right.
incredible, I say. Um, I mean, that much effort that they put into it, trying to learn about all the, different types of seizures and different presentations is so much more than like the average person, average, partner, friend, whatever would put into it. So, I mean, good on them. I hope more are out there like that. Um, as for advice for helping, I mean, I'm I'm impressed he's back at work already after 2 back-to-back grand mals in a single day. That's pretty horrible. I don't really have much of any advice, maybe um I don't know, just get some like his favorite takeout place or something for him before he gets back home from work. Just, make the day a little bit better. But really, it's more of like a personal relationship type thing. What would do him the most good? Not really a seizure thing anymore at that point. Um, it sounds like he's pretty well taken care of by his circle.
Well, keeping that in mind, though, I mean, the partner is definitely putting forth all the effort possible. I don't know how to best say. I mean, what stood out to me was when she said to what else about once he starts taking the medication, right, the seizures will stop. I don't want to say don't get your hopes up. That doesn't sound like the right way to put it, but
Right.
be a little more realistic, especially with staying on the same page, because it's so much more devastating from experience when you and your circle feel like this is the solution, you're all set, these seizures are done, and yeah, not doesn't work that way.
Yeah, that's what I said. I think telling him that taking his medication is going to stop his seizures. Your medication it's not going to do that. It might help you not have as many. To each his own. Some people's bodies, you got to know your body. It might help them, it might not, but I don't think you should tell someone that. Just you never know. Yeah, and hello, Mom.
Sunshine, hello, family.
You're Pookie's mom?
Started
Yeah.
sweating. I thought you guys noticed.
No, I did. I just thought you were my Pookie's mom.
Oh.
You are the best person on the planet because he is. I know that makes no sense, but it makes sense to
Thank
me.
you for giving birth to such a wonderful human who has helped so many people.
I am so proud of him, and it's so nice to meet you guys. I'm glad you guys have this platform so that you can talk about what you're going through, because for a long time, Danielle thought he was like the only one going through what he was going through, you know?
Poor Mom, you're gonna make me cry.
The same way too. And Pookie created this, and he brought us all together.
Yeah, see, everything happens for a reason, you know?
Absolutely. We can all agree on that, second those opinions. And just so you know, this platform does actually help people every single day. We met some new people today, new families that are getting the resources and the attention and the information that it will take to actually make a difference in early treatment and diagnosis and you know, helping these 20 somethings get back on track. And that's all thanks to Pookie bringing us together.
Yes, it is. God is good, ain't he?
Absolutely. Everything happens for a reason, and timing. Timing. There's nothing not divine about the timing that occurs today. I'm 900 miles away from where I live and happened to meet this family in the dog park that happens to have, you know, recently diagnosed with epilepsy. Just had to stop his college career and you know, only chances of a career that he had going and in boot camp to be a corrections officer, and they kicked him out for the epilepsy. And now he was really lost today. Showed up at the dog park with a little chihuahua or something, and just happened to jump on the meeting when it first started. So again, God bless.
Wow.
Yeah, and we had someone's mom join earlier. She was a mom from the UK, and that's the first time we had a parent join. I mean, a parent that like could tell about the experiences and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, I was excited that a parent actually wanted to know. Like, not many people want to know about seizures or want to talk about seizures. Yeah, so yeah, I don't have people who want to talk about, oh, I had a seizure today. This is how I felt, and this is what's going on.
So that's why this is a good platform, because all you guys know what you're going through. You guys have the same experiences. And to me personally, I think it's a little insensitive, you know, when you want to talk about things. That's where mental health come in at. You know, I tell people every day, all the time, for a long time, mental health is real. And call and check on your people sometime, just to be like, you know, how you doing today? You know, you want to go out to eat, or just, you know, something simple. Even if they're not close, just call. You know, that call really makes a difference for a lot of people, whether you know it or not, sometime, you know. Yeah, I'm glad you guys got each other. I'm just so happy.
That's some
All
beautiful
because
advice.
of your son.
Huh?
All because of your son.
Yes, yes, yes.
But you guys, come on.
So Raven and
Be
Lane, I
very
see you
proud.
got a guest.
So
Did Raven
Raven,
already introduce her guest? Okay, yeah, there you go.
hello, Raven, and Raven's dad, I'm assuming.
No, that's my husband.
Oh,
Thank you.
I'm sorry
That's
for
okay.
assuming.
It's okay.
It's fine. I'm Lynn, and I'm glad to be here with your group tonight. Thank you.
No
Hello.
problem.
Hi,
Glad to
Lynn.
have you.
I just wanted to show him the group.
Okay.
Hi, Lynn.
We can move to the next post. I got something here. It says, partner won't accept diagnosis. My partner was diagnosed with epilepsy 20 years ago, well before I ever met him. He doesn't talk much about it. His family won't even say the words epilepsy or seizure. It's like a dark, shameful secret from my partner that he tries to ignore. Each seizure upsets him because it puts him further away from being seizure free. We have been married for 10 years. I recently bought a car and he hates it. Although I completely understand why the car is upsetting him, I suspect most of the issue stems from the fact that he never came to terms with his diagnosis. He's never grieved for what he's lost. He's so amazing and can do so many things, but he can't see that. He just sees himself as broken. Can I help him accept his epilepsy, or do I need to support him in his choice of coping? He takes his medication and goes to all of his appointments. He just pushes ahead, hoping the next medication will be the magic cure, and then getting so upset when it isn't. This doesn't feel like coping. It feels like avoidance. It breaks my heart to see him striving toward a goal, driving, that seems impossible to reach. I suggested talking to a therapy and adamantly refused. Can I help him accept his diagnosis, or should I just let him go off the hope that he will accept it?
I think both of those are good points.
I don't suggest driving.
No.
Don't work towards that goal. I don't want to
learn that from experience, huh, Sunshine?
Yeah. Anyhow.
I used to tell my son all the time, son, don't drive. Oh, I'm fine. I haven't had a seizure in 6 to 8 months, but his memory is so bad. And I'd be like, son, you had one like 2 weeks ago. Well, one day he decided he wanted to drive and going across the bridge. Thank God they was all the way on the other side of the bridge. He hit the medium, the
center divide,
the divider thing, and totaled the car. But everybody was fine, thank God.
Yeah.
But he
You're
learned.
lucky you got out of that one.
Yeah, he hasn't driven since then, I hope, right? Not to put you on the spot, but you know. I hope
Oh, this
not.
is the best meeting yet. Just so you know, this is the absolute best meeting yet. This is one that we're all going to rewatch. So thank you absolutely for your presence.
Yeah.
Now, another thing
you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
That
So
is
to
awesome.
add to that point though, the driving is unrealistic, but it sounds like the denial is still the phase that maybe the son or the loved one, whoever they're posting about, is in. So you can't necessarily present it to them in a way that you can make him believe it or understand it, but maybe show him like a more positive alternative. Instead of driving, I know these are the medications you're on. There's this surgery out there that might help you control your seizures better without so many medications. So, maybe just kind of steer his energy on all that regret, basically, is what I remember feeling, shortly after these life changes had to come into effect. It was just a lot of regret. Like, I did something to cause this. So I wish I had done something different. I wish I had lived different and this never occurred. But if you can find a way to redirect their energy, that just kind of negative outlook, onto a more positive goal, or a real attainable goal that's not driving, then maybe they'll kind of come to terms in their own time and still make progress in the meantime. That's kind of what I wish there had been more encouragement for, like a positive, realistic goal at the beginning.
Yeah, Mom, this is a group of great people, and they've helped me get through some weeks of time where I'm alone, and the general circle outside of you, because we video call every day, hasn't been as supportive. So I'll leave it at that. But these people here,
I'm glad you have this new family, because being alone can be depressing. Sometimes, you have to. I know this from experience, but you got to do things. You guys can't really do too many things depending on what kind of seizures you have, you know.
Any seizures I don't suggest, but hey, go ahead, Mom.
Yeah, I worry about you a lot. I'm glad you got that bracelet. Thanks to whoever got it for him. I'm so appreciative and thankful.
I got it.
Yeah.
Shout out to Angel.
Shout out
to Angel.
Shout out. Thank you, baby girl.
So, oh
my memory is really messed up. I forgot what I was talking about because I'm at this new park and it just looks amazing. I'm out running errands. So probably I'm gonna have to cut loose when my guy comes out of the water department, but he's still in there.
You're in the right group. We always forget what we're talking about.
Awesome sauce. That's cool. I mean, well, you know that's not cool, but you know that's cool.
It's cool. We find it funny. So
I like that. This park that I'm at is oh hey Killer, what's up, Killer? Hey. I see you. Okay. Have a good one. What is this? Adventist Health. Adventist Health is throwing up these parks everywhere. Let me see if I can show you guys. How can I turn my camera around? Is that it? No, that ain't it. Well, I don't think I can. Huh?
There might be a little thing. If you're on your phone, there might be a little thing on the top of the screen with a circle.
Look for the circle with the one arrow.
It has two arrows. It looks like a little camera.
Yeah.
Cool. Yep. Now you can see Ginny. Now you see me.
Top left corner, Mom.
Oh, top left corner. I don't got my glasses on. Oh, I do got my glasses on. Still can't see.
Hey, we all wear glasses.
But if you look from the camera, you can kind of see they got the little water park thing over there. It's so cool. They got the amphitheater over there. Got a little stage right there. It's really nice. But
Yeah.
Adventist Health is throwing them up everywhere in the valley. It's really nice.
My mom's a big talker, you guys. There's nothing wrong with that, Mom. But I'm gonna move forward, Mom. We got some other stuff to go through.
Move forward. Let's go.
One more Pookie story.
Say that again, Angel.
Said we want more Pookie stories.
Boom. Okay, I got something. I'm sorry, Mom. I might take you back a little bit. You might cry, but I'm gonna bring it out of you real quick.
Okay, let's go, Sunshine.
So everyone here, they had like, I'd say very traumatizing stories about how they ran into their epilepsy and how it came about and all that good stuff. And some of them didn't get diagnosed and all that for ages. But I didn't have that traumatic story of how I got my epilepsy. I mean, I had the traumatic story of how I got it, but I didn't have to go through all the drama and trauma and all that to get it. I woke up some weeks later and wondering why I was late for school. But you could possibly go through how you felt when all that happened. They read the newspaper article, so they know pretty much of everything and drugged the 40 car lens and all that. They applauded you for putting the backpack under the jacket. It was like, your mother's brilliant, you know, save me, I'm here now. That backpack and jacket worked.
I actually have a question for your mom.
Yeah.
Because yeah, we did read that story, and all I could think of was, holy fucking shit, how did this mom not break down into pieces hearing your child was just in a car accident? Car accident? He was biking or walking. How did you not break down into pieces?
Oh, I did. He was with 3 of his cousins. The oldest child was 13 years old. So it wasn't like, you know, he was just 5 years old out there by himself trying to get to the bus stop.
Supposed to
He
ask the
told,
question.
he told me when they got to the middle of the street, he could see the front of the car raise up, which means the lady pressed on the gas. You know, if you could see a car raise up, that car is going pretty fast. You know, his shoes were in the middle of the crosswalk. He was down the street. If it wasn't for the people outside, she would have kept going and my son wouldn't be here today. When they told me that was her, they was like, that lady, there she goes right there. Excuse my French, but I almost took her life and beat the hell out of her. They told the police, told my family and everybody that was out there, you guys don't calm her down, she's gonna wake up when her son wake up because we're gonna knock her out. Woo! But son, you did go through some stuff because you were 5 going on 6. You had a depression going on. You had 6 pins in your leg. You had to get it cleaned all the time. And then when you went to the doctor for them to clean them or, you know, readjust them or whatever, they would twist them with no pain medication. I want to punch them doctors in their fucking face, you know? And they'd be like, calm down. He's fucking 5 years old. What the hell you mean calm down? He twisting these pins in his damn leg, you know? But God got another plan for him.
There is a if you don't mind me going a little religious on you, there is a Jewish saying that he who saves a single life saves scripture puts it down that he saves a nation. Your
Right.
son has saved a lot of lives.
I'm so proud of him. I'm so proud of you, son. I really am.
Yeah, I did not know these stories, Mom. I didn't know about a lot of this story you just told. As the first time I heard it.
Yeah, you was depressed. You cried all the time. You couldn't understand why you had these pins sticking out your leg. You know, you was in a wheelchair for a long time.
Yeah, I
They said
remember the wheelchair.
they said he was in a coma for 32 days. They said, Miss Collins, we just, you know, want to inform you that, you know, your son might not wake up. He's in a really bad state right now. He had tubes coming out his head, out his mouth. It was just the worst sight ever. And then you want to know the even more effed up part? The police gave me the lady's address. They gave me that lady's address.
Is she still alive?
That I know of, she is.
There, Annie just said the entire thing for all of us. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, because of me. You know, but that I know of, she's still alive. And if I remember correctly, I think he can sue this lady again because the lawyer that he had on top of that ran off with his money. He got disbarred and he over in Africa some damn where living a damn life. With everybody, because I'm sure Danielle wasn't the only one that he took their money, you know? So that's a whole nother story. But yeah, we gotta find him, get my son his money because he's been waiting. He's be 36 years old in August.
Wait, August? Okay. Danny, when's your birthday?
Yeah, the 24th of August.
I am 9 days younger than you.
Wait,
I mean, older than you. Sorry, older.
the 24th? Mine is
Older.
the 21st.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
I'm supposed to get off the phone because my guy is coming. We supposed to get in the car. I'm not gonna be able to hear you guys. But we
It's
need
great to see you, Mom.
Oh, you'll see me again. I'm gonna start popping up on you guys. We need to put something together to where we could have a meet and greet. in whatever state that might be.
I thought about it. We'll
One
talk
day.
about it.
Well, who was it?
All right.
Kate? Was it Kate who was saying with the timeshare thing?
Yeah, yeah, we got some timeshares going. So there's a whole network of locations, and I'm loving these places that, yeah, you pay 10 times the taxes, but they got parks on every corner with amphitheaters, with meeting places, with convention centers that you got a right to just use. So, personally,
Hey,
a
Curtis,
lot of us
I'll
are on the
have
East
to
Coast,
link
so.
back in later.
All
All
right.
right, it was lovely meeting you.
Lovely meeting you too. Love you, Sunshine.
Love you too,
Good to
Mom.
see you, Pookie's mom.
Bye-bye.
Okay, I want to meet Liz and Lynn before my dad calls me to dinner.
Liz is going to be later.
Oh.
Oh, well, I want to meet Lynn.
Oh, there it goes. This is Lynn.
Hi.
This is my guy. And
Is your mic off?
is my I think it's working.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah.
The video
And
paused or like frozen.
he's
How did you feel when you first discovered her epilepsy?
How did I feel?
Yeah.
To be honest, like scared as fuck because
Fair. Very fair.
one of my childhood friends, one of the few friends I had in elementary school, was epileptic, and I don't think I've even shared this with you.
haven't.
And he would have seizures. And I don't like, since then, I hadn't been around that many seizures. And when Raven started having seizures, they were little bitty ones.
Mm-hmm.
And I was likely in denial, thinking, okay, they're just little ones and they don't count the same as my childhood friend who'd be flopping around on the floor, or when at a music festival, my mom who was a nurse, would go and put an oral screw in someone's mouth to save their lives. So they seemed small, and I was very much in denial about what they were.
I'm sorry, that is very, very big of you to admit. I'm sorry, watching someone's significant other admit, yeah, I was in denial and things. Sorry.
No,
My
that's
heart
okay.
is.
We love you for that.
Oh, thank you. Love you too. Love you too.
Well, and Raven. Oh, sorry. Actually,
go ahead.
Quick little segue. Like, Raven, how did it feel like finding that out about his childhood friend? It seemed like you didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that, but it doesn't surprise me because I think his reaction was sort of like, well, they're just little seizures though, right? And I mean, I kind of feel that way still, even myself. Well, they're just little ones. But
So when Stephen was his name and he passed a few years ago, he stopped taking his medicine and then drank a lot and felt, I believe, that he was either just over it or that he was above it. And attending his funeral, this is 7 years ago maybe, those who were closest to him, I felt like they enabled him in his self-loathing instead of lifting him up. And so I guess the way I feel now, and we haven't talked about this at all.
No, we haven't.
Um,
I'm recently diagnosed.
yeah, she's recently diagnosed, and all I can do is do my best to comfort her and lift her up. That's it.
Good.
Man,
And good right now you're supporting her, you know?
you're
That's
here.
all,
Yeah.
there's nothing else I can do. I can't fix it as much as I would love to. And there's a myriad of other disabilities, but like with this one, all I can do is try to be here. And if I'm not home, to say, baby, I'm sorry you had a seizure. Are you okay? That's it. That's really all I can do. And I can't be codependent about it. I can't fix anything. All I can do is just do my best to support her.
You're a
That
good
was
man, Lynn.
that was an absolute 10 out of 10 response.
That was a
No,
beautiful
no,
sentiment.
better than that.
Beautiful.
That was so
That was a
sweet.
20 out of 10 response.
I appreciate your guitar in the background there.
Oh, thank you. Where's Mark? Mark, where's your bass?
No, I got a guitar and a bass and a piano over here. We can have a jam session.
I did see your guitar in the background earlier, and Mark and I were already joking about having a jam session, so absolutely hop in.
Oh, that's nice.
But you guys
Oh,
have
yeah.
to play louder.
Wait,
There
hang
you
on.
go.
Mark, I also had a question. That's like a super long neck bass, right? Like that's not a normal length. That thing is so long.
I think maybe you're small.
I don't know. Maybe Mark is really small. I don't know.
This one or the one you saw last week?
Oh, maybe it
both?
was the one I saw last week. Okay. Yeah.
Guys, size
Um,
doesn't matter.
Stop it.
Oh, that's a different one. That is a different one. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they're both big. I think the other one, I think they both have 35-inch scales,
We lost Danny.
but the other one is, it may look a little bit shorter because it's 6-string and this one is 5-string. So it kind of looks extra long.
Brandon, I'm sorry for calling you small. It's like Mark seems like he's about 6 feet, maybe taller. When I look at you,
No,
like a 5'8",
no.
5'7" tops.
Oh, you were so
No.
close. 5'9".
Oh,
Damn,
yeah. See?
you were so close.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I didn't mean to call you little because you're a guy. That can be kind of, I know how that feels. Actually, I haven't been called little because I'm 6'2", but yeah.
I am the exact average size for a male in America, so I am okay with that.
And once again, Annie brought up the correct sentiment of shut up about size.
We're killing
So-
Annie.
Oh my god, yeah, Annie's losing her mind over
Hey,
there.
everybody, I'm terribly sorry. That was my fault. I brought in a sexual
all.
innuendo. And
Bro, we all do it on the first
I
meet.
thought it would be
promise.
funny.
I
It was
promise
funny.
we
Second,
all
and
do
the
it
lighthearted
on the
and
first
fourth.
meet. Nobody laughs at first, and yeah, that's the part I remember too.
I caught it. Yeah.
It is not unappreciated, I promise. So the next thing that I had on one of these posts was a really surprising interaction listed between rosemary and anti-epileptic drugs, AEDs. So this is, obviously a really popular herb. A lot of people use it for a lot of natural kind of healing remedies. It says some research indicates that rosemary, particularly in the form of essential oils or in large amounts, may lower the seizure threshold and potentially trigger seizures. So anybody with epilepsy, obviously concerned. Rosemary's impact on AEDs is metabolism, something about how, you know, the medications actually absorb into the body. So it's bad for your liver too. It makes the medications more toxic to your liver when you use the rosemary. But the thing is too, a lot of people start with the rosemary on, you know, a regular basis because it's supposed to help your memory. A lot of people rely on herbs and in particular rosemary for saying that it just kind of helps them keep it together almost as much as B12. But that's, I don't know, to me, when I found that, I said it just made me feel like this shit is rigged. That like something that's good for one thing is going to end up poisoning us more in another aspect. Anybody else ever get that vibe? Something that was working for you but ended up being worse in the long run?
Yep. I'm taking the Motrigine. I feel like it's getting me to a decent, it's got me down to 3 to 5 seizures, but I also have insomnia. So, yeah. Luckily, sleep deprivation has not caused a seizure because I can stay up till sunup and have no problem 2 days in a row. But, yeah, the insomnia fucking sucks. Yeah, I'm usually up just on Reddit or editing videos or listening to TV trying to fall asleep, thinking that something in the background would help me fall asleep. It doesn't usually work, but yeah, insomnia sucks. And also, that story that my mom told is news to me. I did not know that. Makes my story sound so much more worse than I thought it was, but yeah.
But you got to know from the scars on your legs.
I mean, yeah, I
on
have
your
the
leg.
holes here because I remember when they pulled them out, but I didn't remember being in a wheelchair. Like when they pulled it out, they just unscrewed it, and it's like this deep in the skin. And I think my legs were maybe like this big. I'm 5 years old, so you can feel it screwing it. It's 2 pins, and there's a bar. Those 2 pins hold that bar because the top of the femur was broken too. So it was broke like around the knee and around the hip. So both of the pins were to make the bone fully get back to one. And yeah, just had to go get it cleaned all the time. Sucked.
That must have been absolutely debilitating. And for your 5-year-old self, remembering it from that perspective?
Yeah, I remember her screaming because I'm screaming and her crying because I'm crying. Me and my mom are really close. Yeah, I was a child and she just had to watch me go through it and they didn't want to give me the pain medication because I was little or whatever the case. But I kind of asked that story so I could ask her what was like the first seizure being like, and we didn't get to that part. I wanted to know how it was to see my first seizure, but I'm sure seeing a little kid have that would be kind of rough. I don't think we'll go back that way, but that was rough. All that was news to me. All that was like, what?
Well,
Yeah.
I'm happy she feels free to pop in every now and then or all the time now.
She'll be back today.
There.
I need her for 10 hours.
There we go.
So I got something here. Was anybody else had something to say before I go to the next thing?
I was gonna say Depakote sucks in response to the question. It was supposed to help me with my migraine prevention, and then it turned out to be like extreme fatigue and just not worth the trade.
You take any type of vitamins, anything like that?
Yeah, I have a really long list. I probably take like 10 to 20 different supplements a day.
Whatever works for you. But
yeah.
I take this B12.
I know you said that, and I think that's awesome. That's so helpful
It's
for you.
working, you know. Shout out to Nature's Made.
Yeah.
It's working. like 5, maybe like 8 weeks ago. I don't know how long it's been, but I haven't had a focal since the day I started taking them. And
That's so
yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
I asked my doctor about taking more of it that I'm already taking. I take a B100 complex, so it's got like 100 milligrams. It's not that much. Don't you take like, what's the dose of yours?
It's 3,000 micrograms extra strength.
Okay, so that's 300 milligrams. So like that's like 3 times as much as I'm taking. So I might try to increase how much I'm taking.
Yeah, I had one person tell me it wasn't working, but then she also told me that she was taking like 6 other types of B12s and different pills. So I was like, basically, you're like overdose on B12. That's why it's not working. But yeah, some of these meds.
Well, I think if you, sorry.
I was just gonna say some of these meds deplete our B12, and she was eating a lot of fish to replace B12 and taking supplements, and then saying it doesn't work. And I'm like, yeah, you're 30 micrograms, 30,000 micrograms. Yeah, so it pretty much works if you. For me, know your body. For everyone I've told to take it, they taking it right, but just taking it, not taking other stuff. It's works. Am I right, you guys? I don't want to just say stuff and it's not working for you guys. Okay. See, did you have something? I couldn't see you earlier.
Oh, okay. I gotta go.
Oh, no, you're good.
We say goodbye.
All right.
Bye, Raven.
It was great to meet you. Thanks for coming
you.
Bye,
Back
Lynn.
soon, Lynn.
Nice meeting you.
Kate, did you have something, or was I moving forward?
I'll remember later. Oh,
All
the
right.
elevation thing. I did start taking B12 last week, but the only thing that I noticed about the one seizure that I've had since then was last Wednesday, and that was the day after we got to 1,500 feet elevation, and that was leaving like 0 elevation 2 days before. So now looking back at the notes and the timeline, I think we do kind of have reason to analyze that I might have found a trigger. Because after the Smokies, we went down to now we're at like 200 feet elevation, I think, like 6. Yeah, it was 6 in Pennsylvania. Now we're in Appalachia. Okay, yeah. Either way, it's more gradual since last Wednesday. So the only extreme change in elevation, like over 1,000 feet change in 24 hours, I did have a tonic-clonic the next day. So that's one way to figure out a trigger.
And I have to agree with that one because I went from, I don't know what elevation San Diego County is, but I would guess maybe like 800, something like that, all the way up to 4,500 in a day. And then I started having a lot of tonic-clonics and eventually went into status. So yeah, I would say elevation is definitely a trigger.
Yeah, I'm seeing San Diego's under 172 feet is the first thing that comes up.
Okay, yeah. So it's a big change.
I can absolutely see like elevation just affect it. I mean, it's kind of like how when it's like a storm coming in, and people's bodies like feel it, like elevation is gonna like affect sort of your mental or like your brain chemistry a little bit. I don't know. It's
Yeah, I
bound
think
to
it has
happen.
something to do with like the oxygen in your brain and the pressure, because there's a lot of increased pressure with the elevation increases.
Also, I have to give a shout out to Lynn. Like Raven is so lucky to have him. That was beautiful. His response was so perfect. Love that.
Yeah, I loved his response. It looked like it was news to her, but loved it.
We all want to Lynn.
So, got something here. It says, moments of sadness. Does anyone else have these sudden moments of sadness? I've started having seizures again after over 2 years. So, years being seizure free. I was driving, living by myself, and just generally living a great and independent life. For no reason this morning, this image popped into my head of when I would used to go to the grocery store and shopping by myself. Then it was nothing. It even seemed like a mission, a chore. Now I wish I could drive down to the shops and buy ingredients for dinner. And I want things just to go back to normal. What do I do with those feelings? I say a good support system is really good. It helps me just having my mother and my son's mom. That's all I really needed. And my kids are great. They're getting older and they know how to do stuff and they say I'm the best dad ever and all that kind of stuff. I love it. So yeah, my mom, my son's mom, and my kids. So they all pump me up about it. Nobody else wants to talk about it. I can laugh with my kids about it. It's amazing. The other teens. So support system. That's what I say for that person. You gotta have a support system, even a little one, even video chat, something. Yeah, because without my mom, I don't know where I'd be not having anyone to talk to on video chat every day. She calls me every day on video. So I do see my mom, but she also 3 hours away. So there's that. But do you guys have any suggestions for her to not have these moments of sadness? I think of my mom, or I call her.
Yeah, it's just that consistent reassurance. Reminders. It takes a lot of reminding sometimes when you wake up just thinking about all the negative stuff. But if whoever you're worried about actually contacts you and reminds you that you're part of the reason that it's not any worse, you're part of the reason that it makes it better, then that's gotta help. That's definitely important for a lot of the people that support us. That's for sure. That's probably what helped Lynn, part of what helped him admit that, what did he say, that thing he said about like not admitting he was wrong, but admitting he like missed something or could have done something differently. That's big. That's something a lot of people can't do.
Yeah, he might have a good night. Anyhow, come on, you guys.
Talk about a good week.
You guys, I forgot the question totally, but
You'll probably find out tomorrow on Femday Wednesday.
so yeah, I won't be there. So moments of sadness, I say just a good support system. You gotta have it, because not being able to call my mom would suck. But that helps sometimes because I do get those moments and I call her and I don't tell her why I'm calling her because it's that moment, but I call her just so I have somebody to talk to. Yeah, you don't always have to let them know you're having a moment. But I move forward. It says, because my epilepsy brain was underdeveloped, so I have a 6-year-old brain, so I can't do stuff like normal people can. So I get mad so people get mad at me for not doing punctuations when I'm talking or writing. But when I say stuff like I have a 6-year-old brain, so I don't understand that kind of stuff, they get mad at me and tell me that's an excuse. I am the only one who has that problem, or does that happen to anyone else? Or does anyone else have similar problem like that? Because I feel like I'm the only person who gets picked on for that or spelling mistake. And I say it's because of my 6-year-old brain and they get mad. Is it just me is the question.
Definitely not just you. I constantly struggle with spelling and just thinking of words in general. I'm better at writing than speaking. Because when I talk, I sound like an idiot.
You sound
What?
better than that.
Absolutely. And this is the only place that, I mean, maybe not the only place for everybody, but this is the only place personally where I don't mind just kind of speaking freely, because I know I slow down too much and like start to lose track and maybe venture off into a different subject, but we all do. So it's completely acceptable. And we appreciate you even more for speaking up, because we know how those insecurities can manifest and just make you feel really stupid. I mean,
Has
maybe the
anybody
6-year-old
ever
brain thing isn't a good way to put it, because that might make them feel a little more self-conscious about it. I don't know. I'll try to come up with a different like response or reply.
has anybody ever been asked if they're drunk because they were like they had aphasia or something at
Mhm.
the store? Yeah,
Oh
I
yeah.
had that happen. It
Yep.
like set me off. Like I didn't show it to the person. I went, no, I'm fucking seizing, and I paid for my stuff and I left. But I was so pissed about it because it just felt so demeaning. Where I'm like, how dare you think I'm drunk right now? Fuck you.
Yeah, the DoorDash guy who came and delivered my boneless wings this Saturday probably thought I was drunk the way I fumbled to open the deadbolt and had to lean against the door when he handed it to me. He seemed to kind of hesitate and double check that I actually had it. And I don't know, being a Saturday night too, I'm sure only compounded it. But he didn't say anything though. But I felt I would have assumed I was drunk. I don't think I would have known that a person who looked like I was acting could have been seizing if I had seen that before I started having seizures myself. So, um,
He probably has a story for his friends.
yeah, I
Like,
don't
hey
know.
guys,
Maybe
I'm
someday
delivering
they'll
this
see
food,
this
but this one guy was
podcast and
sloppy drunk.
he'll
Anybody who has done like Uber Eats or DoorDash, like I have done it on my bike. And everybody who's done it has a story. My funniest was when I delivered one single bottle of lube to three women sitting outside a hotel smoking a vape. They were all probably in their mid 50s and they were giggling their asses off as I handed them a single bottle of lube.
You got to tell me they gave you a killer tip.
Was it? No. It was like $3-4. It was like, meh, whatever.
They wanted you to stay.
They did
Brandon,
not.
they wanted you to stay.
I did not want to stay.
I forgot what I was gonna say when you said that. They wanted you to stay. I was gonna say, yeah, I've done Uber Eats. My mom isn't here, but yeah, I did it in a car. I didn't do it on a bike. Yeah, I was real ignorant, didn't care about my health earlier in life. Hey, I'm gonna drive. I don't care. I'll get over it. I won't crash, but shit happens. And to the person with said they had a 6-year-old brain, I feel like I have a 6-year-old brain all the time. Sometimes I'm thinking, like, what am I thinking about? And yeah, it's not only you. Sometimes my brain just isn't of age. It's just like, who the fuck am I sometimes? But move forward. Oh. This is this normal. I keep having weird dreams and waking up sore and out of breath. I am really sure if this is anything serious or just anxiety or something else. But I wanted to ask just in case. I was diagnosed with epilepsy before. I had 2 abnormal EEGs and used to have absent seizures. But lately my EEGs have been normal, so they took me off of my meds. And now everyone just acts like I don't have epilepsy anymore. But recently, I've been having these really weird dreams. In my dream, I feel like I'm seizing or like I'm holding my breath, and sometimes I go limp in the dream, but I still can't breathe. Then I'll wake up gasping for air, and my chest hurts like I wasn't breathing right. Sometimes when I wake up, my arms and legs are sore, even though I didn't do anything the day before. It's been happening a lot, and it's starting to scare me. I've also been having what I think might be absent seizures again. I suddenly feel a random memory flash, then deja vu. Then it feels like my stomach drops really hard, but through my whole body. Everything gets fuzzy, like I'm floating, and sometimes I feel like I'm not really there. Afterward, I feel drained and out of it for the rest of the day. And I'll get a really bad headache. I had one of those not too long ago, even though no one saw it. I've also had bad nights where I didn't have that kind of dream, but still woke up feeling like I couldn't breathe or like I'd been holding my breath in my sleep. I don't know if it's seizures, stress, or just in my head, but I'd really appreciate if anyone's going through this or anything like this. I just want to know if this is normal or if I should be worried.
I would say definitely go see a doctor about that and possibly get like a monitor or a camera for your sleep to see what's going on that you don't realize.
Yeah, you might actually be seizing and be aware and think you're dreaming.
And also too, like the feelings like that what they explain kind of sounds like focals.
I'm sweating shit talking to mom. Um, yeah. Angel, did you have something? I seen a few mics come unmuted.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say no, I literally lost it. It's gone. Um, yeah, what was that question?
I'm the person about holding their breath.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, that could be either sleep apnea or nocturnal seizures, especially with the history of epilepsy. And as obscure as it may seem
Could be
to
both.
us, a sleep study might be the best place to start because they'll catch something that looks like a seizure in a sleep study. So, and then you'll usually go, but I mean, yeah, it could be either, but with the history of epilepsy, man, definitely. I read another post, that's what it was that made me forget. Somebody said that a professor had said something to them about, I've never heard about epilepsy lasting for life. And I'm like, is this a new thing? Because I want in on that, you know. But with it just made me think about that post. But yeah, I would say get to an epileptologist. Very likely.
And I think that says it all. Putting all the pieces together and using it to make the right choice. So there's another post here that sounded pretty relatable saying, my girlfriend got diagnosed with epilepsy. How can I help? For context, me and my girlfriend are both 18. She has never had a seizure before until yesterday evening. And in the past, she's passed out a lot of times. She went to the doctor, and there are strong signs that she is epileptic. I was looking for any kind of advice on how to look after her and support her, and any tricks on what to do to keep her safe if she has a seizure. Also, going into the future with marriage and building a life together, how can I make arrangements to make life easier for her? Thank you all. I appreciate any kind of advice. What do you guys think? Make life easier for a newly diagnosed 18-year-old who has probably been having a lot more seizures than are on record.
I don't think I have the best advice, but okay. If it were me and my girlfriend was asking this question, at 18, I'd kind of tell her, just let my parents worry more about it. Don't worry yourself. we're still children. Nothing you can do. I don't want to traumatize you this early. We'll leave this one, the struggles and all the trauma, let our parents handle this. Don't worry about how you have to come for me. I mean, of course, that feels good because you're the person's significant other. Yeah, help them feel comfortable and all that, but don't exactly worry yourself because kind of is still a child. But I don't know if that's the best advice. Yeah. Anybody got anything to say that I'm not having the best advice?
Well, I mean, they are very young, and the whole talk about marriage and stuff. I just want to put it out there, don't get too ahead of yourself because she's going through a lot and she might not want to talk about that kind of stuff because there's a lot of stress going on. So just, you have a lot of love for her, that's obvious, but tone it down just a little bit. But definitely, I mean, you're doing a good thing by being supportive. And just continue doing that. Really, the best thing that you can do as a partner at that age is just to be there for comfort and support while her parents or whoever's taking care of her, is handling the rest. And like help her find places like this. If you're on Reddit already, you could find support groups and communities where she might be able to talk about things and ask questions. And don't get into anything stupid, please. No drinking, no drugs, no partying.
And don't
Especially as a
expect her to
newly.
get knocked up soon.
Exactly, yes. Because there's so much that goes into it. Once you get diagnosed, there's so much that you have to look into. So yeah, just be careful, be smart, and be supportive. But everything else, you don't need to worry about yet.
Especially
The
in the
only
first couple months of seizures starting, you don't know what your triggers are yet, so you can't go like crazy with like over over stressing about like, well, watch out because of this, watch out because of this, watch out because of this, because anxiety and stress are also going to be triggers, and if he's freaking out, it's just going to stress his partner out and likely cause a seizure just based on stress. Like, just relax, let me deal with this on my own unless I ask for help.
Yeah, just kind of let it be supportive. I mean, I know, again, that probably has something to do with age, feeling like you have to be more proactive, have a plan in place and actions to take on a certain timeline to get to this, like, you're all better goal. Just doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
So one
The
step at a
other
time. Go ahead, Angel.
Yeah, the only other advice I can say is when an actual seizure happens, um, if you don't get I can't think of the word, um, shocked or anything, just be prepared to know what to do, like how to handle when an actual seizure happens, That's all. But other than that, enjoy life, have fun.
Yeah, prepare for life to be much different than you expected in the beginning.
Just be 18, but don't be a stupid 18-year-old.
Right. It's that age, you still haven't even turned to drinking age yet. So, yeah, you can't worry yourself this early. You're still 18. Some people are
Is
much
anybody
more
else
mature at
noticing kind of an
18.
uptick? One thing that I made note of is that it sounds like there's a lot more posts about newly diagnosed cases that I'm seeing on Reddit. You guys think the heat triggers kind of bring out the worst of the seizures that maybe people just can't ignore anymore?
I definitely had. I started in the summer, and it was like after working in the heat, long hours out in the sun, um, definitely was dehydrated. And I mean, if it was gonna happen, it was definitely gonna be in that situation. So I agree. I think heat might be a trigger, and we're experiencing one of the biggest heat waves, at the moment. So yeah, that's got to be a factor.
Thanks.
Heat has not been a trigger for me. I was gonna say luckily, but unfortunately, I have not figured out a trigger yet. I've just been living recklessly trying to figure it out. But yeah, sleep, no eating, no sleep, up all night. None of those things have caused a seizure. Yeah, I don't put myself in stressful situations, so I wouldn't know how that is. I barely listen to people. Yeah, if I don't want to hear you, I've mastered the effect of one ear and out the other. I'm not going to stress myself because of the possibilities that I heard, but I haven't put myself in that position to be that stressed. I talk to you guys, get it off my chest fast.
And we're here for you. So does anybody else notice a difference on longer seizures contributing to, just how you feel afterwards when people aren't around and, we don't have the cameras hooked up or whatever? I noticed that worse headaches and confusion for more than 2 hours is definitely associated with when I brought it up and they could go through the data and say, yeah, this seizure did look like it took a little longer. I'm still not taking detailed notes on what the RNS rep tells me when I go in for these appointments because I'm dedicated to getting access to my own data and being able to see it how they see it eventually. But I do remember bringing up one of the entries that I made saying that I had a way worse headache and I was confused for a lot longer. And they were able to verify that corresponded with what seemed to be a more powerful, I guess, seizure. Saying that like drained the battery some or to some shit. I don't remember how they said it, but it definitely corresponded what I felt. Does anybody else tell how like bad their seizure was just from how they feel after?
Yeah, I can usually guess how long a cluster was based on how I feel because my headache is more severe and my vision's still like super wonky. And I feel like super sore and stiff. And that's usually how I know, because if it goes for like a super long time, then it will be like just about or already did go into a TC. So yeah, I've definitely noted that too.
I couldn't tell the difference usually between, I get focals at night when I'm sleeping. So the only way I know really is how I feel when I wake up. And like last night, I had one, but it must have been a minor one because I was kind of fuzzy and out of it for maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours. Where if I have a normal one for me, it's almost a whole day that I feel that.
Yeah, so with mine, I live with my sister, so we kind of don't really talk about it. It's kind of like I wake up at the hospital or on the way to the hospital. She doesn't, I'm not gonna say she does not like to deal with them, but I think it's easier for her just to send me to the hospital. I think maybe she's just like, oh, it's easier just to send him to the hospital. But yeah, my oldest sister, she's always like, okay, yeah, you had a seizure. It was about 8, 9 seconds, stuff like that. But my second oldest sister, I don't think she keeps track of the times. She's probably calling the ambulance when it starts. So yeah, so I haven't been able to count times or anything like that unless I was with my older sister or my mom. Or a few other people. But yeah, recently being at home having seizures, not gonna know anything about it, not gonna talk about it. Get home from the hospital. How you doing? I'm all right. Go to my room. See you tomorrow. So yeah.
Still not considering a camera?
Oh, I got a camera right here. I see it for myself, yeah. But when you mean like people like kind of telling you how long it was and stuff, I don't get that part. I got to go back and check the camera for the information that I need.
All right. Well, at least you got a way to get it.
All right.
What
Somebody's
is
paying attention.
something?
Let me
Hey, you
stop.
do. What is something that helped you accept your diagnosis? When I heard this or saw this question, my perspective is to see the positives of living, the first 15 years without epilepsy. How much did I actually get to experience and do? Even if I can't remember, I know those experiences still happened. So what
Yeah,
is
Kate,
everybody else's perspective?
I don't mean to cut you off, Kate. Mark was just about to say something when you started. You can go ahead, Mark.
No, I mean, it was fine. I was just kind of, I guess, agreeing with everyone else, the sentiment that I can definitely tell how big, how severe something was from the way I feel afterwards. But I also had been living alone. I owned a home over, just down the road from my, next neighborhood over from my parents, for a while. And, not having any roommates or anything, that time frame is when I really started getting the tonic-clonics, and the reason that I am able to tell that is because that's, in retrospect, that's when I remember feeling the big physical symptoms afterwards. But I had no other witnesses or anybody who could attest to, oh, it was however many minutes long or anything. So it just kind of seemed to come out of the blue sometimes. I would just feel like this, and it just did not make any sense at all. But yeah, in a way, it was um, a useful data point to have the physical headache, the headache that severe, that I can remember, 5 distinct times that I had that headache from hell. And yeah, I wouldn't have known how much longer my seizures had been going on, than just the 3 or 4 times that it had most recently been witnessed by somebody, and I had been informed about it. So I guess kind of a weird flip side to the physical is that it can give information that'll fill in the gaps that the memory does not have, when you don't also have somebody around to help you. So that was all.
Kate, what would you have to say? How to get over accepting it and that? How to accept it?
What is something that helped you accept your diagnosis?
Yeah, mine was basically like get over it. Like I said, I was running around gangbanging, having seizures in the streets with friends and telling them not to tell my mom. So I was just like, gotta get over it. This is gonna happen. We just gotta figure out how to not let these stories get back home. And yeah. I got one. Oh, it says, has anybody tried CBD oil for epilepsy? My brother is 15. He's been experiencing seizures more frequently lately, and his meds aren't doing him any good, other than making him angry and aggressive. I've come across CBD oils for seizures. Has anyone ever tried it for a seizure in particular? I heard about it. I haven't tried it yet. I think Sia said something about taking CBD. May I be wrong, Sia? I'll ask her when she comes back. I think Anne said something about taking CBD as well.
The Charlotte's Web strain of cannabis that they've been talking about in an episode or a Zoom meeting, like a week, maybe 2 weeks ago, I think was one of the first that was introduced and bred to be a specifically CBD only, like THC free strain. It was bred for this young girl who had a form of juvenile epilepsy that was not responding to any of the medications that they could give her. And I mean, what AEDs that we've been on would you ever wish on a, little, I forget, I think maybe 6 years old. They look, oh, Annie and Sia are both back, so they can tell the story. Yeah. Charlotte's Web CBD oil.
Right, yeah. She had Dravet syndrome, which is, I think, rare. And she was seizing like uncontrollably every single day. Her mom had tried so many different types of medications and treatment options that the doctors had given her, but nothing seemed to help. And so this was before, it was legalized and everything. And so she had to travel to Colorado to be able to get this strain, and it was bred specifically for this kind of situation, which is why they ended up naming the company Charlotte's Web, because her name was Charlotte Fiji. And Annie knows the story best. So, because I think she said that she knew them, right, Annie?
Yeah, I do. I do know them. It started with Heather Barnes Jackson. Her son, they thought it was Gervais, but it's Deuce, and I don't know the entire definition. And they were getting CBD hemp oil and it was helping, but they needed a higher concentration of CBD. And in the grassroots underground, you start to know people who are growing, who are processing, especially in Colorado. And they met the Stanley brothers, they were agricultural, like fourth generation, organic agricultural. So they decided to take it on, and they developed the high CBD strain of Charlotte's Web. And that's where Paige came in with Charlotte. She met Heather in a forum, a growers forum that I was in, because I was trying to get these guys. It's like, come on, we need CBD, and but it wasn't that kind of cannabis group. But we still started the medical conversation, and it all came together there at Green Passion. And in fact, this weekend at the new Page branch, at the new, I can't even, we're just calling it Charlotte's Ranch. They're having the pig roast to dedicate the ranch. Um, so, but yeah, Charlotte passed away in 2020. That was a sad day, but that's how they came together. And I watched Charlotte go from all the pharmaceuticals on oxygen, the whole thing, to starting to have an expression on her face. And she was nonverbal for the most part, but she still said some words. And but she's the poster child for CBD. And I know I've been using since before it was legal. And for some of us, we need the THC along with the CBD, especially when we have, I found for me post-ictal, a decent dose of both will help me recover faster because my muscles hurt, everything hurts, and the CBD with the THC helps with that. But yeah, that's kind of how they got together. And this weekend is the dedication for Charlotte's Ranch. So, but it's definitely a consideration. But it sounds like this person needs a medication change. And when people look to cannabis to replace medications, Realm of Caring does not encourage that. There are cannabis supporters who do. It's like, oh, we'll get you off those meds. Well, we can't do that. It's not safe. And we never encourage that. And if this individual is looking to CBD as, the silver bullet, the cure-all, it won't be. Nothing really is. But it sounds like a medication change should be first. And then, then maybe, you can add CBD at any time. And, but yeah, contacting Realm of Caring, I got in trouble on the other Reddit for, promoting Realm of Caring because I was promoting cannabis use. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm promoting, better quality of life, but I'll stop, so, but Realm of Caring is a great resource. And that all started with Charlotte and Zakai, who is Heather's son. But yeah, definitely CBD. You want CBN in that CBD if you can, because that helps the nervous system. But yeah, great people. And even though Charlotte's gone, she hasn't stopped fighting for us. She was on the front line for Texas. She's on the front line now there's been some changes in the terminologies and the policies for cannabis. And a very good friend of ours in California, one of the largest medical and recreational cannabis growers, had all 4 of their farms raided, and they're legal, and 2 of their people died, and it was all raided by ICE. So, and they're legal farms. So, but they're starting to go after legal farms on federal law. So it's a good time to learn how to grow your own, stock up. I know we'll never give up, but yeah, it's getting kind of dicey out there.
Yeah, my husband said when we get our homestead together, we should add that in.
Yeah, sounds like a great idea.
What state are you guys gonna end up in?
We don't know yet.
Yeah, we're planning.
We're still in the planning phase.
The
Oh,
state
that
of
homestead is
happiness.
such an appeal.
Yeah, I was just looking at my head. Like my mom was talking about all the cords coming out of my head. There's a scar right here. There's a tube right here. Well, that's what I was told. So I don't know if you guys can see that. Might need to shed some light on the situation.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Yeah. Yeah. CBD, I don't know anything about it, but I suggested it because my friend suggested. I'm trying to get some of myself, so know that. I'm not telling you just because. Then the first comment says, look up Charlotte's Web CBD and the story behind it. I know it's expensive, but I would gladly pay whatever if it worked. Okay. This one says, is it possible for masturbation to cause epilepsy?
I was gonna bring this up on Friday. I saw that too, and I was gonna bring it up, but I was like, no, that's too weird. I'm not gonna bring that up.
Well, I am.
I mean, so I will say, physical activity, and when you masturbate, your heart rate goes up. Just saying.
How would you know? I'm just kidding. Mark, you got something?
Hearing about a TikTok challenge
okay,
going
yeah.
on.
Okay.
Where they had to keep on, and then there was a few kids dying because of it.
What? We'll talk about that later.
Yeah, or the kids would it was like a knockout challenge, I think is what they called it. The point was to hyperventilate and then hold their breath the longest until it gets to an altered state of euphoria, apparently briefly, right before you completely pass out. So it was like I don't know, 7, 8-year-olds doing autoerotic asphyxiation without the erotic part, just asphyxiating themselves on the internet. Wow. Makes no sense. Kids are dumb.
Yes.
Yeah, subway surfing's no better. What I'm seeing here is that it sounds like that stimuli to cause, actually being a trigger is more common in temporal. Okay, here we go. Right temporal lobe. It says it's especially those with the right temporal lobe focus, that it's not necessarily the physical activity, it sounds like, but they call it a reflex seizure. And it's actually got a title of orgasm-induced seizure, saying that that is the specific trigger for that reflex seizure. So I think reflex seizure is like the term that this trigger would fall under.
Okay, I'm gonna
I
read
guess
the
that's
post.
good to know. Good to know.
Right, that is good to know. But I'll read the post. It says, hello everyone. I'm a 34-year-old male, and I have never had a seizure from the day I was born. My family doesn't have a history of seizures. It all started in 2012 when I was 21 years old. I tried masturbation for the first time, and I didn't know the side effects back then. So I was doing it once a day and sometimes once every 2 days. When I turned 28 in 2019, one night I slept and had a seizure, and I woke up with a strange brain. It felt like something happened, but I didn't know what happened or if anything had happened. I was still doing, and I used to have a sleeping seizure every 3 months. One day I had to sleep at my brother's room, and it was so happens I had a seizure that night, and he woke up and saw me jerking and my feet hitting the ground. When I woke up, he told me what he saw. So I used to have seizures during sleep, but since last year, I started to have them while I'm awake. I get the sure error, a for sure aura, and a few seconds later, the seizure starts. When I had a girlfriend, I stopped masturbating and I had no seizures, even though I was having regular sex. But I didn't get a single seizure. It's somehow related to masturbation. Sorry for the long post. I was trying to explain to you because I searched on Google and I couldn't find any connection between seizures and masturbation. Is there any correlation or connection? What do you recommend me do instead? I'm addicted to masturbation and I can't stop it. Thank you to everyone.
He started at 21. What took him so long?
That was my like. I shot back into frame, being like, "Wait, what?"
Well, yeah, right. Who starts at 21?
We're okay. So moving past the funniness of that, because we're not going to judge anyone. We don't
What
know
do you
their.
suggest?
I got nothing here.
I suggest you find a job where that is something necessary.
Read a book.
Yeah. Yeah. If sex isn't causing the seizures, maybe you should find a job where you're having sex. Because otherwise you're just with yourself and that seems to not work for you. So
I'm wondering what the connection is, though. Like, I mean, obviously that story was a little all over the place, I guess, because like they do have seizures, like despite the masturbation, like during sleep, right? So like that isn't in question. They do have epilepsy. I'm just wondering where the connection would be to like you stopped having sex and because you masturbate, that like that's what's confusing me. I have no idea.
I think he's like, I replaced masturbation because I'm not having sex anymore. I replaced that with masturbation. Now I'm over here, on the
mean,
floor,
like,
my brother's finding me.
How much is this person like, jerking it, I guess, like if it
Wait,
was
so
like, oh, they're having sex once a day and it's fine, and now they're masturbating like 8 times a day, like, yeah, that's gonna be different.
so the question isn't if the masturbation is causing it, but if going without it is? I'm confused.
Yeah, I think he said like he loves masturbation. What can he do instead? I think that was the question.
Inky said he was addicted.
Yeah, he said he's addicted. So I mean, find something else to do with your cock.
Yeah, I was just questioning. I was just adding more background questions that I needed answers to, I guess.
How
Well,
does he
honestly,
know
they're
that
gonna
it's
have to get some
masturbation?
real.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that they're going to have to get some real evidence. Have one of these seizures occur while you're on an EEG. See if the focal points are corresponding with what's going on, because apparently there's blaming that some seizure disorders can, obviously they say about the PNES, but masturbation, as with any other stimulus, can trigger an episode as a PNES. Like it can be actually like a different kind of seizure than obviously one that's induced by a different trigger. So it sounds rare, but I guess it's known to happen, and they definitely won't be able to get to the bottom of it until they get some kind of evidence.
When he said the thing about how his brother found him, I was thinking that might be like, pre-postictal, because I remember like I was told a story, you just kind of pulled it out and start peeing, just walked right out of the store and just right in front of the door, just pulled it out and started peeing. I don't remember any of that, but that was postictal. I've already had the seizure in the store and I got up and I don't remember going outside and peeing, but this is the story I'm being told. So yeah, maybe he was already out of it and postictal and just doing that, and then had the tonic, and then he noticed, or his brother walked in, or whatever the case.
Oh, I thought his brother walked in. I thought he said that he was jerking like having a seizure. I didn't know. Sorry, I missed the part where he was, he was masturbating. I didn't know it was jerking off. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that adds a little more because clearly that was a postical like act or something,
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. But yeah, like you said, my brother said he woke up and he saw me jerking and my feet were hitting the ground. So yeah.
Oh,
And go
yes.
figure, this Psychology Today article in 2020 is claiming that this is a much more common situation for women.
Hmm.
Yeah, that was apparently a study that actually took place, and curious enough, it's published in Psychology Today, so maybe they're trying to, on the download call it PNES.
I'm going to touch on a few of these comments. Yeah, someone said, no, it isn't. Sorry for being so blunt, but this is perilously close to calling seizures devil-like manifestations. No, it is impossible that there is a correlation between wonking and the acquisition of epilepsy. For the strength of correlation, you may as well say becoming 21 causes epilepsy, or being alive, or trying an avocado, or going to a friend's wedding. The person responded, I didn't mention the age to establish a connection between masturbation and epilepsy. I was just telling the whole story. I once stopped masturbation for 6 months and I hadn't had a seizure, but when I went back to masturbation, it started to come back. Someone else said, no, it's not possible for masturbation to cause you to have seizures, but you can go blind.
Wait, yeah, this person said that they had never had a seizure before, so they're not diagnosed. Is that what people are assuming in the comments? Because that's what it sounds like.
From the post, I think he was diagnosed, but then I think the jerking just I guess he said that got out of hand, so I guess he was doing something. This is a nice time to move forward.
Hey guys, this is my dad.
Hi, Mark's dad.
Hi.
My name's Greg.
I'm
Just
the
Greg,
hero.
not Greg.
Hmm.
Hello, guys. I appreciate your time and energy and sharing together. I think it's been really great for Mark.
I love
We all
it.
appreciate that.
We're glad to be here for him.
Yeah.
You're the reason I have nanny cam footage of my most recent seizure.
Yeah. That was pretty intense. I was
Yeah,
glad I was here.
I
Did
started
you get a
this,
chance to
it
read
helps
Mark's
me.
post?
Of course.
That was
He wants
brilliant.
me to do my account for it next because I spent probably an hour and a half with him so I'm gonna try to, yeah.
Oh, okay. Perfect time to kick in.
See? I remember I came in here about 9:45 and at 11 o'clock my alarm went off because I had to take some eye drops and I told Mark, oh, I got to get my eye drops. It's 11 o'clock. He couldn't believe it. So yeah, then I came back in here and we spent a while. So yeah, I was here for an hour and a half.
Cool.
So
I didn't remember that much. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I thought. That maybe you just spent 20, 30 minutes here or something. I'm not sure.
yeah,
I didn't.
we talked about a lot of things. I was just trying to be here with him. I didn't want to
Truth
leave him
serum
until
straight up the nose.
well, I didn't want to leave until I knew he was stable and safe and ready, For probably an hour, he was talking like he was totally drunk, just slurred and he couldn't come up with words and stuff. And we talked about his cactus plants, his plants outside, and his plans to get a desk in here. And moving furniture around and, just everything, what he was feeling. So it was just a really special time, I thought. But a sharing time with him, that's what I meant. But hell of a scary time in the beginning.
Well,
Yeah, he
That
told
still
us about
sounds
the
like you made a
wings.
big difference.
Yeah, he made a big emphasis on those wings every time, the boneless wings.
Yeah.
I've
How
still
much
got them in the fridge. I gotta go eat some.
Hungry.
I almost tripped on them. They were on the floor here till he told me where they were.
Yeah. I
Is
couldn't
it
manage to get them out to the fridge, so all I could do was put them down, but I don't know. I guess I must have known and gone to the door frame specifically to call for you to help
Yeah.
because I wouldn't have been continuing to try to carry the wings out around the door.
He was holding on to the door frame when he called me. And I was in the other room. The TV was turned low, but I had headphones on, so I didn't hear him at first. And then once I did, I just ran in here and just had to bear hug him and back him up across the room to get him to lie down on the bed and just, try to get him calm. But he was,
He had to convince me to let go of the door frame first.
yeah.
That was, I told him that was like a trust fall exercise for me because I was holding on to it and he was trying to get me to
Let go.
let go and walk me backwards through the room so that he could lay me down with my back onto the bed. So I was like going backwards into his arms, even though we were, bear hugging. But that was, yeah,
Those scary moments.
it was intense.
Yeah. After
is
I
it
gave him the shot in the nose, it didn't take long before his moaning and calling and stressing calmed down. And then a little bit after that, then you had a couple of Klonopin, and we had to find them. They were in a box on the floor here, so he was trying to tell me where they were, and then he was able to just, calmly talk. I know he was still out of it, but hold on.
Poofy's eating Kitty's dinner.
Cat food management. So, but it was, yeah, I've been thinking about it a lot. I know I need to sit down and spend some time writing what I recall. for
Yeah,
that time.
he's clearly got pieces that I don't.
Yeah.
is it weird sort of seeing like obviously like you and Mark clearly have like a great relationship, so like there's no reason why he wouldn't be open with you, but like is it weird sort of getting Posticle like pure unfiltered Mark, you know what I mean, where like it's anything that comes to his brain is going to be said.
What I always say is Mark has days where he has no words, and then he has days where he won't stop talking. And so sometimes we just have to go with the stream of consciousness of what he's got on his mind. So, now that I was pointing to the bed there, that experience was different because I could tell he was not fully with it, and he was trying to process what just happened as well. So, but I know Mark opens up a lot more with my wife, his mom, and he and I kind of do things together, but he really shares his deeper feelings more with her because she was his homeschool mom, so that's what I think. So she and I have a different relationship with Mark. Do you agree?
Yeah, he got a little more honesty than he normally would, I think. maybe it might be a way to put it, or a little less of a filter. But
Yeah, that's why I
Yeah.
asked. Yeah.
but I mean, I did just trust fall into his bear hug, so that was a bonding moment
yeah,
for sure.
for sure.
That and I remember that too. So that's
That's different than the other seizures you've had here, which
yeah.
you were totally unaware of anything that happened. So that was a different thing. I didn't even know he was having one. I was watching TV and Mark came in and played with the cat a little bit. And then he sat down on the chair. He had turned on the front porch light, so I knew he had some food being delivered. So I didn't think anything of it. He didn't really get my attention or tell me, hey, I'm having problems here. And then he went and got his food from the door. And the next thing I heard several minutes later was he was yelling for help. So it was kind of a big surprise to me that I kind of say to myself, I should have stopped the show and talked to him a little bit. But you know, I just figured he was in the family room waiting for the food delivery. You know, not really there to talk, but to play with one of the cats. So, right? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, I mean, he would have had absolutely no reason to think anything of it, and I wasn't even really thinking that I was having a seizure yet at that point. So it, yeah, I don't think you should kick yourself at all if that's what you're thinking.
Whatever. It worked out. I was glad I was here for you. If it had been 20 minutes later, I might have gone to bed and he would have been stranded. You know, that scares me more than anything. You know, that we need to be here for him. And what could have happened if that was the case? I was just staying up later than my wife to watch a show. And when I came in here, I didn't know if I should call 911. I didn't want to leave him to go wake up my wife to get her in here because she goes with him to the neurologist. I don't. So I wasn't sure what to do other than to just get him flat and get him in the bed and try to get him to calm down and give him the shot. Once that happened, I could see we had turned the corner and he was settling down. And then I just wanted to stay there with him until he was ready for me to go. So I was just glad I was here for him.
Glad you were here for him too. He's great. I'm glad he comes.
Yeah. I'll let you guys get back to it. Nice chatting with you guys. God bless.
Oh, you can stay if you like. We got some stuff you can watch us go through.
I need to go do something. I'll come back. My wife's getting ready for bed, so I go tuck her in, then I'll come back.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna use that as my segue. I'm gonna head out. I'm super tired. Everybody have a wonderful and have a great rest of your week until Friday.
Bye, Brandon.
Bye,
And
Brandon.
Scopri got another one.
So this one says catamenial medications. What does everyone take and what is your pattern? I have an appointment with my neurologist and I don't know what benzodiazepine I should be suggesting. Yes, I have to do this, but at least he listens. Anyhow, I have a pattern of 4 days where I have one or more focal seizures every month. I don't know what a catamenial medication is.
I think she is talking about catamenial epilepsy, but probably thinking that there's specific medications used for that. But I don't think that they really have any specific treatments for that other than hormonal birth control. So benzodiazepines, whatever your neurologist thinks is best for your situation. If you're having clusters or if you're not having clusters, nocturnals, stuff like that, then they're going to suggest something to you versus you suggesting something to them. Because there's a lot that you would have to research into because there's so many different types of benzos used that you probably wouldn't really know where to start.
So is that more along the lines of like go down the list and just kind of figure out what's worth the risk? Like side effects versus benefit kind of thing?
Yeah, I'd figure as much. Like
Okay.
if you have like a past history of like psychological issues, if you have heart issues, if you have just basically any kind of comorbidities, because benzos can affect different aspects of your body. Like Ativan slows down your heart rate, and they gave that to me for anxiety. Even though I don't really have an issue with anxiety, and it slowed my heart rate down way too much to the point where I was breathing less than typical. So that one isn't the greatest for me.
So overall, the benzos seem like they have more short-term side effects of like the drowsiness and dizziness and like the more noticeable short-term side effects compared to AEDs. What do you guys know about that from your medical experience?
Being that I am on one, the Klonopin goes straight through the central nervous system. Like it definitely does, but there's after what Sailor Mom said, there's history with benzos being tied to dementia. So
What's up, sister?
This reminds me of, I'm sorry, as soon as you said Klonopin, I don't think I'm supposed to be on those. Maybe, I don't know. Whatever Klonopin's area is, I can't take any of its family because I have an adverse reaction. I get super high. And those of you that know me know I am hyperactive when I'm already hyperactive. So, okay, so that is a benzo. Yeah, it's different reactions. I've had it done to me. Wow, I've had it twice in my life. Once when I was in high school, when it was prescribed for my panic attacks. My dad got a call from the nurse, and he tells the story of me sitting in the background saying, "Hi, Abba, I love you, Abba. Can we go get ice cream?" Yeah, and also the desk bit me. Yeah. Second time I was an adult. I was out in Nevada. And I had to get the phone taken away from me because I was texting my stepdaughter and my dad that the birds are coming after them. It's the birds. It's just does not do good for my particular mind's sake. Never been on it since and never will again. I think The prospect scares me so much. I mean, it's funny afterwards. I just don't want to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That doesn't sound like Klonopin, but I don't know. It affects everybody differently, I guess.
I haven't taken Klonopin yet. I've taken what they prescribed. Yeah.
Those are supposed to slow down everything.
This might be a dumb question, it might not, but I believe I heard the word catamenial before, but I do not know what it means at all. I think she
It's
said catamenial seizures, I believe I heard her say.
Hormone related.
Hormone.
Yes.
Oh, hormone. Okay. For females.
Yeah.
Can we have catamenial? We have hormones. You're on mute.
It's for catamenial is like the base term I think is connected to the menstrual cycle. So I think it's female related.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, okay. The first comment says, I had a neuro that gave me a low dose of lorazepam and to take at bedtime during the week. I usually have an increase, worked then pretty well. It was in addition to other meds, but only used during that time of the month. Okay. Someone else said, I take high estrogen birth control, and this helped a lot. Regular kind did not. I skipped the placebo, placebo week and take it straight through so my hormone levels don't fluctuate. Then the person writing this said, I'm also on a birth control pill and skipping the placebo week for another condition. I don't know what placebo is, but we can move forward.
It's a fake pill that you take to continue the medication, but it gives you a break to continue menstruating.
Would I be wrong to say that was still confusing?
Just think water pill. One, you got your meds, and then you got the placebo. The meds is the drugs. The placebo is like water.
Okay.
And you're not wrong for being confused.
A lot of time, those placebo pills are used for vitamins. At least that's what I remember an OB. You know what? That was a long time ago. Never mind. I don't know if I have good information.
Think of the drug trials, Pookie, where half the people get the real drug they're working on, and half the people get just a placebo that does nothing.
Exactly.
Is that what they call the placebo effect?
Yeah.
Well, no. It was very visible that I was on the placebo. But then when I was given the real stuff, it was you could definitely tell the difference.
That's the term placebo effect. You know, your condition, everything just keeps getting worse.
Okay, I got something here, ladies and gentlemen. It says, can you tell the difference between a panic attack and aura? Can you tell the difference between a panic attack and an aura? They both feel pretty much the same to me. I've had pretty bad anxiety most of my life and had a lot of panic episodes before and developed epilepsy. I thought they were all panic attacks until my husband started telling me that I was having focal seizures about half of the times. Half of the time I felt like I'm having a panic attack. I'm on 500 milligrams of lamotrigine as my main med, then started taking clonazepam Whenever I have a panic attack or an aura feeling, it goes away and I'm fine. But since clonazepam doubles for anxiety as an anticonvulsant, I don't know which I'm treating when I take it. I didn't go through the phase of panic attacks and being told that it's a panic attack and not or an aura, stuff like that. Can anybody else explain? I think Mark had something to say about that. He said he couldn't, sometimes you can't tell the difference of panic attack and an aura. I don't have auras. Anybody have a story about an aura?
Go ahead,
Go ahead.
Toaster.
Okay. So the difference, at least for me, because again, panic attacks show differently in everybody. The fear is different between a panic attack and an aura. Panic attack is, oh my fucking God, get out of here, run. A aura is the weight has just dumped on you so much and has started tightening so badly that there is going nowhere except for down. That's the difference for me.
Okay. Yeah. I don't get the auras, but that is very interesting to hear. So if I do, I know what it is.
I also much rather just have a blackout seizure than those damn things. I really do.
First comment says, I have both, but my auras feel nothing like my panic attacks. I think this might be something you bring up with your neurologist. You could also be throwing yourself into seizures by having panic attacks. If stress is a trigger for you, if you can, pay attention to each feeling from physical to emotional next time. And either your husband write it down or you take notes in your phone, if at all possible. Someone else said, my panic attacks don't include deja vus or the other vu. I don't know how to pronounce that. That's how I tell the difference.
Jamis vu.
Jamis vu. Okay.
Isn't there
Panic attacks
another
don't include deja vu or Jamis vu.
Deja vu.
Is just Jamis vu the same thing, basically?
Deja vu is this has happened before. Jamis vu is this will happen again. And deja vu is I've dreamed this before.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna ask or try to ask you guys about that. Because I have almost every evening I have these moments or flashes where it's kind of like I get memories of the dream that I had the night before or something. I don't know, or it feels like I remember the dream from the night before, but only like vague glimpses of it. Is that anything that anybody has experienced or heard of?
Me, I have like memories of my dreams and I'm wondering how do I make it happen type shit. Like, that was a good dream and it's so much on my mind. How do I make this happen? It's like that, like you're figuring out how it's gonna happen or when it's gonna happen or if it's gonna happen. Yeah, those are how some of those dreams are.
Like
I
lucid
remember,
dreaming?
or I can remember a dream from a few days ago, and I'm like, oh my goodness, that was a dream. It wasn't real, and now is it gonna happen? Yeah, I have those sometimes. What were you saying?
Well, when um the I don't remember. Um,
We can move forward.
but like you get these, I don't know, you get like glimpses where you feel like you remember this, or like not like this moment that you're in was from the dream the night before, just like sitting and feeling like your memory of like that dream the night before is just as easily recalled as, you know, something from 10 minutes ago, which is a bad example right now because I am medicated. So this is not baseline, but I don't know. I guess from the responses that I'm seeing, it doesn't sound um like this dream recall thing is something common.
I've also had dreams that I had a dream, and for a long time I didn't know it was a dream, and I'm explaining the situation to someone, and they're like, "No, bro, that didn't happen. This person never did that, or we never went there." I'm like, "Are you sure?" Like, 'cause I remember, and I'm sitting there like, I remember us going here, but I'm arguing with somebody, and my memory's horrible, so I had to eventually give in. Like, okay, yeah, we haven't been there. You called the man, and he doesn't remember that either. So I was dreaming. And there's stuff like that to where I can't figure out if this was real or was this a dream. I've been through that.
Can also be called false memories, and I have an issue with that as well.
Yeah. And then I heard you say something about lucid dreams.
Yeah, that's where you're asleep and you know that you're asleep while you're in the dream. And in some cases, some people who practice it can get really good at inducing that state and exert a degree of control over the dream itself. But it doesn't sound like that's what you were talking about.
Yeah, I think what Sia said, false memories.
Yeah.
Because it felt like it was so real. I had the whole memory. I was excited about it. I forgot what I was exactly telling him, but he was like, "Bro, that didn't happen. You talking about last month?" And I was like, "Yeah, last month." He's like, "No, this person lives here, and they didn't do this. They haven't been over here." And I had a whole story made up that I thought was so true that we had to call him and get the best 2 out of 3 answers, and they won 2 versus 1. And yeah, I guess that story was untrue. And I still tell myself, like, I think they might be tripping a little bit, but I know how my memory is, so I just had to give in eventually. I still think sometimes, like, I forgot what the story was, but sometimes when I see it, I'm like, I might think you lying to me, maybe just a little bit. Like, this might have happened, but yeah, like I said, I gotta give in with this memory that I'm dealing with. Just gotta give up and say, all right, you're right, which sucks. But oh, Mark, before you left, I was wondering if you could tell me the difference between an aura and a panic attack. I believe you told me before. That's why the reason I was telling you again.
Wait, he's something before, something again? What? I'm sorry, I
Oh
didn't.
no, I think we've answered this question before, but I can't exactly remember the difference between an aura and a panic attack.
I mean, I would say subjectively in the moment, the biggest differentiator I would look for is some actual reason to panic. Like, if I'm sitting and, watching Ancient Aliens and I start to feel this sensation, there's no reason for me to actually be panicking. If I'm watching Ancient Aliens and I start smelling smoke coming from the other room, there's a reason to start panicking. And I would kind of look for those sort of physical differentiators. I mean, that smoke is not a good example necessarily, but is like you get the general concept. Like, is there a reason to panic or is there not? But in a broader sense, auras are seizures. Like I think we've all kind of hammered this home that an aura and a seizure are really the same thing. Um, just because one hasn't generalized doesn't mean that it isn't um, any less significant. So I guess that would be my 2 cents on auras and panic attacks at this moment. So ask me again in a few weeks and we'll see how close these answers are.
Yeah, I think it was pretty close to the answer that we might have answered it a few weeks ago. I think this was close to what you said last time. Just as
Okay.
interesting, but it was close. Sia?
As someone who has a lot of auras as well too, I used to have panic attacks when I was younger, but I think that majority of those were actually not panic attacks because I have noticed a pretty significant difference for myself personally. My panic attacks are much more chill in comparison with my auras, if that makes any sense. Like with my auras, I start with a weird pressure, like intense pressure sensation, and it builds over time. My body, like my stomach doesn't drop. It's like my body is dropping. Like I feel like I'm being like someone's putting bricks on me and weighing me down heavier and heavier. And then the head pain starts coming in and it starts getting progressively worse. My eye starts twitching, specifically my right one. And then I start to slur my words, stumbling over words, stuff like that. But with a panic attack, it's really just panic. Like there's something, like Mark was saying, there's something to panic about. So I'm starting to panic and I start talking very quickly. My heart starts racing and I start shaking, but like not like full body shaking, like, convulsions. I mean more like shaking. So oh, it's okay. It's okay. So I've noticed a pretty significant difference myself.
Hyperventilating.
Sort
Have
of.
you ever?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah.
that it just gets so tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter.
Yeah, it's like constricting and that's what I get with like the panic attacks, but with the auras, I don't get the chest constriction. I get constriction in my head, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. Feels like you got a headband on and can't take it off. I know what you mean. I got one. It says pain with intimacy. Epilepsy meds? Question mark. Hope everybody is staying as safe and healthy as possible. This is super embarrassing question, but it's been weighing on me so much that I felt I needed to chat with someone who might have some insight. To sum it up, make a long story short, I have a loot of pain during intimacy with various partners. I'm a woman, and no matter how much I'm ready to go, in quotes, ready to go is in quotes. When it comes to actual intercourse, it's very, very painful. Typically, I am able to do it, and after a moment adjust, the pain goes away. My current boyfriend is absolute the best, and he just acts as if nothing strange or out of the ordinary is going on when I'm taking a minute or struggling. I've told him this is my preference. He's also, of course, very sensitive to how I'm feeling. It gets in my head sometimes because this has happened with other partners in the past, unless they were a bit on the smaller side. Sorry, boys. LOL. Does anyone know if this can be related to epilepsy meds? I take Depakote and Lamictal as well as Adderall for ADHD, but this has gone on for much longer than I've taken Adderall. Final few factors. I'm a nicotine smoker of 5+ years, like a lot per day, in the process of quitting. And I will also be consulting my neuro, GYN. Just wanted to see other people's thoughts. Thank you for hearing me out. And again, I hope everyone is doing well.
I have a lot to add to this one. And without going, I'm gonna try to go without TMI stuff, but number one, I have been doing a lot of research on medications, and Lamictal can cause bladder issues, bladder pain, and pain downstairs for some people. It's a more rare side effect, but it is a side effect that is possible. So that is a possibility. But you're also a female, and as a female myself, I have had a long history of that kind of pain. So my issues with that stem from female issues, endometriosis, and adenomyosis, and it causes a lot of pressure. And so that could be a possible cause, and I would suggest consulting with an OB, because if that is the case, there are treatments for it that you can, find and try out that could help you to get on a better track.
So with your insight then, is that dyspareunia?
Dyspareunia, did you say?
Yeah, did you ever actually get that diagnosis? Because that's what I see as the condition actually linked to Adderall. And it sounds like
Hold
that
on, let
might
me
be a
see.
different kind of pain, because it sounds like the dyspareunia is more localized in the genitals.
That is a diagnosis that I got with the endometriosis. So it's a secondary
Okay,
symptom
so it is probably
of
the
the
same kind of pain
condition.
they're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that I didn't know it was linked to Adderall. I've never tried that myself, but as far as like the menstrual issues, that kind of thing, yes, that is something that is heavily associated with endometriosis.
Yeah, apparently Adderall can amplify existing anxiety, which can be a significant contributor to sexual dysfunction, including dyspareunia. And that's
And
something
Lamictal
they
too,
never
like I
tell
was
anybody.
saying too, that one can also cause pain downstairs too. So it could be like a combination of things.
Was the post on Adderall and lamotrigine, did you say? I'd only heard Adderall in the post. I wasn't sure if they mentioned any other any actual epilepsy meds.
Oh yeah, I think Pookie, you said Lamictal was one of her medications, right?
Yeah. Another thing is though, I think she said she didn't have the pain when it was smaller guys. Any correlation to that?
Yes. The deeper you go, the more pain because the inflammation can be higher up if you're at a lower stage of endo. And then as far as the inflammation with the medications, I think that that's kind of I don't think that there would be I of course don't know myself, but I don't know if there would be a correlation with that.
Well, I mean, just a general overview is that dyspareunia or painful sexual intercourse can be caused by various factors. So we kind of narrowed down that the medication is probably the cause on this one, and size can play a role in some cases, but it's not the only or common reason. So maybe it was just what worked for her at the time. But yeah, it sounds like size does play a part in the amount of, like she said, because of the depth and width and whatnot.
I got something here. It says cognitive function test. I have temporal lobe epilepsy. It came out of nowhere 9 months ago. My doctor suggested a cognitive function test to get a baseline. Any advice on this, specifically as it relates to employment? My cognitive functions are pretty good.
Are they more specific on like what their score has to be or something? Because cognitive function, I'm not sure if that's equivalent to like the state test that like children have to take to move on to the next grade or something.
I don't know. That was all that there was that I read.
Okay.
But the first comment says, I have adult onset intractable epilepsy. Too many meds on the list. Too many meds to list. what I'm about to say sucks so much. Epilepsy makes you stupid over time. Even more if your seizures are uncontrollable. It also has a great deal to do with when your seizures are happening. I don't care what anyone says. It's a fact of epilepsy. Every time you have a seizure, damage is done. Read the studies. I was the lead electrical system working R&D when my seizure started getting bad. I had to retire at 25 years because I had to retire 25 years early because I couldn't function at that level anymore. I was that guy. I didn't take those notes because why bother? I'll remember it, not anymore. Now here is why I say I do it. Do we get stupid because of the medication or because of epilepsy? Having a baseline might tell you it's medication that can be changed. I'm no neurologist, so what do I know? Epilepsy making spelling.
No, wait, you're waiting.
Hey, Liz.
Hey, Pookie, I was just waiting for you to finish.
Oh, I was finished there. That was someone's comment. But cognitive functions, isn't that like moving my limbs and stuff? I'm pretty good with that. It's so sad. That I don't know
Cognitive
what
function is like thinking and problem solving, and like they were talking about a lead electrical system something, and so that's like technical stuff. It's, I don't know, it's something I relate to. I used to be a mechanical engineer at Siemens. I worked on gas turbine power plants, and now, no, not so much.
You are just so freaking cool. You
What?
play an instrument and you worked on turbines?
Yes.
That
Yeah,
is so freaking cool.
there's a lot of musicians in the STEM fields. You'd be
My husband
surprised
is
how
one.
much. Yeah, yeah, cool. Yeah, you see, 100% of polled participants are musicians in STEM fields.
I
There we
will
go.
not budge on Baby Delta being the drummer. But yes, the Funky Brain Bunch is coming to town.
I'm extremely confused right now, but
Yeah, I've taken my
I'll
medicines.
catch up.
Don't mind me.
Were you guys done with that one?
I
I didn't
mean,
want to cut you off, Mark.
we
Go
could
ahead.
be done whenever we choose to stop, I suppose. Um, let's say done. I don't remember what was.
We
Oh,
were talking
wait.
about the cognitive
Yeah,
function, but we can move
cognitive
forward.
function. Now, yeah, now it's difficult to think. I mean, you're seeing a perfect example, right? So, I don't know.
I think the cognitive function is, not only testing what information that you retain, but how you use it.
Like the fact that I forgot that my mom baked an apple pie and I'm being called, and thank you. Liz, I am so glad to meet you.
Toaster.
Oh, hi, Toaster. Yes, I'm very glad to meet you too. I've been reading your stories and enjoying them so much.
Thank you. I may be crazy, but I am benign.
But you have a wonderful talent and you really have a great imagination. And you're keeping Jeff going all day with these wonderful stories. He's really, really just, having a great time with them.
You he's my idea guy. I pounce on him like prompt time. Give me a prompt. So yeah. So okay.
I got something. It says the guy I'm dating says I'm overreacting about my epilepsy. So I started dating a guy, and apparently he thinks I talk too much about my epilepsy and that I'm overreacting. My epilepsy is under control right now, and it's been for a few years. I don't drink, don't smoke, don't do drugs, and don't drink caffeine because I don't want to trigger a seizure. But even if I have a seizure under control, even if my seizures are under control, I always feel that I have the sword of Damocles over my head, and that at any moment my meds could stop working and I could have a seizure. I'm not constantly thinking about it, but it's a looming feeling that's always in the background. Even if the seizures are under control, I don't feel I'm completely normal, besides the meds side effects. And sometimes I think I could have died last time. I had a lot of seizures, one after another, that doctors couldn't stop. If I had been home alone, he doesn't seem to grasp the severity of TCs or how scary focals can be. I'm starting to doubt myself and thinking maybe I am exaggerating and I should just loosen up a bit, be happy my seizures are under control, and just live my life. What do you think? ladies could probably answer this better. Anyone ever told you you're overreacting? No female has told me that, so. Is this
I'm sorry,
person-
that's my bad. I missed the question.
Oh, the question was, what do you think? She said, I'm starting to doubt myself and thinking maybe I'm exaggerating and should loosen up a bit and be happy my seizures are under control and just live my life. What do you think? I think it sucks that he's telling her stuff like that she talks about it too much. But yeah.
That's makes it obvious that he doesn't see it as a priority. If she's talking about it, then obviously there's questions to be answered or discussions to be had. There's subjects that are relevant to bring up and actually have a conversation about. And if his head's in the right place and the intentions are there, then he would want to help her have those discussions, learn more. Because obviously the people that don't have the seizures are the ones who stand to benefit the most from talking about it. Because they're not going to
Yeah,
get it.
I wouldn't say that that's overreacting at all on her end. It's very dismissive to tell somebody something like that, especially with epilepsy and seizures just in general. They are difficult to go through. It's a lot, and whether you're controlled or not, it's still something that's always in your mind. You know you have it, and we all know at this point that even if you are technically cured, then it can always come back. So I don't like that term, at least, or that it's even thought that it's possible, because it's always going to be a part of us still.
Right, I'm going to go through these comments. Someone says, my neuro has always said that when you first become seizure-free, a level of hypervigilance is completely normal. That feeling of being overdue a seizure is a natural one if you were having them regularly before. It should start to fade over time and allow you to believe in the control a bit more. If it doesn't, it may be that you would benefit from speaking to someone about remaining so anxious. But I think at the moment, it's understandable. Give yourself a break. Read the guy you're talking, reevaluate the guy you're dating. Others have said you need to make sure it's not all you to talk about, but it's also a significant part of your life and it warrants some empathy from him. If you're not getting that from him now, when you're not seizing, if you have a breakthrough or things change, I'd question how supportive he would be. See how things go and if things may improve, but he also might not be the guy for you. That's a good comment for a lady to tell another lady, I guess.
Yeah, that encouragement to reevaluate. Definitely don't put yourself down for it, and look at the bigger picture. If you shouldn't stand for this now, then handle it how you want. Give him the ultimatum or let him be who he wants to be and find somebody better for you, who's actually going to take it seriously. Because unfortunately, it is part of you.
Now we got someone. Hey, Liz, how are you? Oh, no, we got another Liz.
Which one are you speaking to?
The one that I believe might have epilepsy is the reason she's here. Oh, shit, her mic is screwy. Well, yeah, the icebreaker was something you would have to say, so I guess you can listen. This person says, I am scared. I am totally and completely in love with my husband. We are two parts of a whole. We make each other laugh every day. We have two beautiful young children together. I am never finished college, but I stay home with the kids, so I'm very financially dependent on him. We are also very emotional dependent on each other. I pull him out of the dark places when he starts feeling depressed, and he is my safe space when it comes to OCD. He is the light of my life, and if he were gone, my life would lose its color. I knew he had epilepsy when we got married nearly 8 years ago, but he had not had one in years. A while back, he started having reading induced jaw seizures, but they increased his Keppra and they stopped. I saw him have a seizure for the first time this winter. He missed one dose of medication, something that's happened several times in the past, but nothing ever happened. This time, he did have a seizure, and it was terrible. He fell and got hurt, seized and got up and ran around. Almost 3 months later, he had another. This time he was in bed. And I know you aren't supposed to restrain someone during a seizure, but I was able to keep him in bed where he was safe. This was very concerning since after years without a seizure, he had just 2 months apart. He always gets sick 10 times worse than everyone else. We got little colds once, but when he caught it, he was sick for a month and ended up with an inhaler. A month ago, our son had diarrhea. I was kind of gassy, but nothing serious. It was a Saturday. He was fine for most of the day. He went and hung out with a friend and then came home that evening. He very quickly got sick all of a sudden. He threw up and had diarrhea until he had nothing left and was completely dehydrated. Then, despite the forgetting his medication, he had a seizure. It's been really hard. I have begun worrying if his medication is losing its effectiveness. Now we have colds and he feels so hot. I don't think our thermometer is very accurate, so I have not bothered looking for it, but he feels like an oven. I am scared he will have another. I have already been having some anxiety about him having another, but now that he is sick, I am so jumpy. I am trying to keep him hydrated and rested, but I am scared for him. Does anyone have some insight? He started having seizures at 17, and they do not know the cause. He is 32 this summer. He takes Keppra and something else in the morning and the night. The question was, does anyone have insight?
I would suggest have a plan in place. If you know he has seizures, fever is definitely gonna mess with that, especially when fevers last too long. If you can't get the temperature down within like 6 hours or something, I know a bad one's gonna happen. Whenever I'm above like 101, give or take. But yeah, that's have a plan in place is my number one suggestion. Know where the nasal M is, keep those rescue meds in a well-known place, and don't leave them alone. Trust your intuition. You know, I mean, if you know him best at this point, get ready. Call for one of those, doctor's lines, explain that list of symptoms. They have all the facts together. So a medical professional might even be able to look into the chart, give them even better advice on what point you might have to bring them in. Some fluids might be the only way to bring that down if there's so many meds for fevers that we can't even take.
Yeah, one thing I was thinking is when she said the thermometer doesn't work and she basically wasn't worried about wanting to find it or using it, that's not good either because um, I've heard, I haven't from personal experience, I haven't had seizures from fevers, but I've heard you can have seizures when your fever runs too high. Um, yeah, and she seemed like the thermometer wasn't a big deal, and I think when he has a fever and he has epilepsy, you got to check on that because could be a cause of the seizure and could have stopped the seizure if he didn't have the fever, or if you even knew it was a fever.
Well, check about check about medication interactions between the anti-epilepsy drugs and any sort of cold, cough, flu type medications, anti-fever, fever reducers, Tylenol, I think, tends to interact with some things a bit more. It's harder on the liver than ibuprofen and aspirin are, I think. So just a thought, I suppose.
Mm,
Do you guys get triggered by having a cold or flu or COVID? Because I think I've had a clonic seizure that, it kind of felt like it built up from shivering that I thought was just the flu, but it just kept shivering harder and harder and harder until everything was shivering. Like when you
I
have
was
the
gonna.
flu, your tongue doesn't shiver and lock up the same as your arms do, you know? That should have stood out to me.
Cold and flu medicine. Um, some of them have Benadryl in it,
Oh,
and
yes.
that's a big no-no for epilepsy.
Can someone tell me that I'm overreacting? I really need this advice. I'm 17 and I got diagnosed with non-epileptic seizures in April, and I'm getting an EEG this week because I pushed for it. All of my doctors seem to think I'm just being hysterical, and for some reasons, I've convinced myself I have something severely wrong with my brain, like brain damage, tumor deflect. I don't even know. It's just because since seizures started happening last year, they've gotten so bad so quickly, like 3 between October and December, with like quick recovery. And now it's every day with hours that I'm lost after. And ever since then, everything's been a little off, like coordination issues, balance issues, speech just struggling a lot more, forgetting words and tripping over words, except it's a lot more often now. Struggling with focus and suddenly getting twitches. Mainly just like smiling and then suddenly twitching. So basically, muscle spasms go to the muscles you use to smile. I'd probably be less reactive about this if someone had actually told me what to do about the NES. I can't do CBT for personal reasons, but now I've literally been treated like I'm being a difficult and dumber teenager. I'm rational and all that, so I can tell myself it's not true, but I'm scared and need someone literally to tell me that it's in my head and it's not epilepsy or brain tumor because I'm just panicking about sudden onset and everything getting horrifically bad. What do you tell a child that's going through this?
Don't freak out about test results before you get test results. It won't do anything.
Right. And don't
That's
use
something
ChatGPT
that
because it'll scare you.
I'm sorry.
I said, yeah, and don't use ChatGPT because it'll scare you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, that should be a given. I don't know.
Yeah, the person's 17. They're probably using ChatGPT for everything.
That didn't sound like Chat GPT to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm not good at, but
Oh no,
that
I was just
sounded like
saying
an
children
actual
in general.
17-year-old. Yeah. I would believe it's a 17-year-old. I don't think that the 17-year-old used Chat GPT to write that
Oh
post.
yeah.
I mean,
But did I hear right when they were saying that they got a PNES diagnosis?
No, NES.
Non-epileptic seizure.
Yeah.
Okay, so if one doctor had made a non-epileptic diagnosis, they're 17, that's the prime demographic to write off as this is a one-time thing, it won't happen again, best of luck. So I think this is somebody who sounds like they're just not being attended to. Definitely would suggest that second opinion. Trust your body, you know better. I mean, again, it's one of those horrible cases that, or could be that where this situation can get diagnosed sooner and on the right treatment path, especially when somebody's brain isn't developing. I mean, this shit changes. It doesn't get easier, especially when you're not on the right thing.
I'm not very much educated with this at all. I have a new onset as well, but what I will say is doctors will make you feel crazy, and even if you feel like you're exaggerating, but are at your best advocate, but you are your best advocate, and never stop until you feel you've done what you can. Someone else said, if you're worried about brain tumors and such, have you had an MRI? They have gone hand in hand for me. Another one says, do research on focals. Non-epileptic seizures and epilepsy can happen at the same time or consecutively. If you're having focals, they may not show up on an EEG. I was diagnosed with non-epileptic seizures at age 16. When I was 32, I finally got my official diagnosis. They missed my brain growth multiple times, and it's a birth defect. You are the expert of your own body. If something feels off, then fight for it. It might be a long fight. I'm sorry. I have nothing else comforting to say. That was a good one. I'm basically telling them, I understand you.
Oh yeah, plus when they get the wrong diagnosis on their chart, it's so much harder to get rid of it. It sounds like what Liz just said in the chat, that she hates to see when teens are written off as being problematic just for their age when they could have serious medical issues going on. That's definitely a contributing factor. Any wrong diagnosis, it's so much easier for some reason not to even get a referral. Sometimes you'll have a problem getting a referral to another professional from that, that first diagnosing physician, because they'll say, no, I already solved this problem. I told you what's up, and just go back to your primary care if you really want to talk to somebody else. They don't give you a referral for some reason.
Yeah, exactly. Like psychogenic can just take you off the whole wrong loop away from, and will take you probably a decade to get treatment right.
Yeah, even being your age, you got to advocate for yourself. Someone said, it's my epilepsy and medication the reason why I've gotten incredibly stupid. I can barely form a full coherent sentence. I make mistakes constantly while typing. My brain and motor functions are seemingly always misaligned. I feel like I cannot learn anything new anymore. I simply cannot process and store new information for long-term use. Is it my epilepsy and medication? Is it the combination of the affirmation things combined with my long-term untreated depression? I'm just tired of being perceived as a moron by people that don't know what I suffered. Well, I'm tired of feeling like a moron myself. I used to be relatively intelligent. People would sometimes tell me how intelligent I seem based on how I spoke. That simply doesn't happen anymore. I am now always the dumbest person in the room, any room. I just say you got to keep your head up. Don't feel like that. Yeah. It'll mess with your, retaining information, which can be horrible just to be trying to have a conversation and you had read something you want to tell somebody and you can't remember it. I know that feeling. Don't stress yourself out about it. I mean, I hate hearing that from certain people, but yeah. It's just something that comes with it. It's bad memory and it comes with the pills. We can't avoid it. I think the pills mess with us more than the seizures. I mean, memory wise. But that's just personal.
Well, real quick, thank you to Liz for coming. Feel free to come back anytime. We're here Tuesdays and Fridays, and whether you listen or speak or chat, all contributions appreciated.
Yeah, I think that memory and the pills affect all of us, and they're not the only ones. And telling yourself that only leads to depression. And the worse depression gets, you know, it leads to other darker places.
Mark, you have something?
I'm sorry, what was the
The person was thinking it's their medication and making them incredibly stupid. They feel like the dumbest person in the room, basically not being able to retain information, which I can understand. I go through that. It's hard to learn new things. It's hard for me to learn new things unless it's like physical learning, like touching and doing things. But learning from looking at something and doing it, not always going to remember that, or reading directions.
Yeah.
I'm pretty good at learning things when I do it. Put something together and remember how to put it together. But if I read how to put it together, I'm not going to remember enough to tell someone how to put something together because I read it.
I started noticing things getting a bit more challenging, a bit more difficult before I started taking the anti-epilepsy drugs. So I know that they both have an effect. They're both part of it. To what extent each one is contributing is something that I am not 100% on. I would probably lean more towards the anti-epilepsy drugs causing more of the trouble than the seizures themselves, but that's for me and so far. So that could potentially change with one massive, status epilepticus that I never really fully recover my same, cognitive ability, the same level. It could make it difficult to, you know, or make it more difficult, let's say, to read, large bits of text. So I would have to say the anti-epilepsy drugs are a bigger contributor. But again, for me, but I would also urge the person not to tie their ego and their sense of self-worth to their cognition. You don't have to be the smartest person in the room to be the happiest person in the room. And I would much rather be the happiest person in the room. So, and that's a more realistic goal to work for I think, to be happy. You can actually improve that yourself. Um, yeah, that's my 2 cents, I think.
I like your 2 cents.
Thank you.
I go through one of these comments. It says, I graduated college with honors. I was attempting my master's, but the meds were already making me so stupid. I had never got lower than a B in my life, and I basically flunked out of grad school. I am not that person anymore, and it hurts. I honestly don't know what to do or what my fiance sees in me most days. I miss the smart me. Someone else says, my neuro refuses to admit seizures are the cause of my memory issues. That sucks. Someone said, I just got diagnosed, and honestly, I can partially relate to this. This is my worst nightmare because I've grown up as the gifted child. So having to change the perspective on my personality and capacities at 21 is difficult, to say the least. What you're living with is heartbreaking, truly. Can I ask what kind of seizures you're experiencing and how your cognitive abilities change after your medication? I have focal aware seizures and occasionally myoclonic. I don't know what to expect when they're going to prescribe me meds. I have noticed my memory and language deterioration, but what if meds, what if meds make it even worse? I don't know. That sounds so scary. Another one says, welcome to the
I mean,
club. Go
that
ahead.
person, they're saying that they have to, like, I don't know, it sounded kind of like this big dramatic reshifting of an entire life plan that was all laid out. And I mean, sure, that might be what they had in mind, but they said they're 21. I mean, you're just starting out at life. That's not something to, you still have plenty of time to plan an entire full life. Um, you don't have to give up on anything. You just need to now take epilepsy into account. Life threw you, I don't know. Damn it, I was trying to think up some like gambling term, but I don't gamble. Some like card term or poker. I don't know. You just need to completely, or not completely. You need to integrate epilepsy into your full life plan, you know. Yeah, at 21, that's not um I don't know. I lost where I was going with that, but
Yeah, I said 21, you got a lot of time ahead of you.
yeah, it's
I heard one of these comments again. It says, welcome to the club, buddy. You want some of my crayons? The red ones taste like fruit punch flavor. The blue one smells like cotton candy. Though I feel it sincerely, it really seems like only certain things stick anymore. I got shit memory, shit for attention span, and possibly shit for brains. But I feel, therefore, I'm alive. So I can find something to enjoy. Forget I ever did it. Enjoy it like new once again means I can enjoy some of my favorite anime more often. That person responded, I've been having so much fun rewatching shows and movies I haven't seen in 2+ years. I lost my job because I lost my job because of my epilepsy. All I have is time, so I'm rediscovering all my favorite shows and movies like I've never seen them before. I've been there. Like when new seasons come out of shows, I go back to the last season and watch the last season so I can remember, because it's been the break in between them.
Yeah, I just rewatched the first Men in Black movie for the first time for the third time again.
I know what you mean. It feels like I'm seeing new parts every time. Like, I don't remember this. I don't remember this part. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got something here. It says sunflower syndrome. I just learned about something called sunflower syndrome, and I'm honestly shaken. My kid is autistic and nonverbal, and for years we've seen him spin toys, wave his hands in front of his face toward light, stare at ceiling fans, get totally zoned out. I always thought it was just stimming, but now I'm learning it might actually be myoclonic seizures, like real seizure activity. I had no idea what was happening to him was myoclonia. I feel awful. No one ever told me seizures could look like this. He might have been having them for years and we had no clue. He spins his monkey noodle in front of the window or a fan and just disappears into it, like he's stuck. Sometimes he gets irritable after or lashes out randomly. It's starting to make so much sense. We don't have a diagnosis yet, but he's been rushed through referrals now. I'm trying to not spiral, but honestly, I feel like I failed him. We've already started dimming the house, avoiding bright lights, covering windows, switching bulbs. He still has the noodle, but we're working on slowly weaning him off of it. If anyone else has any experience with sunflower syndrome or thinks their kid might have it, please reach out. This is terrifying and lonely, and I just want to do right by him. Has anyone heard of sunflower syndrome? I have not.
I have not heard of it, but I looked it up. It involves it's a rare, poorly understood form of photosensitive epilepsy characterized by self-induced seizures triggered by bright light, particularly sunlight, and often involves repetitive hand waving in front of the face. The condition primarily affects young individuals, onset often occurring in childhood. So, yeah.
So is it something particular to autism? Or like
it
or
seems like a myoclonic. It's like photosensitive seizure, but more with the myoclonic jerk, probably trying to probably block the light or something. From
yeah,
what
but she
I'm
said her son is autistic. Does it say if it's autistic kids who tend to do this, or is it just that her child happens to be autistic?
I think she was, yeah, it was actually the first paragraph. It says, just learned about something called sunflower syndrome, and I'm honestly shaken. My kid is autistic and nonverbal, and for years we've seen him spin toys, wave his hands in front of his face toward lights, stare at ceiling fans, and totally get zoned out. I always thought it was just stimming. I don't know exactly what stimming is, but I think she was trying to put a correlation in between epilepsy and autism. I mean, it's sunflower syndrome and autism. I'm not sure if it's any connection.
maybe her kid already has autism, but she didn't know that he might have had also had epilepsy because he was nonverbal, and they didn't look for that probably, but it looks like from what she's describing is sunflower syndrome from what I'm reading online. But I have no experience with actual sunflower syndrome.
Yeah, I think we did have someone who came once upon a time and said that. Yeah,
It is a type of photosensitive epilepsy, and that's rare among epilepsy, being photosensitive.
yeah. I heard it's like 1% of us are photosensitive. Mark, you got
Yeah,
something?
that's rare among
What?
photosensitive.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, I thought you had something.
Oh, I'm just reading more about the trying to find anything about the sunflower syndrome. Nothing specifically. Childhood onset.
Think of Gizmo saying bright light, bright light.
But I could find they had a picture of a kid and they just put glasses on their kid. I mean, sunglasses.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it looks like a lot of these case studies, none of them say anything about it being autistic children specifically that wave their hands in front of their faces to do it. So the fact that her son was nonverbal might be just an added complication on top of it, making her case that much more difficult. Like, how do you go about behavioral modification therapy to try to get a child to stop waving their hand if they're autistic and nonverbal? If it was a neurotypical child, that would be one thing, but I don't think I really have anything helpful to add for this person.
Yeah. I think you gave it your all. And that'll help something what you said. It helped me understand a little more. So we got another one here. It says, feeling guilty over this fucked up condition. So the last few days, I have been especially twitchy and have had a lot of auras. When I feel like this, I absolutely have to be so careful with myself. I need much more sleep. I need as little stress as possible. I just can't do much. And of course, I have in-laws in town. It was the 4th of July yesterday, and I just feel so guilty when I have to stop plans and bail on plans or etc. It sucks so much. I feel like I'm overreacting or people think I'm lying or something. I hate it. And the guilt that's just either coming from me or from the people around me just makes me feel so much worse. I hate it and it makes me really sad. Thank you for listening to my rant, but I'm very open to advice. You can't feel guilty about epilepsy. There's nothing we can do about it. Don't let anyone make you feel bad about having it. Yeah, there's a lot I could say. Yeah, you're gonna get the guilty feeling. It's hard to tell people it's gonna be okay. That's not what people want to hear when something is wrong, but it'll take time. Things will get better.
Yeah, you'll get through it. Those guilty feelings happen to, I think, every single one of us, and beating up ourselves and burdens to everyone. They happen to all of us.
Yep, they do.
One of the comments here says, I'm sorry you're getting these auras and having to ditch family and stuff to take care of yourself, but I somewhat understand what you mean. However, for me, I'm always super tired all the time. I'm taking B6. However, I've had to cancel so many plans just to make sure I get enough sleep so I don't have a higher chance for seizures. It's definitely not something easy to deal with, but for the people that care about you, they truly will understand you and not think you're lying. Another comment says, I'm so sorry you're feeling guilty, but please take care of yourself. First and foremost, the people who love you, care, will understand, even if they feel disappointed at you at times. Let them feel their feelings. You take care of you first, sending lots of love your way. Oh. Another one. It's so frustrating. My medicine makes me super physically ill every morning. At breakfast this morning, my sister scoffed at me for having to run to the restroom while we were at a restaurant and asked my friend why I couldn't just wait to get back to the hotel. I had to go inside while fireworks were going off and people were annoyed. I can't just go out for drinks, so I tend to not get involved. I tend to not get invited anywhere. I have a pretty strict sleep schedule because sleepiness is a trigger and I have narcolepsy. So that also irritates family. I'm sorry to hear that one.
Yeah, I can't imagine. Narcolepsy and I'm sorry. That's terrible.
Yeah.
Uh,
That's just rant.
I don't think it was a rant. Let me go back to it. Oh no, they just said they were open to advice, but it was a rant. But I got something different. This one says, does anyone have trouble identifying their emotions? It's like I'm numb, going through life on autopilot. For instance, I can be depressed for a while, and I can recognize that I feel down. However, I don't realize I was depressed until later after I get better. I don't know. Is this weird? Hard identifying my emotions.
It's called alexithymia. Thymia. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly, but it's yeah, it's when a person has difficulty identifying, articulating, describing their own emotional state. It's something that I actually experience and deal with to a certain degree. It can even, in some cases, it can extend even beyond emotional state to a person's own internal physical state, having trouble determining and differentiating the difference between their physical, I have trouble telling the difference between feeling hungry and feeling angry sometimes, a lot of times, and it doesn't necessarily automatically register that it's not an emotional thing. There's just there's positive, negative, and there's a dividing line between those. And, I can tell, okay, I'm good, I'm bad. And beyond that, it takes conscious thought. I need to figure out, okay, I am bad. Why am I, what is this? Is this physical? No. Okay, so it's emotional. Like, why is it? What is it? You know, I can't necessarily tell the difference between, um, like angry and sad automatically, um, way that I can describe to somebody. Um, and I can't tell the difference between all of that and feeling hungry without a lot of focus and thinking about what is this, how is this, um, all related to the situation that I'm in right now. So I forgot the scenario, why I was talking about this, but
They said they feel numb. They have a hard time identifying
uh,
their emotions, I
yes.
think.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I guess maybe numb and trouble describing emotions were probably two different things there. And numbness might come from like a depression sort of feeling,
Yeah.
where you're just so low that everything all. Whereas if it's like an ongoing trait, independent of, regardless of any sort of clinical depression issues, then it's like a trait. It's even been discussed in psychology circles, debated to what degree it might even be a personality trait.
Also, a lot of our medications have that side effect too, of like the
The pro had it.
depersonalization, or I don't know. I mean, I don't know the right word because my words are all messed up.
Derealization,
Yeah, yeah, right. It just,
depersonalization.
or
Yeah.
sort of a deadening of the sort of major emotions, or it can make you more emotional.
When I first got put on Lexapro, they put me on too high of a dosage with all the medication I was on. I was not feeling any emotions. Like I could tell somebody, like, look, I'm actually happy right now, but I don't know if I'm showing it.
Jocelyn, have you ever heard of sunflower syndrome?
I think so. Isn't that where you? Oh,
I can see you and hear
can,
you.
can you hear me? Okay. Isn't that where you have a seizure and then you take all your clothes off?
Oh no, I thought I remember you bringing up sunflower syndrome once upon a time.
No,
That's why I said it.
I'm sorry.
Um, that could just be a regular seizure.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
oh,
like I wander off sometimes. I don't know what I could do during that. I could pull my
oh,
pants down or anything.
oh no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
It's all right.
I'm sorry.
You didn't do anything.
Okay. Because I've heard of. I'm sorry. I don't mean to take over. I'll stop.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, I did like her answer, Liz. But what we were on, it says having alexithymia can make it hard for you to express or identify your emotions. The condition alexithymia is a broad term to describe problems with feeling emotions. In fact, this Greek term for Freudian psychodynamic theories loosely translates to no words for emotions. While the condition is not well known, estimated 1 in 10 people has it. Um, that's a big percentage. I mean, maybe not. Yeah.
So I guess sunflower syndrome is what characterized by self-induced seizures triggered by bright light, particularly sunlight, which often involves repetitive hand waving in front of your face.
It's when kids do this.
Yeah. It's,
Yeah.
it's kids doing this, I guess.
Yeah. We went through a post like that earlier.
Okay, yeah. I had never heard of it. That's why I went ahead and looked it up. I wanted to know what it was.
So I guess you'd have to first be photosensitive, and second, you'd have to be photosensitive specifically to like a frequency or stimulus that you can control, and then you would need to make whatever connection that reinforces that enough that, I mean, that I can see why that is so rare that it's hardly studied, and I can definitely see why it's little understood.
Yeah, it's photosensitive seizures are rare amongst people with epilepsy, and
Yeah.
sunflower syndrome is rare amongst the photosensitive group. So, yeah.
And they say it's often medication resistant and so forth. Yeah, that medication resistant epilepsy, I don't think they do enough like study. I don't know, but for sure.
So just, I mean, once that label is slapped on them, they can't, there's nothing left to do, right? You just start chopping and burning out parts of, the brain. Or
Here,
implants,
take
I
this pill.
guess, right?
Here's a blue pill. Here's a green pill.
Oh, are you only taking 14 at night and 5 in the morning? Let's add another one. Why?
Yeah,
It's not working
there-
now. Why are we going to add
There's a
another
round
one?
blue one to
Right? Here's a-
take, and the oblong blue one is in the morning.
Exactly.
Jocelyn and Sailor Mom specifically, because I think you guys weren't here. Can you guys tell the difference between an aura and a panic attack? Because I don't have auras, but I really want to know this question.
Well, I guess, I mean, I think I can, because the panic attacks I had were like I was hyperventilating. And the auras I had they weren't that. I was not hyperventilating. I was having like the stomach drop feeling, like going over a roller coaster, the weird deja vu feeling. So for me, they were very different. I wasn't panicking when I was having the aura. So for me, they were just extremely different. They were not similar at all.
So, I had panic attacks before I was diagnosed with epilepsy or before anyone like saw me having a seizure as an adult. I'm pretty sure I did, but anyway. But yeah, that switch wasn't clicked where I was constantly and all that. Anyway, now it's a lot harder though, because sometimes I do get that panic attack feeling in my chest. And I sometimes wonder, is this going to turn into a big aura? Is this going to be a big one? But it could go on for hours. And so then I'm like, I don't know if this is a panic attack. I don't know if this is an aura or if I'm just, I guess panic attack freaking out because I'm worried I'm going to have a seizure. Yeah. But sometimes that's why I worry about it though, is because sometimes when I have an aura, I get that panic attack heart thing, but I don't hyperventilate. But I the ones that I had before I had epilepsy or before I got diagnosed were, like Jocelyn said, like hyperventilating, and not being able to breathe either, as well as the,
Mhm.
chest thing. That was many years before.
See, but I've also recently heard that there's a difference between an anxiety attack and a panic attack.
Oh, so yeah, maybe that's
Well, no. So what I'm wondering is if for me, maybe the hyperventilating was an anxiety attack, and maybe I don't know what a panic attack is. I don't know.
Or I
Maybe I'm
might have
thinking
them
too much into
switched
this.
too. I'm not sure. I
See, I
never,
don't know. Because I
What
also had
would be
these
the
two.
difference, though? I mean,
so I think Mark probably knows the difference more than
Oh,
me.
yeah, please go
Go ahead,
ahead.
Mark, what you know?
no, I'm wondering. I've always thought that, or just called it anxiety attack or panic attack based on like a degree of intensity. And
Mm.
it just kind of seemed like a diffuse dividing line between two basically equivalent terms. I don't know what, I don't know if you found something that says that they're separate, I would like to
I
know.
should I should ask I should ask or look it up.
Yeah.
I should actually look this up.
So, panic attacks and anxiety attacks, while sharing similar symptoms, differ primarily in their onset, intensity, and triggers. Panic attacks typically come on suddenly and intensely, often without a clear trigger, while anxiety attacks tend to develop gradually in response to stressors. Okay. So,
Makes
there
a
you
lot of
go.
sense. Yeah.
Sometimes I'm having anxiety attacks, but I have had a panic attack in the past that came on really fast.
Hmm.
Yeah, okay. And then it says panic attacks can also involve more severe physical symptoms and a greater fear of losing control or dying compared to anxiety attacks. Okay, maybe I'm not. Maybe it is panic attacks. All right, anyway, it says onset. Panic attacks are abrupt and sudden, often without warning. Intensity, intense and overwhelming, reaching peak within minutes. Triggers may occur without a specific trigger or stressor. Duration, typically short-lived, lasting a few minutes to an hour. Not then, okay. Physical, rapid heart rate, shortness of breath, chest pain, dizziness, sweating, trembling, nausea, feeling faint, tingling, numbness, chills, hot flashes, fear of dying or losing control. And your psychology is intense fear, a sense of impending doom, and feeling detached from reality. And then an anxiety attack is gradual and builds over time. And it can vary in intensity, but is usually less intense than a panic attack and more prolonged. And it's
Hmm.
usually a specific trigger or worry and can last hours or even days. Rapid heart rate again, shortness of breath, muscle tension, sweating, dizziness, nausea, and fatigue. Very hard to tell the difference between anxiety and a panic
Yeah.
attack, apparently. But psychology is excessive worry, restlessness, irritability, difficulty concentrating, sleep disturbances.
Hmm.
I don't know.
I still don't know what I had.
It
I was just
sounds like there's-
hyperventilating many times at work.
Yeah, there you go. Right.
Having out of body experiences at one time.
There you
Looking
go.
at myself down, having a phone call, not remembering what I said.
Anxiety.
Very strange time. Then I quit my job.
That doesn't sound like a very good, very good place for you to be.
Well, unfortunately, it's a lot of CPA firms. And I'm much doing accounting firms. I'm much happier being self-employed.
Yeah, self-employed is always better.
No
You
kidding.
can't get fired.
Oh, I'm one of the fortunate people where I'm able to do it. I wish everyone could be self-employed. It's so much better.
Right, I'd definitely be working
So
like this.
if you're self-employed and you get a job at some big, like, other place somewhere, would that mean that you're getting fired from being self-employed?
No. I mean, no. I mean, like the other company, if you go get a job somewhere else, they might not want you to have your own business. They might require that you shut your business down. It all depends. They
But if
wouldn't
you
want
have
you
the
to
work,
compete with them.
the capacity for the workload, I guess,
Yeah,
right? You
yeah.
could
Well,
continue
they also might want you not like
a
in the same
side
business.
hustle.
Yeah, side hustle. They might not want you to compete with them if you're in the same business. They
Mm.
might like at this account and well, this one accounting firm I worked at, this one guy, he really liked working at a place serving at a teriyaki place. He just really liked it. And it really pissed me off that they said you need to quit that job. They don't have control over his spare time. It pissed me
I don't
off.
think they can do that.
No, I think like I'm not an attorney, but I don't think that's legal at all. And they were like really urging him to quit his side gig.
So
Pissed me off.
I've done HR gigs and like training and I mean all of it. And
I mean, they didn't explicitly tell him, but they were like
right.
strongly encouraging him, like, oh, why don't you quit that place? Because they want at accounting firms where you do taxes and you have busy season, they want you to work like 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. And your salary, you don't get paid overtime. And it's like a side gig is going to get in the way of that.
Right. I understand, but that's
It's a
not
bunch of
nice.
BS.
It's not nice, and I guess it would depend on the state, but I'm not sure it's legal to technically tell them to. If they were just encouraging him, I don't know.
Yeah, no,
But still,
I'm
that's not nice. Not nice.
no. Well, I don't think that companies care what's nice. They just want money.
Sure. Well, I don't know. The last place I
I'm
worked
not
was pretty
jaded, am
nice.
I? No.
Quite all right. I worked for big corporations before. I know they can be pretty not nice.
No, they just want money. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm not jaded. I didn't quit and go start my own business. Yeah.
Sailor Mom, you missed my mom came.
And my dad.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, Mark's dad.
I know. Well, yeah. Everybody
The hero.
here was.
I believe Raven's partner came also.
Oh yeah, that's
Uh-huh.
awesome. I wish I could get somebody to come here.
And since you said that,
Just brought Liz.
I got something that goes with something what Jocelyn said. I mean, she could relate or maybe not relate. Let's see. It says working while having epilepsy. Are there any rules or regulations that a company or employer should understand your situation if you have epilepsy? I know it's my fault that I have been calling a lot, but it's normal to feel burned out and have grand mal seizures. But they have told me if I called in again, they will fire me. And I have been having fatigue and vertigo the past few days, and I am just scared to leave early and call in that day. Or what if I felt an aura from that day before and I have to work the next day and I'm scared to call in the next day? I work in a warehouse, standing all day, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m., no weekends, and lifting boxes at least 45 pounds. I also experienced maybe like 15-second aura coming in, but the seizure didn't happen while packing from the warehouse. I've been looking for a job at an office or for an office job with this office position so I could at least work from home. Does anybody find working from home better? Jocelyn, you're the
I
only
mean,
one. Oh.
yeah, I mean, I'm really fortunate that I work for myself and I work from home. I personally love working from home. I mean, I can't drive, and so it's awesome that I can work from home and not have to drive. Um, Today I'm extremely tired and I just can't put in any more hours today. Now, I work for myself, so I can control that. So when you work for someone else, you're going to have to probably just push through, and that sucks. Now, I'm in the state of Washington, so I don't know what it's like in every state, but there are laws about like I'm not an attorney. I have to say that right now. I'm not an attorney, but there are laws about what size company there are as far as what laws they have to follow, about what laws they have to follow about how they have to treat you when you are sick. And in the state of Washington, I think it might be when you have 50 employees and above, then you have to follow certain rules and laws that are more beneficial to the employee. So that's what I think that you might want to do is look up your state laws and rules about what size company you have to work for that are going to be laws that are more beneficial to you, the employee, because you do get sick. And I don't know much more about that because I'm new to this and I work for myself. And so I get to control the hours I work and I can take a nap and then work later and work on the weekend. So I have been wondering how people are getting let go because they're sick. That sucks. I don't understand how companies can do that, especially companies like I've heard that some of you guys have been cashiers and I don't know where you work, but like Target has more than 50 employees. How the F can they get away from doing that to someone? I do not understand that. To me, like, they must be having attorneys figure out how to get through all those effing laws that exist. So that pisses me off. I don't understand how that's legal.
Yeah, I was
So,
gonna say you might want to, yeah, like you said, check out the laws for yourself first in your state, and then you're gonna need to go to your HR department, and you're gonna and also you're gonna need to go to your doctor, and you're gonna have your doctor write you a letter, and the letter is gonna say whatever you need him to say, that you have the seizures, that you have auras, that you need to recover, whatever it is. And also, I don't know, you really shouldn't be carrying big, heavy boxes if you're having an aura. That is so scary. So that's why you're going to go to HR and you can explain to them that you're having auras, right? And that you could suddenly have a seizure and fall over and hit your head. And do they really want to pay that hospital bill? Do they
and that's going to
really
go on
want
their
to pay?
insurance.
It's going to go everywhere. They're going to have to pay workers' comp.
L
It's
and
going to be
I
serious, really serious if they fall and get hurt.
on company
Especially,
grounds, that's
right,
bad.
especially if they've been threatened when they said, that they had to come in or they were going to lose their job no matter what. That's where the limit is, right? How much do you care about, and then you really probably ought to look into, a lawyer to just back you up. You gotta
And
have the letter. You gotta definitely talk to HR and explain to them that something bad could happen if you come in when, you're not steady. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, go ahead.
And
What
I
you got,
know that
Jess?
attorneys are expensive, but right now there's ChatGPT. I call it ChatGibita. So there's ChatGibita, and you have to really watch out because ChatGPT is not correct in everything. So don't rely on ChatGPT for everything, but you can have it like look over a letter that you had someone else, So you can't rely on it for everything. But there are there are charitable organizations that can have attorneys, and there are schools that have attorneys that do things. So there are free attorney services out there, and so look for that first instead of going to AI. That's what I wanted to say about AI. Don't rely on it first. Have it help. If you're going to write the letter, you can have AI correct the letter. But I would look for the free attorney services first if you can't afford to hire an attorney.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. There's probably lots of other ways to get an attorney, whether you can hire one or not. But you definitely want to look into somehow to have somebody to back you up, just in case they try to pull something. Yeah.
Yeah.
ChatGibita. I have to use that. One of the comments here says, in Holland, they can't fire you for calling in sick too often. We also have a system here to help people with disabilities to find a job. It's a long story, but essentially employers get compensation and the person with a disability can make a bit of money next to receiving disability. I am on disability and I work part-time, and because I have that I have a decent home, a decent income. Another person says the ADA can protect your job, but only if your employer knows you have epilepsy and you've asked for accommodations. If you haven't done that yet, it's really important to do it soon. You can ask for more flexible schedule or talk to HR about getting some extra time off each month. If you need it to recover, you can let them know it's okay if it's okay if the time is unpaid or just not counted against you. The main thing is making sure they are aware your condition and that you've asked for support. That's what puts the ADA protections in place. What Mark said earlier, I like that. What is reasonable accommodations? Does it depend on what you do?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what reasonable accommodations in the context of the ADA means. I think it's probably something that comes, on a case by case basis, depending on the lawyers.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But like I said, first thing you want to do, you want that letter from your doctor that gives you all that backup about, this is your condition, this are the things that can happen, these are the reasons you would call in. And then also maybe warning that if they don't do that, you can get hurt, and they don't want that.
I got something else here. It says, what do I have to do to defend myself, to vent my epilepsy to people in the medical field? I can't be the only one that deals with this. I was diagnosed almost a year ago with TLE after struggling with seizures for many years. I've been taking Topamax since then, and it totally changed my life. Everything is great. I have had one seizure since, and it was during an extremely high stress moment. I went to my neurologist today for a routine prescription refill, checkup, and met with my doctor's nurse practitioner. She asked me about my migraines. I told her that I don't have migraines, I have seizures. She asked me about my recent seizure, and I thought that was a seizure and why I thought that was a seizure. I described the whole event to her: aura, overwhelming deja vu, feeling of fear and dread, feeling like I'm going to pee my pants, disassociation, inability to interact, but mostly aware, loss of time afterwards, exhaustion. Then she said, yep, I guess that's what it was. She asked if I wanted to up my dose and got confused about my current dose. Thanks, Topamax Brain Fog. And she got annoyed with me. And then that I probably shouldn't increase it if my brain fog is that bad. I don't understand why. In the same neurologist office that I was diagnosed in, I have to prove my epilepsy and feel ashamed for my symptoms because of my medication. Sorry to rant, but I would love to hear ways to go about this. I don't want to go about this angry, but I could. Um, I heard from Ann. She said you don't go in there angry when you want people to listen. She's been going through this for decades. Ann can tell you best. Um, she said she had to stop going in so strong with it, and you know, um, yeah, not be angry when you go in there. She said that's a good thing to do.
Maybe stroke some egos a little bit, even.
A little bit.
Does it help to bring someone in with you?
Oh yeah, someone's told me that. Bring someone with you.
Yeah. I mean, when I physically, 9 out of 10 appointments are telehealth, but the 1 or 2 that we've gone to the hospital to see him for, and my husband went with me. Yeah, because I mean, right?
And there's a
You got,
witness.
yeah, right? You got somebody else. And also they can say what happened, during your seizures, or, if you've got brain fog or memory problems, or whatever. And I like the idea of having, I needed to know that somebody else was there to witness,
Yeah.
back you up.
And memory.
And the memory, exactly. Like, I always bring notebooks and questions, lots of written questions, all that stuff, but they're the ones that probably remember your seizures when you don't. So that was my thought, for sure. Also, he had to drive me. Sure, I'm getting into San Francisco without. No, not anymore.
Anybody here autistic? Just found out about 30% of people with epilepsy have autism and vice versa. I have long suspected I'm on the spectrum and just want to get some perspective.
I don't know about those numbers, but I am autistic. So I don't know. Hold on. So if
When were you diagnosed?
30% of people with epilepsy are autistic and vice versa, and 1% of the population is epileptic. I don't know. It doesn't
right.
seem like those numbers work out quite right.
Right.
I'm not sure.
I
But
see what you mean.
I have read that 30% of people with autism are also diagnosed with epilepsy. I
But
think
not vice versa.
now I'm not sure if I'm getting that mixed up, but I don't know if the vice versa part works out. I don't know.
Sailor Mom said, when were you diagnosed?
When did they
Jane?
diagnose? Yeah, you, Mark.
December 2024.
So not as a
Wait,
child.
no, not
Right.
23. 2024 was the year of epilepsy. But that was just when the doctors put it in my medical chart. I've been having seizures since, I don't know, the first MRI that I had to look for seizures was taken when I was 15. And I just turned 39. So it's been a long time.
Post-seizure denial. My question is, does anyone ever have a seizure and come out of it and go into denial and told they did, in fact, just have one? Earlier this week, my mother dragged it out of me, dragged me out to get lunch with her. I was already in a cluster, 3 to 4 TCs the previous 72 hours, plus focal after focal, all day, every day. In the middle of our meal, I had a seizure. This time, it went for 5 minutes and required my midazolam. My mother had never needed to administer it in the past, and she explained the experience to me. It certainly traumatized her, and I feel terrible for that. According to her, within 5 seconds of administering the midazolam, I came out of it, borderline Pulp Fiction style. Then just continued eating my meal with zero recollection. While incredibly loopy, she had to convince me that I had a seizure by telling me to look at the blood on my shirt because I refused to believe it. Seconds later, EMT showed up, and I could not process that I had a seizure, regardless of all the evidence. So somehow, in my confusion, I refused to go to the hospital. Then, according to her, finished my meal as though nothing ever happened. It wasn't until the following night that I was willing to even consider the possibility of having one after reminded endlessly as I was in denial My bit tongue, bloody shirt, and soreness eventually made it clear. But when I was first told, I borderline got into an argument with my mother saying there was absolutely no way that it happened, and I was furious that she called 911. I was in complete denial.
Yeah, I've been told, or I have argued when I've been told that I just had a seizure. Um, like, no, I didn't. Um, but one thought is that the rescue med might be causing part of that. I think it's pronounced midazolam. And I think that that is the generic name for the benzodiazepine that is in the Nasolam spray.
Yep.
So, that, yeah, that can cause, I think that's probably the cause of a lot of the memory issues, behind, not remembering anything about it the day after. That makes perfect sense. From the rescue med alone, even if there was no seizure, if you just popped it, it would still probably, you wouldn't remember the evening, probably just go have a really deep nap.
Well, and what I wanted to say is that, so I have not had very many seizures where I pass out. And the last one I had, I was already laying down, and when it was over, I had no idea it had happened, right? And I took a nap. And I mean, I live alone, so no, I mean, it took me a really, so I was in zero pain afterwards. I didn't urinate on myself. I didn't poo my pants. I didn't bite my tongue. And it took me like a couple of days to piece together that I had had a seizure. And so I don't know, I was just kind of thinking like if you're a really stubborn person, like I could kind of really see how you would like argue with someone. I could totally see how that could happen. Cause like I'm not a stubborn person, but like I'm kind of surprised I pieced it together. And I've got cameras in my house, and so I don't even remember. Like you're out of it. I don't even remember how I kind of figured it out. And then I've got cameras in my house, and I found a video clip, not of me, but of me like making noise, like asking for help. I don't remember it, but of me just like the audio of me asking for help. And then I found another video and you could hear me in the chair wiggling. Like so I could totally see how if someone's a stubborn person, they would totally argue. That was my point.
I have argued a lot. The very first time I argued with the paramedics and I told them, "No, I can't go with you guys and I didn't have a seizure and I have to work tomorrow." And I tried to roll over and go back to sleep. They were like, "No, you have to come." Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll still argue with my husband now. Always.
I think we are a bunch of big deniers when we're actually having our seizure.
Well, and can't personalities change too when you're in that post-ictal state?
Oh, yeah. He told me he hates seizure me because I'll act like a toddler. I won't let him put the pills in my mouth. I will fight him. Yeah.
Yeah, so there you go. So not even a stubborn person, just anyone can just become a different personality and argue. There you go.
Yeah, like I was told that I just like walked out the store and just started urinating like as soon as I walked out of the door. I didn't believe that story, but then another family member told that, "Oh, you told me that story like 10 years ago." I was like, I don't even remember I don't even remember hearing the story or everything, but from a few
Because your
people,
brain's restarting.
yeah, I put a few stories together from a few different people and come to find out I had a seizure in the store. In my postictal phase, I was leaving the store, and he said as soon as I like got out the door, I acted like I was entered the bathroom. I just dropped my pants to the floor and I started peeing. But by that time, the cops were already there. And he said, luckily, he was able to tell them that, he's having a seizure.
Oh, good.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
He's not a drug addict or a weirdo, honestly.
Yeah, he just kind of pushed me out of the walkway because, Target, when you walk out, it's just open.
Oh.
Yeah, so he pushed me like towards the bushes, and the cops were just sitting there like cops holding their belts. And they were letting me finish strong.
Oh my God.
Well, that was very kind of them.
It was.
Anti-drug addicts.
Oh my
Right.
God.
And then he told me, you just pulled your pants up and just walked away. Like nothing ever happened. Like the cops weren't standing there, none of that. You just pulled your pants up, like, oh, all right, I'm done, you guys.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I've been in denial a lot. I'd be like, I don't feel the signs, and
Because if you don't hurt.
yeah, I think the doctor's been in denial too, because I had the postictal headache one time, and I went to the doctor and they're like, you don't remember a seizure, you didn't bite your tongue. We did an MRI, CAT scan, all that. You don't have the concussion. There's no signs that you had a seizure. And I was just like, I just have this headache, and I know this headache, and it's one of a kind. There's nothing in the world like it. But I guess they were in denial that time, and you didn't have a seizure. You're all right. Send me home. And I didn't feel good for a whole 24 hours, and then came back on Friday and did it. Had the same headache all day, but I made it through the day. I think you guys remember that.
Yeah, we remember it.
You
know your own body, Pookie.
Yeah, they were like, if you don't want to come, it's okay. I was like, nope, we're doing this. Gotta commit.
You know your own body. You know what it was.
Kate, you ever been in denial?
Did I deny that I maybe had a seizure like 20 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Ah, shit. What happened?
Yeah. Wow. So that's what had happened. I thought maybe.
Was I still talking?
No, you just left.
No.
Oh, shit.
We talked.
Okay.
You logged off. I think you said you had to go take a shower.
I remember giving him the bath. I remember chatting or putting in the chat bath time, and I did that. But then daughter said she logged me off the meeting, and when she talked to me, I think she said that I acted like I didn't hear her. So I was still going on about the nighttime routine, and I don't remember any of that. So usually I can remember within like 10 minutes of it happening, but tonight I don't. So I don't know. Long day.
You in denial? Or you just gave it already like I had it? It's all right.
I guess I've had one, but
still trying to put the pieces together.
Yeah, I guess I just have to believe what she says and get over it. So I'm back to listen.
All right. Something here I believe we can all relate to. Wetting yourself during seizures. I'm pretty new to having epilepsy, only having 2 seizures till now, but both times I wet myself. One I had at home, and for the other, an ambulance was called, so both times I had no big problem regarding changing my clothes afterwards, but I was wondering how people manage this problem. Do you keep a change of clothes with you at all times? I can manage the embarrassment in the moment because it's a medical emergency, but I imagine to go home afterwards while still having visibly urinated on myself seems unbearable to me. Been there. I've took those same pants to the hospital and got picked up by family later in those same pants and never took them off. Just went wet and stayed wet, and they dried and got a ride home. Then I thought, did I pee in these pants? Then I had to take them off and smell them. Like, oh yeah, I forgot that was what happened during the seizure. Yeah, so that was my wetting myself story. How about you guys?
I think I did. Because they gave me pants at the hospital during like I don't know, cluster status, something. I have a vague recollection of it, and I still have the pants, the hospital pants. So.
I have like 3 pairs and 3 gowns.
Yeah. Yeah, it's happened, and how did I manage it before? Well, I'm not usually out by myself anymore, so. Thankfully it's only happened at the hospital or at home. I'm sorry, I don't have any good. But I would, I guess, if you're worried about it, carry a backpack, take an extra pair of clothes with you if you're concerned. Yeah, I guess it just depends on what your, routine is like. Anybody else?
Personally, never visibly. So, I guess I'm fortunate in that regard. Um, I don't know. An old office chair that I had and started to pick up an odor after a while, and I carried a spray bottle of Febreze in a backpack that I had. But that was years before I was having seizures too, so I had no idea what was going on. Yeah, that was not something I was expecting to share on this Zoom call. Um, but yeah,
I think what Liz is saying sounds relatable. Go ahead, Angel.
I never wet myself during a seizure that I know of, but
Lucky
most of them
you.
been unaware. So, um, but I know when I used to leave work and stuff, a lot of people would go straight to the gym afterwards. So they carry gym bags anyway. So, yeah, put an extra pair in there. You're
I
a
think
mute,
that's what I
Sarah.
would do. Yeah, I was just sitting here thinking what I would do if I started, because I haven't yet. I currently am at home a lot, and I've only pooped my pants and I was at home. So if I did leave the house and worry about that, I would bring a change of clothes with me at all times. I'd bring a backpack.
Mm-hmm. Thank God that only happened to me once, and horrifyingly, I was all alone, and I had to once I recovered and everything, nobody was here with me, so I had to clean the carpet and stuff and try to, fix everything. I did not tell anybody about that.
Yeah.
But
I'm
we're
in
the
general
first
an
ones
open book.
hearing
I'll
that
tell you
story.
guys everything.
What's that? What's that, Pookie?
I said, so we're the first ones hearing this story?
Yeah. Yeah, y'all and the dog and the cats knew because they were here.
Hey, Jason, how you doing?
I'm doing good. So I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I just got off Uber Eats. Hey, Sarah Mom.
Yeah, I forgot. Oh, how do you handle situations where you just wake up wet? This person said they're new to epilepsy and they need to know, how do they go about it? Do they keep clothes with them at all time? I don't, and I think I've always just been sent to the hospital wet. I have no idea why, but yeah, I get sent to the hospital and I'm wet. I never chose like, oh, let's go to the hospital and let me change my clothes first. No, I'm usually on my way to the hospital and I'm like, am I wet? And yeah, then I'm like, oh fuck. Sitting here soaked and nobody was going to tell me.
Or nobody even noticed, you know?
Oh yeah. I've had the time where no one noticed. I remember that. Now that you say that, no one noticed I was wet, and then I'm in the ambulance, and we're getting closer to it, and I told him, "Did I pee on myself?" And he's like, "I don't know. Are you wet?" And I'm like, yeah." I was like, "I don't know if it's pee because I'm strapped down and I can't smell it." So then he phones it in. You guys, he peed on himself. So yeah, I forgot the word he used, but yeah, when he called in for my not symptoms, or basically what happened afterwards, he had to tell them again. Also, you guys, he peed on himself. So yeah.
Sorry, a deer just literally walked like 5 feet away from me. Oh, shoot, there goes one of her babies. Where's your other one, I bet? Oh, they're both, holy cow, they're staring at me. Hi, guys. Okay. Hi. Okay, that's creepy.
It's better than geese.
Okay, here's one. Oh, I don't think we've been through this, but it says, "I only have seizures at night. No diagnosis yet. About a year ago, I started having seizures only at night. I don't remember any of them when I wake up. The only way I even know they're happening is because of things like biting my tongue or being told that I had a seizure, waking up extremely confused, or finding blood on my pillow. The last time it happened, I bit my tongue so badly I was spitting blood. I've had several tests done, MRI, EEG, blood work, and everything has come back normal or negative. It's incredibly frustrating not having answers, especially when it feels like something serious is happening and I have no control over it or memory over it. Has anyone else experienced nocturnal seizures with normal test results? What helped you finally get a diagnosis if you did? I'm open to any advice, similar experiences, or even things that I should push for when I see my doctor. Thanks for reading, and what do you think?
Get it on video.
There you go. Get it on video.
Yeah. I wish Jeff was here because he has nocturnals
I was
often.
thinking that he could give us the perfect example. But yeah, I think you should tell the doctor, and if they're telling you you're not, get a second opinion. Yeah. Can I
Yeah.
see someone else?
The same thing that the poster described is everything I think we all felt during nocturnals. For those of us, we can feel all of it just like a regular seizure.
I started with nocturnals, and you know, yeah, so I understand. But I think, yeah, the camera is the best idea.
And one of the comments says, "The only seizures I had were nocturnal. I've had 2 awake, but that was from missing doses of medication. Been having them for almost 20 years. I'm on Keppra, and as long as I take my medicine, I don't have any. I've had all tests, MRI, EEG, sleep studies, extended sleep studies, and all negative, and nothing found. They have never told me why I have them. I guess as long as medicine controls them, they don't have to figure it out, and I don't know why. I've also had breakthrough seizures, and they just increase my dose. Love the healthcare system." Another one says, "For me, I've had multi grand mal seizures, tonic-clonic during the day and night, many over the years. 2 seizure meds, lacosamide and lamotrigine, took care of the daytime ones. Didn't actually have the night seizures until I took those 2. I kept waking up. My wife, she filmed what I did. I have no memory of them, and I am not awake while they happen. I hold my breath, kick my legs like a bike, and move my arms around for 5 minutes. I was prescribed Excopri, no memory of them. It took me a long time to get on the Xcopri. Taking more milligrams took a 2-month titrate, but no seizures for 2 years. I did have one seizure recently, but hoping for 2 more years without. Another one says, my seizures are nocturnal. All normal testing. They could tell me the seizures were coming from, but not why. We started tracking my periods 5 years into the mess, and we relate my seizures with my hormonal level, causing catamenial seizures. We tested hormone levels, and they were below normal. So far, in the last 7 years, my hormone meds have worked the best in reducing seizure activity. Do you ever worry about intellectual decline? Since I've been having investigations for surgery, I picked up a few times that uncontrollable seizures can eventually cause intellectual decline. Does that scare you? I'm worried that one day I just won't be me anymore. I'm scared that if the surgery doesn't work, then all is lost. That I intellectual decline. I try to do things so I don't lose things. Like I feel like if I keep autocorrect on so much that I'll forget how to freaking spell words. So I took autocorrect off. So yeah, so sometimes you might see me spell a word mistakenly off or something, or I might have put a few more letters into the word because I'm also using my laptop and I type and then send and then like, oh, I didn't proofread that. And two E's on the word the, stuff like that. But yeah, I feel like if I just stay with autocorrect, there's gonna be big words that I just don't know how to spell. I can't forget some of those words, especially like Guatemala. Yeah, I gotta type that out. Guatemala. Can't just lose everything because I was always told use it or lose it. So you gotta use these brains or lose them. You know how it goes. Anyone?
Except for times like this, though, after she's saying I sat here not replying to her for 20 minutes. Doesn't seem that concerned. I just had to start asking questions in the other room, like where the hell was I since 9:40 something? And yeah, at this point, I know when something happened, and I'm not allowed to deny it anymore. That I wouldn't start playing my crossword game right now. Things like that. I do have to admit when it's not the best time to go walking the dog now. But for the most part, use it or lose it does make sense.
Yeah. Yeah, intellectual decline. Like I said, you just gotta use that brain or forget things that you're not using it for. I'm a physical learner, so I'm better at learning things hands-on. Then I don't forget it as easy. But if I read a book on how to do something, tomorrow I'm not gonna remember how to do that. I'm gonna be looking for that book again.
Well, and I swear the medicine I'm on is causing a decline in my brain capacity too. I forget words
Likewise.
all the time.
Yeah, I think it's the pills too, all the time. But yeah. One of the comments says, oh no, this is a different one. Oh, this is a new post. It says, how often or rarely do you forget your meds? This isn't really a rant. It's more of a rhetorical question because y'all don't forget. Shaking my head. For me, I miss 2 to 4 doses a month. LLS. It makes no sense. I rarely forget that each morning, night, I look at those damn vibe killers in my hand and thinking, once in my hand, one of two things will happen. There's a drink in front of me and it's done and over with. 2, no drink around me. Then they go in a pocket while I go get a drink. Once they enter the damn pocket, I don't fucking know. I somehow forget all about them. Then 6 hours later, I feel them in my pocket, shaking my head. I know I should just take them then immediately, but sometimes I'm lazy. LLS, I just took a dose of my natural medication, so what I've said sounds right in my mind, but it may not make sense to others at all. Am I the only one that misses my medication or skips my alarm? No, I skip my alarm all the time. Press snooze and then snooze, 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 and it lets you snooze so much and you can't snooze anymore. And I forgot I pressed snooze. So then I'm wondering if I took my pills or not. Then I'm like, okay, let me just start turning my pill bottle upside down. That's how I remember.
I do mine as a reminder, and I take so many effing pills. So I do it as a reminder, and that's how I do it. I've never missed a dose, but I have been missing my nasal rinse that I have to do to cure. So I've missed a dose of the other medication.
Got something here. Says, how do you sleep? I'm a super heavy sleeper. I have 3 different alarm clocks at different places in my room and still often times sleep through them. Is this normal with epilepsy or is it unrelated? I think I'm pretty much light sleeper. You guys? 'Cause I can wake up when someone flushes the toilet down the hall, so but I can easily go back to sleep in those times. I just sleep light, like something bothered me and I look over or something.
I had this weird insomnia when I had the active CSF leak. In general, I have been a fairly good, like a light sleeper, but I go back to sleep really easily. No, heavy sleeper, but I go back to sleep pretty easily. But have been a, I have nightmares, and I talk in my sleep, and I have night terrors. So if anyone is in the house with me sleeping, you're gonna hear things out of my room. And I'll yell like, ah! And I'll just be like, wake up the next day like, what happened?
So
I
you can
do
just
the
pass out right after that?
Sorry?
You can just go right back to sleep pretty easily after one of those?
I'm asleep when all that happens. Like
Oh,
sometimes I'll wake myself up, but I'll also be like, I'll laugh and wake myself up. And I'm like, oh, and then I wake up. Anyways, yeah.
okay. So with what you were saying, like the screaming part, I have that, but I'm also going to see a doctor about sleep paralysis because sometimes I just can't move and I can't say anything and I'm trying to move and I'm trying to say something. And once I finally get it out, it's a scream. I've been in bed with people and screamed and scared the shit out of them.
You know, how did you find out you have that? Because I'll have dreams where that happens, but I don't know if I am like frozen for real because I'm asleep.
It happens too often, and then I just start noticing that, yeah, this is
In the
something.
dreams it happens?
No, I'm wide awake.
Oh no. Oh no, okay, that
It's
has
like in
nothing
the
to do
middle
with
of
the
the night when
dreams.
I'm sleeping. I wake up sometimes and I hear something. Like I said, I'm a light sleeper. But yeah, like when I hear things and then I wake up and I can't move, that's the scary part. I'm
Oh
scared.
no, I'm not a light sleeper because like I'll wake myself up. No, I'm not a light sleeper at all.
Yeah,
Right now
me.
I am because healing from the L4, L5 surgery to get the thing out of there that they broke off.
Hmm,
Sorry, it doesn't need to be about me.
it's all right.
no, it makes sense. It helps us
The
understand, that's
lumbar
for sure.
drain broke. I'm just lucky. They said it
Yeah.
happens once or twice a year, so I'm just lucky. I should have bought. I was almost gonna buy lottery tickets to scratch off every day when I was in the hospital, but then my person who was coming in to help me got sick, and so she couldn't come in. She was gonna buy the lottery tickets, and so my plan failed. And then Because
It's not all
I
about
would
the
have gotten
scratch-offs.
rich. You don't think about this. It happens once or I'm sorry I'm yelling, but it happens once or twice a year, and it happened to me. I was gonna get like 20 grand. I was only gonna do like the little scratch offs, but like 20 grand? Oh, anyways, it's okay. It's okay. I'm sorry. I'm drier. I'm drier vaping.
Angel, you got something? I seen you unmute your mic.
Oh, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh,
Okay.
I remember Scoppers made me a heavy sleeper.
I wish I could heavy sleep. I have insomnia, so yeah, working with that. Can't
Hey,
hear you.
I don't know what's got
you
me
heard
staying
what
up all
Super
night like
Breaker
twice
did?
a week.
Say that
So
again, Angel.
okay.
Oh,
What'd you say, Angel?
I said you heard what it's doing for Ann. Ann sleeping 8 hours again.
yeah.
She's
What'd she
tired again.
change?
The Excopri. She's on the
Oh,
Excopri.
yeah. Oh, so that story was like literally about her. That was a good story that Toaster put up like yesterday, I think.
Yeah.
I love when we can relate all the like demons to real life and what the inspiration is.
Taylor Mom, how do you sleep? Are you a heavy sleeper? No.
No, I don't. Well, I have a lot of trouble going to sleep. I had insomnia for many years before I started having seizures. At least, that anybody knew about. But yeah, well, when I heard that question, I thought about this morning. Joe walked by the bedroom and he went to see if I was awake, and it woke me up. just literally clicking his tongue. Yeah, no, I don't sleep very heavy, I don't think.
That must be a nightmare when the family's around.
Well, and my kids have been playing video games until like 3 in the morning sometimes, and then the other child, after one goes to bed, the other one will stay up until the sun rises. So I never know what's. Yeah, and the kitchen is about 5 feet from my bedroom door, and the bedroom door is always open. So yeah, and the bathroom door is directly across from our bedroom door. It's yeah.
So going like 8 hours without something to wake you up would literally be impossible.
No, yeah. I actually last night when I finally was getting ready to, I knew I was going to be able to sleep. I put actual earplugs in because I was like, I want to sleep more than 5 hours, and I did. So that was good. Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, I'm glad other people get to sleep heavy though. It's nice.
I don't know, on those long nights when you wake up and it's already after 11 or something, and I feel like I waste the day.
Well, yeah, I feel like I waste a day pretty much every day because so often it's 4 or 5 before I finally get to sleep. So, yeah.
And by the time it's 4, I'm, up just taking the morning dose, and sun is close enough to rising, so I might as well do that first walk. So then the hours start rolling by.
Sometimes that happens, yes.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Yeah, I've definitely done that.
That's what's happening like twice a week since I stopped taking the clobazam and Leskepra.
Yeah.
And now that it's been 3 weeks, officially been through like that part of the cycle and everything, now I think it's pretty easy to say it's the meds. It's not just switching up the routine and doing this travel thing. So I think those meds were definitely ensuring the heavy sleeper thing.
Mm-hmm. Are they, so since you've taken them down, obviously you had a small seizure a little bit ago, focal, right? You were still moving
Yeah, so it
around.
looks like it was 2 tonic-clonic so far this month, and that was actually the first complex partial that I wrote down.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, I still call that a success. I mean, if I can get to less than 5 seizures a month, I consider that successful.
Yeah, that's great. I was so excited to see Endless Caverns. I was like, that is not. I recognized
We
81 from
we
the
booked,
pictures before you
yeah,
even sent that one. I was like, that it's 81. I know that's 81.
yeah, right where we were stuck for a long time counting cows in the trailer next to us.
Oh, I'm sorry. At least it wasn't chickens. The valley is
There we
literally
go.
the home of poultry. I'm
Your
on my,
mic
oh,
went
okay.
off.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just said, well, at least it wasn't chickens because, or turkeys, because the valley is the home of every kind of poultry factory, every kind of poultry farm.
Yeah,
I
I
did
mean,
my
I
time
love,
at the poultry factory.
there you go. They're definitely everywhere too. I mean, we had a lot of fun today doing the visiting around thing, and there was geese like around every corner.
Yeah,
So that's back. But hey, no more storks and pelicans, so that's cool.
that's good.
Not gonna miss those. My dog saw like a what are those birds called? I think robins for the first time today, and she ditched the dogs in the dog park to go check out the robin on the other side of the fence.
Nice.
Love it.
That's awesome.
Oh,
Were you
Sailor,
around
you.
to see Adrian? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, Sailor, you missed that. Kate found another person at the dog park with epilepsy.
Really? How awesome. That's
Totally
amazing.
random. Yeah, Cody has her service vest on. And I was describing to some other guy, I think he was just telling me about like um, real estate or something. So I don't remember what the conversation was, but I said epilepsy, and the kid that had just wandered in said, "Wait, did you just say seizures or did you just say epilepsy?" And I, kind of nodded. I was talking to that other guy for a while, so I knew he wasn't that creepy. And this kid walked up and literally sounded amazed and said, "I have epilepsy." He was in the meeting for a few minutes and then his family walked in and he said, "Okay, now that my father's here, tell him what you told me." And his dad genuinely had some questions and saying, "Okay, so that is a seizure. That's what he should tell the doctor. That's what he needs to do to get it on record." And everybody, I think, said gave their piece about like why their favorite hospital is their favorite. What happened to actually earn that title. And I think that family kind of put two and two together. That he definitely got all the links to. I think. Yeah, I just handed him my phone when I was texting links. Yeah, that's definitely not that area code. So he got the links to the podcast and the Reddit. I'm sure he'll be back.
Later, Liz.
That's awesome.
Hey,
Yeah.
oh, now I know who you are. Yeah, that behind at work thing like caught me by surprise yesterday too. You don't let them tell you what to, keep that realistic.
Oh, I work for myself, so
Oh shit, that's what you said last night too.
yeah, I run a little business where I prepare taxes for people and there's a deadline and I wasn't able to work for a really long time and so, I like my business. I like 95% of my clients and so I'd like to get it all done and I will, but September 15th is a big deadline for all the people I extended and then October 15th is a bigger deadline. So I just had surgery and I'm tired. I do have employees, but I'll get it all done.
Well, it sounds like you're good at what you do. So I'm proud of
Oh,
that.
thanks. I try. I'm just tired.
I got one that says, that's all it says. What has epilepsy taught you? What has having epilepsy taught you? That's a good one.
I can answer that. It's always to be humble and appreciate everything because literally today could be your last, you know?
Yeah. What has it taught me? It taught me that be grateful for the little things. Um, yeah, people have it hard, but you got to be grateful for what you have because it could be gone in a snap. Yeah,
Helped
you
me
just
to
have
gain
one
perspective.
seizure.
Your mom reminded us of that today.
Yeah, everything could change in the blink of an eye.
Helped me to gain perspective. I think just what Pookie, what you were saying. Look, everything could just be gone.
Yeah.
Just appreciate what you. Yeah, I mean exactly what you were saying. I mean, I don't. Tomorrow might not come.
Something here says, what happens to you, an absence seizure specifically, when you forget to take your meds? I have them over and over and over again, and I was curious if that happens to anyone else or you just have normal amount you used to have. There would be the normal amount. Oh, there would be days where I can't even count to 10 because I'm having so many. I'm been scared as hell and scared the hell out of other people before, but I have to know. Um, I have to know, what are your absence seizures like? I can't remember. I haven't been told.
Mines are pretty much staring, like it's a blank stare. You can tell, I say it many times, but the way it was described is you can look into my eyes and you can literally tell that no one's there, no one's home. But yeah, it's a blank stare.
Do you ever feel like your brain is vibrating? I feel faint and like my brain is vibrating. It's the weirdest experience that this is usually when I get a combo of not eating properly, not sleeping properly, and not taking my medicine when I should. I know that sounds really bad. It's so interesting as much as it is scary. Does this happen to anyone else? I'm on medicine, so I don't end up having seizures, but I blame it on the epilepsy. I have absence seizures specifically. Uh, the brain vibrating, I understand where you're coming from. Um, but the rest of that, it says, does this happen to anyone else? Yeah, it's happened to me. The vibrating. Anybody else got any answers for that person?
No, I haven't felt the brain vibrate, but I know too many absence seizures can open up. Basically, it gets your brain used to having seizures, and it'll open up for bigger ones. So the neural pathways, that's what it was.
So I definitely hum after the absence seizures, during and after. Just now I got up and did one of those yoga poses where you have to balance, and I still have my balance. So a couple minutes later, I guess most of it comes back, but I definitely still feel the need to not talk as much because my words are not there. Words take longer to come back than physical capabilities. So,
I think I have drug resistant epilepsy for one type of my seizures, but terrified of brain surgery. Do I try CBD? I'm trying a new medication and this weird feelings completely stopped, but now I've been having them for the past few days. Now, after I've been tapering off Xcopri, I am on Lamictal for tonic-clonic. I don't want to be on 3 meds. I'm so exhausted constantly. Does CBD actually work? I am so upset. I don't know what to do. The doctor says my weird feelings are seizures. I get them when I'm overtired, surrounded by too much white, or it's cloudy weather outside. Um, I heard CBD works. Everybody's body isn't the same, so I mean, I've heard it work. If you're watching this, but I go to the comments. So I've never tried the CBD. I've just always gone THC, and it definitely helps me and my seizures. And I had 3 brain surgeries in 2019, and just like you, I was terrified. It's scary, but if it means helping your disability, then it'll be worth it. Okay. For some people, it lowers seizure thresholds, and for others, it really helps. I smoke weed daily and haven't had problems specifically from that. And CBD alone, I'd imagine, is less risky. But I'm not a doctor, so don't quote me on that. Someone says if you have temporal lobe epilepsy specifically and drug resistant, you can talk to your neurologist about Unicure, AMT 260 phase, clinical trials. Like most drugs, it seemed to help me for a little while, but eventually the seizures came back. I personally ended up getting brain surgery. Feeling like I'm faking. I had what I initially thought was a cluster of seizures the other week that resulted in new and disturbing symptoms: a blackout, depersonalization, and large gaps in memory. I am much more like myself, but the experience lasted about a week, and I really don't want to go through that again. It seemed like things kept building and building. I've been told by my specialist that I may have just been hyper aware of what are normal symptoms, and I'm unsure how to feel about this. I feel like I must somehow be faking things. Any thoughts? I feel like someone said this before.
So what are they questioning? What they're hearing again?
They feel like they're faking it, or person feels like they're faking it. I'd have to go through it all again to.
Okay, no. I heard all that about big gaps in memory, and that is exactly how it feels. If it wasn't for looking at my phone and noticing a text message, at 9:12 from daughter, then I wouldn't have even started asking questions, and everybody would have gone about their night. And yeah, it's definitely easy to miss them if tongue is not bleeding and muscles aren't sore.
Yeah. Something new. It's weird that I kind of want people to know about my epilepsy. I'm a teenager who's still in high school, and there's literally 3 friends who know about my seizures. Obviously, since I'm a teenager, social media is a big thing. Like, for some reason, I want to make posts about it and like TikToks and stuff about the struggles of epilepsy. It's so strange to me, the fact that I struggle with it as much as I do, yet nobody knows about it. Is it weird that I want people to know? No, it's not necessarily weird. It's not something I do, but I let people know in certain situations. Not everybody needs to know. Still, I don't say it's weird. I just say, for me personally, I don't think I need to tell everybody unless I'm in a vulnerable situation. Then I make sure people around me know, because I could possibly hurt myself or worse.
I think everyone's in a different. I think it's good in a way that you want people to know because it's going to spread awareness. But at the same time, I'm not very well, when I was working, I only told certain people about it because, I didn't want to lose my jobs and whatever. So I did what I needed to do to stay safe, but also what I needed to do to make my money.
Yeah, do what you got to do is a pretty steady mindset once the diagnosis happened. Didn't always feel good, but you just got to do what you got to do and don't complain about it. Dealing with people at a job, knowing about a diagnosis is one of those things that it's necessary, but definitely not desired. I mean, today I think the wife was a medical. She worked in a hospital, so she was going on about that, and I think that's why I first said to her, what her service task was just carrying the nasal lamp. And then when the other family got there and they overheard, then the next lady that walked up barely spoke English, but she knew that we had epilepsy. So we didn't hide it at that point. I don't bother to hide it. Mostly, if I know it's someplace I'm not going to come back and see these people again, that's the only reason I spoke freely about it today. But yeah, it does spread awareness, and this group has helped me know what to say better.
Yeah. I liked that kid earlier. He was interested in learning more about his epilepsy.
Yes, that mom too from the UK.
Yeah, I like that she wanted to know too, that she wanted to help her kid. That's dope. I got
She
another
was trying to
person.
help in two ways.
Yeah.
She was trying to help him learn, and she was trying to encourage him to come.
Yeah. I got something. It says at the end of my rope, 28-year-old female have had epilepsy since early childhood after almost dying multiple times from epileptic seizures. My seizures have become more frequent and more severe recently with a new medication. I informed my specialist, epi nurse, that the new medication is not working, and she says, let's increase it. My seizures become more severe. I go back to her and say, hey, they're definitely not working and are really limiting my life, and sent her a video my mom made and took of a really bad seizure I had in front of her, which ended up in the hospital. The reply I got back from the epilepsy specialist: this video is not an epileptic seizure. This is a functional dissociative seizure. Have you been extra anxious recently or not sleeping? So, for the past 28 years of seizures, it's been anxiety. Oh, this person's saying, so for the past 20 years, you saying it's been anxiety. I'm with you there. Yeah, you got to get, a lot of people need second opinions. This shit is crazy. Also,
Yeah,
she sent a, go ahead.
I was saying, yeah, you need a second opinion for that one. If they're telling you it's anxiety and your seizures are ramping and they're deadly, like becoming more violent, you're obviously your meds are not working, and they got to get you new treatment.
One of the comments says, I swear when I did these, I swear when did these neurologists become so patronizing? We live with this condition every day. I think we know the difference between anxiety and a seizure. Of course, we all experience different things, but what happened to person-centered care? We live in these bodies, and yes, anxiety comes with having seizures, but slamming into the floor, twisting up, convulsing, being spaced out is an anxiety. Sorry, since being on this forum, all I see is how badly people with epilepsy are being treated, and it's infuriating. I'm sorry you've had this experience and that people who can make a change for you are reluctant to actually help. I've been called non-compliant for my meds not working out for me, not working out well for me. Absolute nonsense. We have to remain there for each other and advocate for ourselves more than ever. Good luck, and I hope you find your new epi nurse and actually with actual compassion. Someone else said, I completely understand. I was diagnosed 15 years ago. I had roughly 4 neuros and 2 epi nurses, and I still being passed around onto 5th neuro, all because they want instant results, as if we wouldn't love that for ourselves also. Like you, I don't particularly want to talk to another healthcare professional about a professional that they are not. So I am here. These forums have given me so much more comfort in knowing I'm not alone as I thought I was. I hope it can do the same for you. I say self advocate, and if they don't like it, talk to someone else.
think it's just you and me, Pookie.
And then there was 2.
Yeah. Kate said goodbye while you were reading that.
Oh, okay. I got one for both of us. It says changes occur as we age. For people out there who have been dealing with this epilepsy for 20 plus years, especially if you're over 50, how have you noticed any changes in your seizure patterns or effectiveness of your medication? Especially, did your seizures either stabilize and occur less often, or the opposite? Did the effectiveness of your medication decrease? Um, I'm not over 50, but I've had it for 20 plus years. And with age, I say they did started getting worse until I got a medication that I noticed helped a little, and then I knocked out all the dumb shit. Uh, yeah, nicotine and some other shit I was doing. Just not sleeping, not treating my body well. Yeah, once I stopped doing that, the medicine pretty much helps get down from so many yearly to 3 to 5, and I'm happy to 3 to 5. I'm happy with that lately.
Yeah. For me, I'm also not over 50, but yeah, I notice new seizure types are coming in. Like I had clusters come in, and I'm not sure about this one, but my doctor was telling me about the absent seizure, and I'm like, what? So it's, your seizure starts changing, I think, or you start getting more. I think you become, as you get older, I'm not going to say everyone is susceptible to it, but as the aging process goes, you might become more vulnerable if you've been having a lot of seizures a long time, you know. But hopefully not. We all hope for better days.
Right. This one, it says, I have like 10 seizures a week. Okay, so basically, I have at least 10 seizures a week, epileptic and non-epileptic, bilateral temporal lobe epilepsy, super rare. I cannot find a job for me. Jesus. I used to live on my own and have so many seizures, up to like 7 a day at times. What do I even do? I can't even show up to work, messed up on emergency seizure meds. I literally can't do anything, LOL, because everything has a floor, or I have to have consciousness. I've done so many jobs, but what about y'all? Um, I wasn't having 10 a week. I was having a decent amount a month, not a week. Um, So that is rough. And I could imagine trying to hold a job with 10 a week because usually you work 40 hours a week. Um, yeah, that's rough. With jobs, every job I left, didn't exactly get fired. It was just like, yeah, I don't even think they were worried about it. I think I could have stayed at these jobs, but I left. I was hurting myself, really bad, like the deep fryer situation, deep fried Pookie. Um, didn't like it. Wasn't fun. The next day I had blisters and it was crazy, and I popped them with a tack and a sewing needle and all that. So yeah, that was rough. I got videos of that too. I wonder if I could post that.
Yeah, most of my jobs were short term, probably less than 5 years. With the exception of my final one, which was actually close to 11 years. And I think the reason I lasted there more was because it was a union-based job where it was harder to get, and I could go through the time I accrued for my seizures. Like I used to use paid time off just to, when I knew I had to take a EEG or something. And they were understanding with me, like calling out sick and stuff. So, but eventually I did run out of medical time and medical leave. So they had to let me go.
I love that my mom came. I'm gonna try to get her to come more. And
Yeah, she was a good person. I love her.
she loved it. She's definitely gonna come more. She's gonna be like, when I ask her, she's gonna be like, sure, son. And yeah, she's definitely gonna learn so much more. It was nice, Angel. It was a great freaking day, and I'm gonna go figure out what I can do with the rest of this daylight.
Go do some jumping jacks and stuff.
Oh
Looks
man,
like it's Sunday.
I don't want to have a seizure doing jumping jacks. I'm home alone. I'm not gonna stress my body.
Opry didn't take me tonight.
Right, I noticed that. I was gonna say that you let that ex-copper didn't get the best of you.